The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
The third leg of the Grand Chess Tour kicked off in glorious fashion at the 2022 Super United Rapid Blitz in Zagreb, Croatia. Top players from around the globe sought to showcase their Rapid Blitz prowess while racking up crucial tour points. The event began with the unprecedented news that reigning world champion Magnus Carlsen would not be defending his world title, sending the chess world into a frenzy. Dutch superstar Jordan van Foreest quickly showed that he is more than just a tour wildcard, with an astounding showing in the rapid portion, propelling him to the top of the standings going into the Blitz section. Despite an up-and-down performance early on, the world champion promptly proved why he is one of the best players in history, blazing through his competition, posting an incredible +5 score without drawing to vault to the top of the leaderboard going into the final day. Despite an impressive run by French phenom Alireza Firouzja, the Magnus train proved to be completely unstoppable and ultimately uncatchable. As the sun set on the Croatian capital, players looked west to St. Louis, Missouri. There they will battle it out on the penultimate leg of the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. The St. Louis Rapid Blitz, coming up next.
Welcome everybody to day one of the St. Louis Rapid Blitz, the fourth stop of the Grand Chess Tour. We are in front of the Gateway Arch, the biggest arch in the world. Well, we have the best chess players in the world competing for the St. Louis Rapid Blitz title. Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Yasser and Peter.
But before we do that, here's a shot of the outside of the St. Louis Chess Club with players arriving for their day's work. Blazing sunshine here in St. Louis. Very, very nice weather, if you like it hot. And the action is about to begin here in the Central West End. Hello, I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is Yasser Seirawan.
Peter, big hearty welcome to St. Louis. Lovely to call the action with you again.
Thank you, thank you. So, what are you looking forward to?
I am looking forward to a great tournament of Rapid and Blitz featuring some of the best players in the world. Speaking of which, who are playing? What's our roster, Peter?
The lineup is tremendously impressive here, as you can see, with Hikaru leading the field up there, followed by Jan Nepomniachtchi, who will play his second World Championship match. And once again, we're back with the people getting wounded
at the club.
Yeah, a very normal scene these days at chess tournaments. But yeah, back to our field. Jan Nepomniachtchi will play his second World Championship match in as many years.
Right.
Then Fabi, MVL, Levon, Alireza, Shahriar, and Nier, all full tour participants, and Sam Shankland and Jeffrey Xiong rounding off an extremely impressive and very American heavy field.
Indeed it is. And our format, Peter.
Yeah, the format is, as usual with the rapid events in the GCT, it's basically 3 round robins wrapped into one, all of them 10 player round robins. First they start with rapid games of 25 plus 10, a kind of a relaxed, calm, time control by today's standards.
Right.
Blitz will be 5 plus 2, no draw first at any point. And the scoring system, as you can see, rapid counts double, 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and in the Blitz games, the usual scoring system of 1 point for a win and half a point for a draw applies.
And our schedule.
And as for the schedule for this event, it's extremely straightforward. They start today and they play until Tuesday every day, starting at the same time. 3 days of rapid, 3 games per day, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then 2 full round robins of Blitz on Monday and Tuesday, with potential playoffs on Tuesday, and then the closing ceremony the same day.
Excellent. And we're very fortunate to have in studio with us Grandmaster Cristian Chirila. Cristian, good to see you. Drill down on this event and the players themselves.
It's great to be back in the studio with two legends such as yourself, casting the games of the best chess players on the planet. We've had an amazing Grand Chess Tour up to this point, so let's take a look where we stand in terms of Grand Chess Tour standings. We're going to see a dominant Wesley So in the top position with 22.5 Grand Chess Tour points. He actually is not playing in this event because he already played two Rapid and Blitz events. MVL, Levon Aronian, Fabiano Caruana, Ali Reza, Firouzja, Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Lanier Dominguez. Full-time tour participants are playing in this event. Also, Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Unfortunately, Richie Rapport was unable to travel due to ongoing travel restrictions. He tied for 9th position in Romania and improved on his standing in Poland, finished in 6th position. He will be unable to travel to the United States and participates in the St. Louis Rapid Blitz as well as the Sinquefield Cup. And he was replaced in this event by Grandmaster Jeffrey Xiong, a young up-and-coming superstar from the United States, aged only 21. I mean, I know Jeffrey since he was 10 years of age, and he was beating me even at that age. This guy is just an amazing superstar. He's also the 2016 World Junior Chess Champion. That's a huge title. And another player that will be participating in this event as a wild card is a man with a legion of fans. That is Grandmaster Hikaru Nakamura, URS rating 2815. And he is also the defending champion. He won in 2021 the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Needless to say, we have so many strong participants, and the chess is just simply going to be fantastic.
Thank you, Cristian. And indeed, every round is going to feature great matchups.
Absolutely.
But Peter, do the honors, lay the table. What do you have for us for round one?
Let's take a look at the pairings for the first round. We have Jeffrey on the white side against Jan. Fabi is playing white against Sam Shankland. Lanier is white against Hikaru. Ali Reza Firouzja is white against Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And there at the bottom, you see I think the pairing of the round
Marquee
for
matchup,
sure.
for sure. Yeah.
And as Cristian correctly stated, Wesley is currently leading in the tour standings, but with the tournament in hand, both Levon and MVL could overtake him. If they finish, I think basically just finishing in the top half of the tournament should be enough.
And let's jump to Tony Rich, who is standing by to welcome everybody for round one.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the playing hall. It's the temporary playing hall, but we have the very best chess players in the world sitting down, settling in, and getting ready for the first round of play. Over the next 5 days, they'll compete in 3 days of Rapid, 2 days of Blitz chess to see who the ultimate winner of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz is. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well, thank you for that, Tony. Somehow I expected more of a welcoming everybody. We're happy to have you.
It was a very nice shot, though, for me personally, because I saw that I will be able to discuss some cricket with people here, because there was Sunil there in the shot.
I picked up on that as well. West Indies. And there we have our very young Ali Reza Firouzja getting ready for battle. I was about to say that in these 5 days that are coming up, we're going to see a lot of fighting. And what are they fighting for?
Absolutely.
The prize fund is
let's take a look
quite a handsome one.
Let's take a look at that. The prize fund for the Rapid and Blitz tournaments in the GCT is, as it was in the first two, $175,000 total, with 40 grand up top. And as you can see there, 12/13 points for the winner, depending on whether you win it outright or if you tie for first, 30 for second, 25 for third, and going all the way down to $7,000 for the last place finish.
And the whole point is, of those Grand Chess Tour points, the top 3 finishers, there's a very, very handsome pool of money. It's not only, you get the bragging rights of winning and being Grand Chess Tour champion, but also an extra $100,000 in cash.
Absolutely.
And there you see MVL getting ready. We haven't talked about it yet, but it's something we have to, your predictions. Predictions
wonderful.
for
Already, Yasser?
Already, before round one. I think we should get this in.
Yeah, we should probably, before the game start would be a good time, yeah.
Okay, Peter, as your honored guest, we're going to let you go first.
I'm going to take Jan. I think Jan's in a very rich vein of form, and I think he will probably enjoy playing Rapid and Blitz, potentially more than he will enjoy playing the second event, because it allows him sort of more freedom of expression. So
And we'll just stand by with our predictions for the ringing of the bell with Dr. Jeannie Singfield, as she will be doing the honors to start the event. There you see Jan on the right and Jeffrey on the left, getting ready for their games. Fabi on the left, Sam Shankland.
So this is a very nice tradition, and there she is, Dr. Jeannie Singfield, about to let this ship sail.
Exactly.
Peter, have you done the ringing of the bell before?
I've never done it myself. I've hit a gong.
I've done this once. The players hate it. I'm not gonna lie.
At the sound of the bell, please go ahead and start White's clock.
That's
a serious
a very nice ring, yeah.
That's a serious one.
Well done, Dr. Jeannie. Yeah, and we have moves coming in, as you can see. Levon starting with the horse move in game one, which is a very solid move. Yeah,
very solid. I'm more fascinated by the shirt.
Yeah,
myself, the color of the shirt.
In a way, yeah, it's very nice to see Levon back. Not to criticize the administrative choices the U.S. and the Olympic team made in playing in uniforms.
I'll be critical.
Yeah, but specifically for Levon, I think it was perhaps one of the underlying factors for his less than stellar performance. I think he will agree with this assessment.
Yeah, exactly.
And now he's back in his very, very nice tropical type.
Yeah. Continuing our conversation, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to say Hikaru. Hikaru is the defending champion, and once you become a fan of a stream and see how he plays so easily and quickly these blitz and rapid events, I can't help but making him a huge favorite. And jump right in, Cristian. Who's your pick?
I will have to go with Alireza Firouzja for
Nice.
this one. I think a lot of weight got off his shoulders after the candidates event, and he's been starting to play a lot of tournaments after that. He just finished the FTX Crypto Cup in Miami. He's not jet lagged. He's been in the United States for quite a long time, and he's definitely starting to find his stride. I'm going to go with Alireza Firouzja.
And we'll get Alejandro also to weigh in.
I think Alejandro is also taking Alireza. We've got some inside scoop on Alejandro's pick here.
Oh, okay.
And shout out to our good friend Alejandro, who volunteered to be in the truck, telling us the correcting our mistakes and providing us with valuable info and just generally keeping us on the straight and narrow, which is required.
Very much so. By the way, is it disappointing to you? I feel disappointed when I see MVL essaying the incredibly solid Queen's Gambit accepted. I want to see the
It used to be
Grunfelds.
heartbreaking. It used to be heartbreaking. It kind of no longer is, because I've resigned myself to it. I've been watching it for about a year now.
Yeah,
and I've sort of resigned myself to it. I realize this is the part of the new normal, and none of the new normal is any good. And honestly, like very, very little of the new normal I'm enjoying currently. And MVL not playing the Grunfeld definitely belongs in that category. But it's solid, and he seems to have good results with it. And
So do we have any more full-time Grunfeld players at the elite level nowadays, except you, Peter?
I don't like there's a number of descriptors there which don't apply to me, so like I'm not counted in that conversation. But yeah, it's
Nepo seems to have kind of
full-time,
not so much.
Full-time, maybe not so much. Yeah, people still can play pretty much every single person in the tournament could potentially play it once or twice. Like all of them know it.
But it feels like Fabiano was a full-time Grunfeld player growing up, and then he just gave it away. MVL, obviously, he just resigned the Grunfeld like a year ago. Who else is there in the mix?
Yeah, I mean it's unclear. Like occasional Grunfeld still pops up, and I think there will be Grunfelds in this tournament even. But yeah, it seems like people are shifting away from it, and yeah, it's curious. I think it's more to do with the fashion than with anything specifically wrong with the opening. I think the opening is about as healthy as it has been over the years. I don't think much has happened to how it stands. But yeah, QGA appears to be the order of the day for many of these guys.
Speaking of the Queen's Gambit accepted, Cristian, I'm a little bit surprised to see this knight sitting on the d2 square, actually. Is that the trend?
I think we've transposed to something that we've been covering during the Bucharest and
right.
Warsaw. Yeah, I think
the early Kiba Rubinstein b2 b3, and then the knight does, but somehow this very early development of the knight to d2 is off the bit.
You are very much correct. Yes, indeed. I was looking through the lines here, and bishop to b3 is the main line. D takes c5, another one inviting the all-known endgame. Knight to d2 is all the way to only 36 games being played in this position with knight to d2. Knight to c3, for example, which is close to the 10th try in this position, has 298 games. So knight bd2, definitely a sideline. And after c takes d4, knight takes d4, bishop to e7, only one game was played in this position with the move b3 and essaying the type of plan that we're actually seeing in the game developing right now. But he first starts with this move, bishop to e2, b3, and now b5. I would assume bishop to e2 to give white the option of potentially meeting the move b5 with an immediate bishop to f3, take control of the long diagonal. Let's see what white is going to come up in this position.
All right. While we're talking about the opening, I want to just say this is an endgame. Yeah. We went from opening to endgame in the game between Jeffrey and Jan like that.
It's all reasonably well known.
Yeah.
It's a very topical line which I think has become a kind of a go-to line to equalize without sort of ever having any winning chances for black. A kind of the approach. That against 1d4, various openings I think kind of vie for that, like the Berlin against 1d4. This is maybe the Berlin against 1d4.
I see.
Even though I feel like it's maybe slightly unfair because the Berlin actually does result in black winning some games.
Right.
Whereas this feels to me that like black really is trying to just equalize, but they do equalize very often.
I'm assuming we're capturing here, Peter. No,
he's played king g6. I'm a bit surprised by this. I would have taken and played king e7. I think quite happily. I understand our h pawn is a bit weak, and we would be a bit worse there. But just how much worse is unclear to me. But then again, you will rarely find me extremely unhappy with the prospect of not giving up bishops for knights. So if king g6 works, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. And the fact that Jeffrey pretty much instantly plays a2, a3 after king g6 suggests to me that even this probably isn't new to them.
Exactly. King g2, a2, a3 appeared really quickly.
Kind of instantly, yeah.
And why is that a helpful tempo for white? You don't want to play moves like
I don't quite know.
F4, G3. I don't know.
I can understand why we're not playing G3 because exactly the plan that you were showing after bishop takes G6 and then king E7. I think we won the third rank for the rook.
I see.
I think I can quite easily explain why G3 is not being played. Exactly why A3 is the most useful tempo that we're spending here.
Right, not king C2 or something. I don't know.
That would be much harder for me to grasp without having ever looked at this position properly.
And yet both players are just like, yeah, A2, A3, that's in my book, that's what I expected. F7, F5, F6,
F5 is very logical. You want to, not even having to think about bishop d3 check, even though it didn't look very threatening, but kind of making it not be a check is useful.
Okay.
And we have Cristian with a kind of a more quirky opening, and the opening I like much more than this one in the game between Alireza and Shah, I think.
Absolutely, yes, that's the one. This one is just simply crazy, and there are so many nuances that I want to point out. This position with the early move bishop to e7 without the knight on f6, it signals the fact that black wants to play f5 without having the knight on f6. So the question is, what is white going to answer with? And immediately attacking the center with d4 seems to be the most topical idea. Now, Black responded to the move f5, and the main line in the position is the move bishop to g2, knight to f6, knight to f3, after bishop to g2, knight to f6, knight to f3, and now the move e4. The problem is that knight to h4 right now does not put enough pressure on the pawn on f5, and I can just simply go knight to f5, attack the knight, and now you're in a pretty bad situation with the white pieces. So that's why Firouzja decides to go with the move bishop to h3. This is a very, very interesting one. E takes d4 was the move, but bishop to knight to f6, in my opinion, was the natural way to approach the position. Just continue your development. But the problem is, after knight to f3, e4 is no longer a good move, because I can just simply go knight to h4, attacking immediately the pawn on f5. If you do play the move g6, this allows me to go potentially bishop to h6 and not allow black to castle. A lot of nuances in this position. Not only that, but also with the bishop on h3, I can easily reroute this knight via g2. Knight to g2, knight to f4. Very intriguing. So black decided to take on d4, queen takes d4, knight to c6, and now this is the position we see on the board. A lot of tension on this pawn on f5. I really like what white is doing in this game. Guys, back to you.
And after this move, knight c6, queen d3,
just briefly to explain what we're showing to our viewers. There is a very marked contrast between the Nepomniachtchi game on the left there, where there's a lot of stuff traded off already, and both players are blitzing, and on the right there is the Linear game against Hikaru, a reasonably well-known theoretical Italian in progress there, but with only one piece traded, like everything to play for. So very, very different approach to how the opening has panned out so far.
Okay, very nice. And just coming back to the Firouzja game for a moment, the move knight c6, attacking the queen, I'm always thinking that, well, I mean, the queen's ready to go back to d2. I mean, if you made an argument for any one of the three squares, d3, d2, d1, I could follow it.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
But of all of them, d3 inviting knight e5.
Perhaps we should explain to the viewers.
Please.
I mean, g7 does look like it's hanging, and we haven't mentioned the fact that it seems like we're winning something, but in fact we're losing something here, and we are losing it straight away with bishop f6.
Right.
Yeah, queen d3 does look logical, because I don't think we're very worried about knight e5. I think it goes to c2, and yeah, we do want to keep an eye on that f5 pawn. I very much understand why queen d2 was chosen, and I also kind of like the idea that Shah has chosen in reply. He's played bishop f6, continuing sort of to ignore the fact that this pawn is hanging, and perhaps if white takes on f5 here, black will just very happily take on c3, maybe even like just go for positional compensation, something like takes, take on f5, and play, I don't know, queen f6, and just claim that, you know, this kind of brings back memories of my childhood.
Right,
it looks like a Budapest.
Right.
But honestly, it looks like a fantastic Budapest
Okay.
to my eyes. It feels that black can really not be worse here at all. And I don't expect bishop takes f5 to happen, to be honest. I think knight d5 looks very logical.
Not only that, but you can even improve on the version that you were just mentioning. You take on c3.
And you can include knight e5,
e5.
yeah. You can include knight e5 as well, yeah. That's a very good point, yeah.
And that's an amazing position.
Yeah, it just looks very, very nice.
Propose the queen trade. And
Yeah, I think bishop f5 is extremely unlikely.
it's not a good move.
Yeah, I think knight d5 is logical. If not knight d5, I would just go knight f3. I think we need to start bringing stuff into play.
Right.
So that would be my two main choices here.
But I feel like black's pieces are a little bit awkward. Like, if you put the bishop on g7, that makes a lot of sense, as opposed to being attackable, if you will. The move knight d5 looks, to my eyes, as a very attractive move. I certainly would like it.
I'm
I like
assuming
knight f3 as well. Yeah.
I think
Please.
if knight d5 happens, I'm assuming it gets smoked out immediately. Like knight e5 followed by c6 probably happens.
He took on f5. Wow.
Well, that is shocking to me. I am very, very surprised by this. It just doesn't seem like this is a good decision.
Bishop takes c3 seems
that
like an automatic.
yeah, that
especially
play-
after you play bishop to f6.
Yeah.
Yeah, that plays itself.
So we
That
take. I really like including knight e5 here. I think winning this tempo cannot possibly be a bad idea. So queen goes
he took
anywhere.
it.
c2, I guess. We take on f5. We go. I still like my queen. I think the choice here is between queen f6 and queen d7, and I don't know which one is stronger, but we're choosing one of those two.
He's going straight into that variation.
Queen f6 looks very, very attractive.
I mean, queen e4.
If we're going to trade queen, let's get our knight going.
I think the issue with queen f6 specifically is that there is queen e4, and we cannot challenge that queen straight away. So we might have to castle long, and then rook b1 might be a bit awkward. So I think maybe there is an argument for queen d7, because if you after queen d7, queen e4, if we go back there. If I play queen d7, and we are just, despite black being a pawn down, like all of these endgames, white will be fighting for equality in them. So if you play queen e4 here, I think I can make an argument for
knight f6.
Yeah, just going knight f6 and castling short and saying,
gosh,
I'm
that's
playing
terrible.
for mate. Yeah, I'm playing for mate now.
Yeah, now it's just terrible. I mean, you've got one queen and a weakness.
Like, yes, white is 2 pawns up, but I think black could be just winning here.
Exactly.
I think it's very possible to imagine this just being straight up winning for black.
All of those wonderful checkmating patterns that we learned with the smothered mate. Looks like Firouzja is actually seizing an inferior position right out of the opening here.
I am very, very surprised by bishop takes f5.
Truly.
Honestly.
What else, Cristian, has crossed your...
Well, I was looking to see what's
Interest.
happening in the Dominguez versus Nakamura game as well. It seems like Nakamura is, both players, in fact, are very, very well prepared in this Gioco Piano type setup. And now we see d5, an interesting break in the center. Black is putting pressure in the center as much as possible. Nevertheless, at the same time, there's this battle between the ongoing avalanche of pawns on the queen side that white is employing, potentially signaling that at some point, maybe I will go c5 and just lock the bishop on a7. That's an option as well. Also, potentially opening up the c file and putting up the business on the c file. Bishop to c3, this is the position we currently have. Nakamura still struggling right now to find the exact plan, but definitely very, very intriguing game in this one. Much more of a strategical approach compared to the one between Firouzja and Mamedyarov.
Peter, I got to ask you the question. We just saw this move d6, d5 by Hikaru, and the first thought that comes to my mind...
Why can't we just win the pawn on e5? I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, I would need to
Thank you, exactly. First of all, why can't I take this pawn? I know that there's oftentimes a bishop f2.
But that doesn't feel like it's working here. Yeah,
Right?
I don't, yeah, it's a bit confusing because none of the immediate solutions are solutions as far as I can tell. Like dc4, dc4 doesn't really improve anything as far as I can tell. Also, knight takes g6 might exist, but that's a whole other story.
Right.
Queen b6, I thought maybe queen b6, but yeah, here I think maybe it works, which is why I was mentioning knight g6.
Right.
But if you do it without trading on c4, like if you play queen b6 here, I will play queen g2, and now c4, c5 is a very strong threat. So yeah,
shutting down.
like
this whole
I'm a bit confused as to at least why this wasn't considered for longer, but. Linier is playing, in particular by his standards, I think Linier is playing very quickly. So maybe he just sort of knows what he's doing. And despite all of this looking very, very non-forced, Linier is one of the leading theoreticians of these particular positions in the Gioco Piano. And I wouldn't be shocked if he actually had this looked at.
Cristian, just clear our cobwebs if you don't mind.
Queen c7 maybe?
Knight takes e5. How did the computer... Queen c7.
Yeah, in this position, maybe Queen c7 actually. Yeah, knight 6, Queen g3. Yeah.
There's a g3 tempo.
So remind me again.
Exactly. Sorry, it was the game between Linier and Hikaru. We just saw this move d5.
So after bishop to c3.
Instead of bishop c3.
Take a knight to e5, right?
Yeah, and then we
queen
saw
to c7.
Yeah, queen c7.
Yeah.
Queen to c7, and there's a lot of compensation. Also, you have to watch.
That's what
the knight
we.
on g3. You cannot take on g6 because after queen to g3, unfortunately, you're in deep trouble.
Gotcha.
Knight on g6, ampri. The pawn on f2 is ampri as well, and of course, you cannot take the queen on g3. Very nice move, queen to c7, and I'm sure Hikaru saw that.
Sorry, apologies. Just continue your position. Knight e7 check.
After the move,
I think he just gets
rook takes
I mean, here rook e7, queen f2, queen b2.
And queen b2.
Correct.
Thank you. Finally. So maybe I was trying to justify the move bishop c3. maybe
that's
we
why,
just discovered.
Right? Because you go into the same line, and then the bishop is on c3. There's no more queen to b2, and
Right.
It could be. It could be that. Yeah.
Potentially. Okay. And finally, Peter, now that we've cleared the cobwebs as far as taking on e5,
There's
what
still
do you
one
think
game.
about takes, and c5?
I think this is very strategically double-edged because the bishop will come out via b8 eventually, and also even d4, d5, sorry, d5, d4 followed by knight d5 could be quite awkward actually.
I see.
With some pressure against our queen side here.
I was trying to kill the biship.
The bishop is not going to be all that dead. Yeah, it comes back into the game via the b8 square eventually.
Wonderful. And you were about to say we've got one game remaining that we haven't looked at?
Yeah, we haven't looked at Fabi's game against Sam Shankland at all, which is another one of those really, really slow Gioco pianos. A slightly different structure to the one in the game between Linier and Hikaru, because I think it could have been exactly the same, but Sam on move 9, just briefly to show our viewers how we got here, it basically, it went very much along the same route. And then after rook e1, Sam went bishop e6 without preparing it with, without any of the preparation. And this is another structure which is very topical, very kind of hotly discussed these days.
Right.
With black, you know, you can make an argument that black has compromised their structure in the center a little bit, but it's difficult to attack, obviously, and semi-opening the f-file does give black the option of, as Sam has done, doubling on the f-file and trying to hoping to create some pressure against the white king side.
I remember a very impressive game from Bucharest. It was between Duda and Fabiano, where Duda somehow managed to keep his king side all intact, and he rebuffed all of Fabi's attempts to get at him and won a nice game.
That was from the candidates, right?
Was it the candidates?
I think it was the candidates,
I beg your pardon. I went Bucharest for some reason. That was on my mind. You know, it's strange. Before the advent of computers, you would look at a position like this, and you would say, oh, black is marvelously coordinated. There's a queen on h4. There's a knight on g6. The doubled rooks. The bishop on a7. And yet the computers could sit there and say that white is probably slightly better.
A bit better, yeah. Generally, I think the engines are not that impressed with these types of structures and do prefer white. It's a bit curious because, yeah, I started off, like, I underwent more or less a, 180 transformation because I think when I was a kid I would just take any of these positions with black very, very happily, and I would think this is fantastic. And these days, both in the Italians and also in the the anti-marshals and in the slow Rui Lopez's, as black, I very much prefer not to double my pawn on e6. Yeah, like I just don't like the structure anymore at all. Having looked at it seriously with modern engines, and also having watched strong players play it from the white side, it just, at some point you realize it's really not that much fun.
Just defending these double pawns. And Cristian, jump right in.
I was looking at this position actually, and I was trying to see what better opportunities black had in the position, and actually he could have went this route, try to go for the c4 square. This is a big weakness in white's camp. So after taking on d4, c takes d4, knight to b6, this is not an easy move to make. Of course, after queen to b3, it's very easy to see that d5 is going to strengthen this control over the c4 square. This knight is going to jump to the outpost on c4, and that's going to give black a tremendously good position. Now the problem is after knight to b6, it's very easy to look at this situation and expect the move d5, setting up this pin on the a7 g1 diagonal. But black can still play the move knight to c4, bishop to a7, knight takes b2, queen to c2, or queen to b3. And you might be thinking, okay, the knight on b2 is lost. I cannot defend it. If I do play the move queen to f6, after the move e5, I'm going to be busted in the position. So I cannot do that. But what I can do is actually just simply play the move b6. This bishop on a7 is going to be lost in the next few moves. Not only that, but you also have to deal with a weakness on f2. This would actually have given black quite a tremendous advantage. And if you do allow me to get my knight to c4, that's going to allow me to get a better strategical position. Big opportunity missed by Sam Shankland.
And interestingly, I think maybe this is why Fabi very quickly, once this did not happen, Fabi spent the tempo on a4, a5, actually cutting away the b6 square from the d7 knight. And we are going to have a similar structure on the board right now, with Sam actually going for the cd4, d5 break, but with the pawn on a5, getting any of his knights to c4 is going to be a challenge.
Possibility,
A challenge, yeah, because currently all of the squares which feed into the c4 square will be taken away. I assume white plays e5 here.
Exactly. I assume so as well.
Yeah, just take. I mean, black's position will be incredibly solid. I think what Sam is banking on here is that if white goes e5, he will not really have much in the way of counterplay, but with white not really having any breaks available to them on the queen side, we'll have to try to win the game on the king side, where I think it's reasonably easy to mount a very solid defense using like f5 as a block post and so on. But yeah, it's as Cristian pointed out, doing all of these things when knight b6, knight c4 was still on the table,
right,
was a lot more attractive, because now that knight on d7 is very, very hamstrung.
Yeah, it makes a massive difference teleporting the knight from d7 to c4, and where it's very active, to still being on a passive square. It does feel like white's certainly for choice here. Cristian, any of the players making any progress in any of the other games?
I have
any
to
advantages?
say, the games are pretty slow right now, slowly developing, I might add. But this one, right now, Firouzja is bethinking for the last 7 minutes after queen to d7, realizing that he's just simply much worse in the position. Knight to f3 is going to be very difficult to be played now with a potential queen to h3 and keep the king in the center, not allow it to castle. This is looking very dangerous for white. If you do take on d7, we know that this endgame is just simply going to be superior for the black pieces. There's absolutely no strategical reasons in the position for which white should be better. He doesn't want to see this on the board. He is right now regretting the fact that he took so easily and so quickly on f5. The other ones are pretty much developing at a very slow pace. We know Jeffrey versus Nepo is this endgame, which probably is not going to go anywhere. It does seem like Nepo just equalized out of this opening, once again showcasing how good he is in the opening phase after the World Championship match. And Aronian versus MVL.
This one is the interesting one.
Right,
Exactly. Yes. There's an extra pawn, but this beautiful bishop on b7. Now we see this rook to d5, potentially eyeing the square g5 and putting even more pressure on the pawn on g2. This one is going to get spicy in the next few moves.
Exactly. Now, Peter, on this game between Levon and MVL, this is tough for our audience because, you know, we were raised the knight is worth 3, the bishop's worth 3. Now, this is just a clean extra pawn on b3. Now, maybe that pawn on b3 isn't bothering anybody for the moment, but a lot of players in our audience would be sitting there saying, come on, why isn't this just good for white? Why is the two bishops such a compensation?
It's not just the bishop pair, it's the fact that the bishop on b7 is unopposed, and white is not very well equipped to deal with potential threats against the king side. Both rook g5 and actually rook h5, I think, is maybe a more annoying threat in some positions here.
Tickling a little bit the pawn on h2 as well.
The one question I have right now is, you have to calculate bishop a5, and so far, like, I'm not entirely sure what's happening there. I guess he just wants to play queen b8, and if we go knight b6, seemingly winning some more material, we will have a tempo. Both rook g5 and rook h5 will actually save the
exchange,
the rooks, yeah, because obviously you cannot take on c8 and give up your, you just get mated in 2 there.
Yeah, exactly.
So
he played queen to e2.
He played queen e2, and then I would start with rook h5, I think. I don't particularly want to provoke f2, f3. I think f2, f3 is a move that white would very much like to make anyway. So, yeah, like rook g5, f3 seems to me like we've improved white's position a little bit. So, yeah, I'm not a huge fan of that. But I am a fan of the idea of playing rook h5 first. And then, I mean, g3 is ugly. And if you play h3, here already I can maybe consider going rook g5. And if you play f3, I will have at least knight h5, knight g3. Having provoked h2, h3, we definitely get more squares.
Exactly.
More squares to try and create some kind of an initiative on the king side.
Created the pawn.
There is also, you can just play positionally as well. You can probably, once again, kind of depending on whether we're blundering, instead of rook h5. Bishop a5, knight b6 still remains something, but like just playing knight e4 and playing positionally here is not really all.
There you have a very nice example of Levon's fashion.
Yeah, sartorial icon of the chess world for sure.
Exactly. We're waiting for him to have his own line of clothes before too long. Very, very colorful. We love you, Levon. Knight e4 also looks like just a nice.
And MVL goes
move.
for a move we did not consider, but which kind of
C5.
it's a nod towards the bishop a5, knight b6 ideas. I think now we no
just
longer
protecting
really have
b6.
well, also attacking the knight on d4, asking White
Clear.
the question of whether you want to play knight f3 or whether you want to do something else.
If you don't mind me, that does beg the question of this. I mean, if you're going to put the queen on e2, and if you put, you kind of think that maybe the bishop would be better.
e5 is a threat, though.
Yeah, exactly. You sit there and say, well, I should just start with queen e2, more or
But
less
then
like
after
the
knight
game.
e4, maybe it gets
Then
awkward,
I have to
right?
Then I have to do this one. I
Yeah,
don't go.
bishop e2 probably he just didn't very much
Expect
didn't
that the
like all
bishop
that
would
much.
be-
Yeah, and you have to. I mean, knight c5 here might already be quite like you might have to
Problematic. as
resign
far as-
yourself to defending some slightly awkward endgames. Yeah, like it looks like I might be just winning the pawn on b3 next move, at least in some cases.
Right.
So yeah, I can
Okay,
understand why bishop
okay.
d2 happened.
But we do, in the game, we do have the position after bishop c5, excuse me.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if
excuse
after bishop c5, I think to me that option would be quite attractive. I would like to calculate bishop a5. I suspect it's a bailout, but if it actually gives me a solid bailout, and then now after knight b6 anyway. We still have rook g5 and rook h5. Right? Nothing changed.
Right.
I thought maybe something changed with the inclusion of queen e2, bishop c5, but I still don't see it. Because I would like to trade something. Like, despite being a healthy pawn up, my instincts.
Let's go back to that
Yeah, sure.
position after rook to h5. Can I continue with f4 maybe?
Yeah, that's maybe a good move. Yeah.
My idea is that if you do go to e8, I have this idea of knight d7.
This is clever. Yeah, this is
Now
very
that the rook
clever.
is on h5.
Using the fact that the rook on h5 is kind of vulnerable. Yeah, this is clever.
Nice.
And if you do go to d8, maybe I can just retreat, knight to c4, and go to e5,
Go to
and then
E5
it feels
and,
like
yeah.
that rook on h5 is a bit feeble in
Yeah,
the
absolutely. And he goes knight a5, which is a move we did not consider, but
Knight a5.
yeah, knight a5, protecting the knight on d4, attacking the bishop on b7, kind of a logical move if you think about it. We're obviously misplacing that piece a little bit, but
Aren't we doing the same for ourselves, though?
no,
Knight on a5.
That's the one I meant.
Oh, that's not the bishop
No,
on
not
a8.
the bishop. No. I meant the knight. But I guess his plan is just to play rook c1 here and claim that.
speed,
C1.
right? I have some speed right now. Queen to d7 maybe?
Rook a c4, and
Now things are coordinating at last.
Claim that I've improved at least some things in my position.
Well, the
I'm
double
creating-
rooks.
Yeah, I'm creating some ideas.
This is looking good for white.
Okay, the double rooks at least. Anything? I was thinking that maybe we could also, if we include the move rook h5, h3, we could maybe, I don't know, put the bishop on a little
Maybe
slightly
including
better.
rook h5 does make some sense. It's interesting that my biases are so
I really
clearly
wanna take on
pronounced
G2.
here because in my mind I'm fighting for equality here with white, which I think is just completely unreasonable, and white probably is under no threat whatsoever if you ask the machine, I suspect. But
Right. Let's ask the machine in this case, Christian. What does the
second?
machine tell us about
Yes,
Levon?
absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah,
white
why does
is
it do
doing
better?
just fine. Plus 0.3. Okay, not a significant advantage. Black definitely has enough compensation, but white is still on top. So what was the move that you guys recommending? Bishop to a8, already problematic after rook to c4.
Rook c4 is even
In fact,
stronger than
not
rook c1, yeah.
Rook to c1. This is good as well, nevertheless. The same idea. Rook to c1, rook to c4, double up on the c file. That's
Right.
going to create some serious tension on the bishop on c5. So you cannot afford to lose that tempi. Rook to h5 was the other move that you guys were mentioning. After h3, it does seem like white is actually building up a significant advantage. This rook on h5 is actually not
so
that
good.
well placed.
Yeah.
If you do go bishop to a8 right now, once again, rook to c4. This is the big problem. Queen to
and
c7,
I think MVL's decision
not
is
great.
also a very good indication of where he
What did he
thinks.
play?
He played knight e4. He just said, okay, the bishop on
Good
b7
move.
is important, but
Good move.
I need to I need to play concretely. And
Yeah.
it's an admission that white is doing fine, because obviously if you have to part with your bishop pair,
Exactly.
you're really no longer playing for a win, you're just playing to equalize. But probably you do equalize, though.
Great move.
Okay, knight to, oh, sorry, this is the wrong position. This is knight a5, knight e4. Phew. Intriguing.
It is very intriguing here, yeah. The issue is that with a knight on e4, if we take on b7, black will just be threatening to take on d4 and win the pawn on b3 in every single position. So your situation is a bit awkward. So I'm wondering if we can still play maybe
Rook c4,
rook c1, rook c4, rook c1.
No, but rook c4,
right now.
bishop a6.
Yeah, this
That's
is the
the problem.
point. Yeah, this is why we kept the bishop on b7, I guess. Can we play rook c1 in the current position without trading on b7?
Let's see.
Rook c1.
I mean, I assume it's playable, but I don't know if it's any good. Knight d2 and e6, e5 is kind of worrying me a little bit. Honestly, I just blundered it. Maybe b3, b4 will bail me out. But I just straight up blundered that, so.
Right. I think it actually probably does bail you out.
Bishop takes b4 actually is. I mean, we don't need to go too far into the weeds. Yeah,
And in fact, rook to c1 is, according to the engine, at least the best move in the position.
Whoa, okay, that's actually quite surprising, because it it started looking to me like it's just a blunder.
No, it's good.
Just to clear my cobwebs once more, knight takes b7, queen takes b7, knight f3. Give me the knight on e4. If you take on d2, which
this is.
I assume I'm marginally better with white.
Just not maybe not even that marginally, because attacking the pawn on b3 is not fair. I'm assuming we're not taking on d2.
You are actually. Yeah.
We are?
You do take on d2 and
What?
rook to d8. Not right now. Not rook to d. Rook takes d2. Rook to d8 right now.
Rook to d8 immediately.
No, you take on d2. You do take on d2 first,
Okay.
and then rook to d8.
Rook c d8, I assume. Yeah.
Rook cd8. Yes.
And I guess I do something. You
You're
mean
just
queen
claiming
b4?
that you have enough compensation.
Queen b4 is very awkward, I think, yeah.
That's annoying. Sorry.
Yeah.
I have missed queen b4 when I went into this whole line. Okay, so looks like a draw.
Well, rook to c1 still puts a lot of pressure
sorry.
on black. It's not as easy to simplify the position. If you do go for that line that Peter recommended, knight takes d2 and e5, it does seem that after knight takes b7, it's actually white who is starting to build up a significant advantage.
Rook to
Yeah,
c1.
I'm still not sure
C1,
why that is.
Take, queen takes.
Exactly. And this is the key move. After e5, take on b7, queen takes b7. The key move is queen to c2.
Oh,
Good grief.
disgusting.
Queen to c2. If you take on d4, I just simply take back on d4, and then I'm going to recapture. Rook to c4 is also coming if I have to reinforce that control over the
capture,
c file.
right.
I'm just simply going to be a pawn up.
Queen c2.
Disgusting.
That is really disgusting.
Disgusting.
Breaking the pin, Peter. My new book, Breaking the Pin.
That's basic stuff, guys. Come
Basic
on.
stuff. Thank you very
Yeah.
much for the basics.
Winning by unpinning.
Winning by unpinning.
He played bishop e1, by the way.
Bishop e1. My goodness, Levon, from the mind of Levon. Who would have
That's one of
thought?
those moves that my coach would tell me, ugly moves are not good moves. But the more you look at it, you start understanding that f3 followed by
Yes.
bishop to g3 is coming. So it's not as ugly as it first looks firsthand.
It looks ugly.
But-
Let me just
yeah,
boldly state that
It
looks
doesn't look
ugly.
great. Yeah, it doesn't look great.
Wow. Okay. Let's just go around the horn a little bit more here. And by the way, are we inviting our audience? Yes, we are. We always like your feedback. Tell us what we're doing right, what you like, and we're ready to answer all questions. What do you think, Peter?
All questions is a very bold statement, but we're ready to answer some questions.
Well, one after the other.
Some questions for sure.
So by all means, do let us know what you would like to ask of our staff here. Fabi, let's just jump to Fabi's game. The one with Sam Shankland. Some
it's a
progress
weird
made.
one. It's a weird one because I've been trying to figure out if I actually like the counterplay that Sam has on the king side enough to maybe adjust my assessment, but maybe it's just not going anywhere because he's sort of fully extended now. He's got g5, king g6, and h5, all of those moves in. But g5, g4 doesn't really do very much. The knight is 2 moves away from landing on c5. He does go g4.
Why?
It's very logical.
Why
Hang on a
does he do
second.
much?
He wants to play rook f2, right?
What?
So if we
That's
take
an option
twice,
at some point,
if we
yes.
take twice, he wants to maybe take on e5, and then go either the immediate rook f2 or take on e3 and rook f2. Maybe d5, d4 first is also a move. d5, d4 is actually pretty good instead of all this, because here you have
D5, D4.
d5,
in this
d4
moment.
actually captures the bishop.
And there's an even better move.
Ooh.
Except knight to e5, rook to f4.
Whoa, that is very
Say
good.
what?
Rook
Rook
to
f4 here. Rook f4 kind of ends the game, yeah. Because
Oh
bishop
my.
f4, bishop f4, we win the full rook with bishop d4, bishop b2.
Fabi's in trouble right now, guys.
Wow.
After g4.
Yeah.
He was too flippant about this G5, G4. He didn't fully. I mean, he was moving his knight around, right? I mean, his knight came from G4, so he spent like 1, 2, 3 moves, and by that time, Sam said, "Let me pry open the king side." This is impressive, Cristian.
And by the way to get out of this mess, or at least try to get out, is not human-like. Because check this out. After g4, take on g4, take on g4, f4 is the best move in the position. Just simply giving up a pawn. After rook takes f4, knight to b3, defending the pawn on d4. And without a white pawn on g4, the rook cannot go to g4. So it's worse to take on g4 and be a pawn up than to just simply give up a pawn for free with f4. A human will never make this move.
Well,
I can
I
guarantee
think
you.
I think you can get there simply by process of elimination, as usual.
Everything else loses.
Yes.
I think this is how people generally. And something really weird happened in Levon's game. Whoa,
What? In Levon's game as well?
whoa! Because for a second there, I thought, okay, there's a knight unprise on e4, but queen takes e4, rook g5, I guess. Or
Is
maybe-
that so clear?
Or maybe even rook h5.
Rook h5 maybe is a little bit more.
On point.
Yeah.
Rook g5
that's-
also doesn't look half bad if I have to.
You have to say.
Yeah. D5,
Okay, yeah,
D5,
no,
D5.
the e4 knight is definitely not hanging. Back to, pardon me, to the game of Fabi, because I didn't think we really fully went through those lines that you were about to show us, Cristian. So you were saying you take
HG,
once,
and f4, yeah.
which is good.
Yeah, we need to keep the king side as closed as possible to have time to play knight b3, knight c5, and seal off.
But this
seal
is
off
also
everything else.
psychologically so difficult to do.
It is
yeah?
difficult, but
You're just a pawn down right now.
if everything else loses, you might still play this.
You might have to,
Yeah,
yes.
because you just realize that everything else is just so much worse. But yeah, none of this is easy, of course. It's not a comfortable decision.
The problem is you see f takes g4, and you might also spot the move knight takes e5, which is problematic as well.
Right.
So perhaps for that reason, you will be drawn to the move f4 in the end.
But yeah, but just playing f4, knowing that it will get captured and you can't.
It's difficult.
Yeah, it's a
difficult.
difficult choice. Yeah, my question is, and knight b3 here. Yeah, just trying to stabilize, trying to put the knight on c5, and then we play
Yeah.
a position where the extra pawn is on b7,
Which isn't the greatest extra pawn you've ever had.
It really isn't the most impressive extra pawn in the world. So
But
maybe we survive.
But the HG f4 knight b3, if he finds it, it's a great bailout.
It is a very, very difficult sequence, but he might. I mean, this is Fabi, and
Exactly,
he is
he
very, very
calculates.
good at understanding what needs to be done.
Yeah.
And doing it despite it, maybe looking just very, very unattractive.
This is a position that Shankland's coach would probably include in some of his books. A-guard. This type of g4, you take on g4 and then you play f4 and somehow you equalize the position. Very
I
intriguing
want to start, like, it's still fine. Yeah, I was going to say, is Levon after all much better in his game against MVL? But yeah, rook c4 is a clever move, because now the queen I assume has to go somewhere. Let's say b8, and we can take on c8 and take on e4. And now rook h5 attacks nothing.
Right.
But rook g5 still works, right?
Rook g5 still works.
Weirdly, rook g5 still works. We don't need to, like, those two pieces are enough. This is our counterplay, and you can't really take it away. Interesting.
Truly.
So he's choosing a square. He can, provided he has rook g5 at the end, he can choose pretty much any square. And you can make an argument for queen d7, exactly. just to sidestep any potential pitfalls of placing that queen on the dark square, because
Right.
we own the light squares as black in this position.
I assume once again that having placed the bishop on e1,
Yeah, we
that
go
F2,
F3. Yeah.
F3.
We go F3 somewhere.
Yeah, and make sure that we get out. Sorry, I wanted to go to the game of Jeffrey Xiong for a moment, because once again, that was a game that just went from opening to endgame very, very quickly, and
yeah, Jan has a couple of opportunities already just to make an immediate draw, but he's continuing to play on, hoping perhaps that his outside passer might give him a winning chance somewhere along the way. But it doesn't really feel like that, because it's very, very well blocked on before we play. I mean, knight d4 is probably a very comfortable draw. Bishop c4 followed by knight d4 should be a very comfortable draw.
right.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is really winning this position. Knight d4, knight c3 on the board, as you can
But
see.
is anybody
yeah.
trying? Bishop f5?
Well, Jan clearly is trying, because I think he's already refused a couple of opportunities to trade knights and just kind of shake hands. So
something like
simply by the process of deduction or going through the
yeah,
moves,
you don't go for bishops of opposite color.
Guys,
Yes.
can we go to the Nakamura game?
Absolutely.
I'm not 100% sure what I'm seeing, but after knight to e7, can I just pick up the e5 pawn?
Yeah, I think he wants to take, maybe play queen d5 or something. But yeah, I'm not sure
And he
why.
thinks that's enough compensation?
No.
I mean, just give up the central pawn like that?
I think you probably kind of
Also,
maybe
queen to
you
d5,
don't
maybe I
get
can
mated
go
because
f6 at
f6
some
rook e8 I think is the plan. I would assume.
So
I think it's an indication that he really disliked his position. I think this is what happened there. Knight e7. I mean, it's clearly not a blunder. You can't really blunder a central pawn like this. If you're Hikaru, we're pretty sure he knows he left it unpraised. So I think it's a very clear indication. It's a very clear indication that he was not enjoying how the game was going, and he felt that.
There's Hikaru.
Yeah.
Knight takes e5 is not yet on the board.
No, you have other options. You can maybe start with bishop a3. You can.
bishop a3.
Yeah, I mean, the knight on c5 is clearly the best piece
Agreed.
black has.
Absolutely.
So trading it off is, I think,
Sensible.
generally very much in white's favor. But in order to do that, you have to,
I see a pawn
forego
off
winning
the
a
board.
central
I
pawn.
think knight takes e5 is on the board.
Yeah, but after all, it is a very healthy central pawn. So why wouldn't we?
So perhaps this is what he missed. After queen to d5, it does seem like rook to e8 is actually a pretty significant threat. Because the
Knight
pawn
c4,
on d3 is kind of feeble, sensible in the position. Bishop to a3.
Even here.
This might actually be a big problem.
And we have queen e8 in the end or something. Yeah, rook e8.
Perhaps I can just simply take on c5.
Yeah, but then rook takes c5, and maybe I will make a draw.
Make a draw like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a very, very miserable draw, but maybe I do make it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to enjoy a single moment of it, though. Like, take on e5, take on f8, play queen f3.
Queen f3,
Exactly.
yes.
It's just so miserable, actually.
Yeah, I
don't
wouldn't
know.
recommend it.
Yeah, I don't know why I'm suggesting this is playable.
No,
It
that's
might not be lost already, but it's definitely,
White for
in the
sure.
vicinity. In
Right.
the vicinity.
Well, let's see. They're going straight into that line. Knight takes f5, e takes f5 is on the board.
Okay, it's on the board.
What else is? But if you don't play queen d5, like the
Why did we
previous
do
play
this?
just makes no sense whatsoever.
He's
because,
going for it.
Yeah.
He might have missed bishop to a3. Simple as that. And in fact, the engine is saying that after queen to d5, if you don't play the move bishop to a3, black just simply equalized.
Okay. So it's this much of a difference between
Bishop to a3 is +3.
What?
Bishop to a3 is completely over, by the way, according to the engine.
Nice
according to the
According
engine.
to the engine.
According to the engine.
Of course, not for humans. For humans, it's far from over.
Nice judgment on that ending, Peter.
+3 is.
Plus
Objectively, right now, Hikaru is dead lost.
Wow.
That's
Wow.
That's
And
nice.
by the way, Fabiano seems to be on a 9-minute think after the move g4. F takes g4.
he
was
took
played.
FG, HG, and now
No, he took with the f pawn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
That's a problem.
FG, HG, and now he no longer has
more
the
F4.
blockading idea of
F4.
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 And GH is just such a massive positional threat.
Down to his last 2 minutes, guys. This is not good news.
No,
Not at
no.
all. Whoa, 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 whoa. That would be quite a blow to his sails, losing with white in
With the
round
white
one.
pieces.
Oof, 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 oof.
Yeah, continuing. Yeah, this is a topic, we'll have 2 weeks of potentially talking about this, but you guys are sort of closer, and the club is famous for having Fabi close to its heart.
Right, absolutely.
Do you have any lukewarm takes on the subject of his form? Like, what's happening?
Yeah, it's kind of depressing, actually, to kind of watch him kind of sink from clearly the #2 player in the world from the 2018 World Championship match to, struggling to, just stay in the top 10. And it's, it's very disheartening.
I agree with all of those adjectives. And yeah, covering the Olympiad in Chennai was just at times hard to watch him, struggle with himself more than anything else. I think he is just kind of struggling to, recapture some of the confidence that he's had over the years. But yeah,
exactly.
Clearly not himself. And the question that people are sort of trying to figure out is sort of what is causing this. It's not the what we're watching. We kind of know what we're watching right now. We're just trying to figure out why we're watching it. There are some ideas on that topic. But once again,
he was #2 in the world for so many years. He was established as the second best player after Magnus Carlsen, and it felt like maybe there was a sense of complacency in his play. The problem is, once you go that route, you only need a couple of bad results, and then your confidence is going to get shattered. And we've seen that at the candidates, immediately following it up with the Olympiad, which was just simply horrendous.
Yeah.
Yeah, the thing with that statement is, complacency is just not the word I associate with anything, with anything to do with Fabi's chess. I think, he's generally is one of the least complacent players in the game. But yeah, it's just hard to, without being a Fabian, sort of knowing what's happening inside, it's just so difficult to judge. But he's clearly nowhere near his general level of play. It's just very, very obvious.
Well, you know it yourself, Peter. I mean, you've gone through the ebbs and flows, the ups and downs, and you've been, there were times in your career when you just felt like everything's going your way, and there's other times you're just saying, you're shaking your head wondering what's wrong.
Yeah, you never exactly know. Yeah, I mean, the one guess that people have, the obvious surface explanation that people have offered, but once again without the knowledge of how things are really are inside his mind, it's impossible to judge. Would be that perhaps he really did not believe at all the idea that Magnus might not play. And it all stems from that second half of the candidates, where he felt that playing for second gives him nothing.
Right.
So he absolutely must go absolutely all in the second half, because only the first place matters.
Exactly.
And you have to assume that the way he played in the first half, if he wanted to coast and get the second, he would have gotten the second.
He could have achieved that if that had been his goal.
He's sort of easily good enough to coast and control the controllables. And I mean, nothing is ever guaranteed.
And
but you would have assumed he would have managed.
Young, 30 years old, by the way. I mean, again, he's still in his prime. Universal rating system of 2787. Again, a top player, but just having difficulties.
Yes, absolutely, and not playing anywhere near his best.
We do have 2 moves on the board. Rook H8, and by the way, after the move Rook A8, I was about to ask you what would be your approach here as black when Rook H8 came, and immediately it was almost like Fabi expected that move.
Rook H8 is a logical move.
Rook B3.
We just played King H1, so we're sort of inviting a Rook H8 or Rook H7.
Exactly.
It's still a horrible position to look at, but maybe Rook B3 is a clever idea. And once again, Fabi is one of the most tenacious defenders in world chess right now. So he is doing the right thing. He's preparing for, let's say, knight f5 here, because if black goes knight f5, we can take. We can, for instance, play bishop g1.
King to g7 was played.
Yeah, bishop g1 and control the h3 h3 pawn this way.
unexpected.
Yeah, king g7 is a weird one. I don't quite know what that.
King g7 on
Maybe
the
he
board?
is. Maybe he is opening up the g6 square to play knight g6 instead of knight f5, not to allow white any
I think
trades
rook d3,
whatsoever.
yeah,
yeah.
rook d3 is on the board.
Yeah, rook g3, knight g6, and then we have to make some very uncomfortable choices once again. We might have to play king
Rook?
h2.
Why did we need rook t3?
To defend the pawn on d4, I guess.
Just to sort of.
I kind of
Also knight b3, knight
yeah,
c5.
I think we're still dreaming of knight b3, knight c5.
Okay,
I think this is the
I
bigger.
can go with that dream. I can get behind that dream. If we can shut out that bishop, that would be a dream come true, actually.
Absolutely, yeah.
So, and pardon me, you wanted to suggest knight g6?
I think maybe we actually. Do we just give it up? No, it looks horrible. Because king h2 doesn't, like, king h2 provokes so many things. Like gh, knight e5, or the immediate knight e5, or knight f4 here looks very strong as well. Like, all of these things look frightening.
Wait, but why is this a problem? I take on e5?
Yeah, that may be bishop a7, or maybe even bishop d4, yeah. Moves exist, yeah, for sure. We don't have to.
So what happens there?
Knight e5, we can take on a7.
Take on
maybe.
a7, bishop to d4, maybe?
Yeah, and take on e6, maybe even be greedy. Yeah,
Oh
like,
yeah, I like that move.
Like knight d3,
I
rook
like that
e6, because
That's greedy.
There
I
are
like
there are no immediate threats, and we want to bring the bishop back to d4, and we're controlling the f2 square.
move. Maybe you can play c5 and claim that you have rook to f2 coming in that position.
But
But
rook
yeah,
d-
we're getting way too far.
Okay, so
in
sorry,
advance,
just so rook d, king g7, vacating the square g6. But I kind of liked your idea of using the f5 square. Actually, I didn't.
That I think
Think
makes
that
I think
we-
that makes life slightly easier actually. If we get to trade on f5, we play bishop g1. I would assume we cover most things, and we're by that point really one move away from completely stabilizing the knight b3.
The best move in the position, according to the entrance, is actually a very funny one. King to g8.
Get out.
Yeah.
King g7, rook d3, king g8. So that you play the move rook to g7 later on. He took on
this
h3,
is
by
this
the
is
way.
not happening. Yeah, let's
King
just.
g8.
Very funny
By
move.
the way, I am being told that Jeffrey's game, not surprisingly,
that will be a
against
draw.
Jan, is heading toward a quick draw, as we've got.
Yeah,
Yeah.
That one is not long for this world.
Right.
G4 it takes king f5.
And by the way, guys,
everything comes
Hikaru
up.
is strategically done.
Done?
Done.
Like, it's.
Yeah, this is Hikaru has.
Sorry.
Hikaru managed to. That's next round.
He got his pawn back.
Yeah, he got his pawn back, but the e file is gone, and
Well, it's
The knight on
the
C4.
light squares versus the dark squares, and it's not much of a contest. The light squares are winning this one. This knight on c4 is marvelous, whereas this bishop is just simply a big
and there are also
defender.
tactical issues because.
Queen to f3 is coming.
Yeah, like
yes.
you would like to play king f7 to at least control some squares, because I think rook e6 currently is the biggest threat white has. But if he played queen f5, he clearly didn't like any of those other options. But yeah, he is.
So what if I just simply go rook to e6 now?
Rook e6, I guess you have to play rook b8 and you ask,
Just defend like this passively,
yeah,
yeah.
I mean, I'm not
No other
suggesting
options.
this is good.
No other options, yeah.
I'm just making move by move here. And,
Right.
Yeah.
And the first result of our tournament is a draw, as the game never really got off. In fact, this is what Jan did so well in the candidates, was neutralizing everybody with black, and when they got frisky, he won.
Yes.
By the way, guys, Firouzja is also starting to put some pressure on Mamedyarov in that endgame. He completely outplayed
We
him.
thought that Firouzja was actually in trouble.
Exactly. He outplayed him in the endgame.
This was where the queen went to d7. We left it around these parts.
Yeah.
And
this is always the danger that if you allow white to assume this much control in the center, f3 and d4 is a very useful kind of a
phalanx
barrier
of,
against
pawns, yeah.
And yeah,
And,
suddenly it's very enjoyable because black hasn't really achieved much on the queen side just yet, and this rook on g6 is massive. It's providing us with a lot of potential threats, and maybe even f4 e5 is a threat right now. Like I don't particularly like moving them away from the light squares because it will limit my own bishop. But on the other hand, pushing them towards queening cannot be such a horrible idea.
Pusher, baby. By the way, no, that rook on g6 is doing a great job,
Yes.
as you say. I mean, controlling the 6th rank, hitting the pawn on g7. And
Rook h6 is, I think, an indication of what Shah thinks about his position. Also, it's a very cute little tactical idea, because rook 7, knight f5, I guess, is what the point is. Yeah?
Exactly. And
Which
g3 is hanging.
Does this work? Knight h3?
I was just going to say,
Knight h3 or knight f7? Yeah, he's got knight h3, yeah.
rook h and knight h3.
Yeah, using the fact that the rook on h6 is hanging. Jan, can you please move your head away from the shot?
Exactly. Nepo.
Jan?
Jan.
have to
There is a
admire
knight
this
takes
beautiful
c3
haircut.
check here.
Yes, but we take with the bishop and g7 is protected. The fun continues because
my
we can
goodness.
actually take and take
Rook
on
to
g7.
g6.
Yeah, rook g6. Yeah, the game continues, but I
It
assume white is
flares
better.
anew. Yeah,
Yeah.
again with the two
Bishop
bishops,
b2.
two pieces versus just the rook. Now knight takes g7, bishop h6, knight c3, not doable.
No.
This is a key moment right
40
here.
seconds for Mamedyarov, 50 seconds for Firouzja right now.
Yeah, we should probably stick with this one because I've taken a look at the rest of the boards and I think this is the one that we want to watch.
Fabi's position, just quickly, what did you think?
Fabi I think stabilized quite significantly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Hikaru is just suffering.
Yeah, Hikaru's position is not going to change dramatically anytime soon. He's going to be worse, but not lost. Like this kind
Rook
of an equilibrium.
F6.
Now he can actually be quite significantly worse, if not completely lost on the spot.
Rook f6,
Okay,
rook g5.
There's
There's some tactics there.
Now we come
yeah,
back.
but
we
this
just-
one is sharper and
Yeah.
kind of more fun. So let's maybe stick with this one.
Well, we clipped, Firouzja's super happy. He just clipped a very nice pawn. His knight is about to land on the f4 square, and then it's
Shah
just...
played b5 before, which is a very clever idea because the knight on f5 is very precariously placed, and he's trying to win the d4 square for it.
But what if I just go rook to c1 now?
Yeah.
Doesn't that
rook-
defend everything somehow?
I think the plan here. You can just take on c3 in the end. Yeah.
Exactly.
This
and
is
that
annoying,
defends
yeah.
f3, but you can still give me a check.
Yeah,
And if I
rook
go
c1
king f2,
play,
you
yeah.
take on e4, right? But then I take on
But then
c5.
c5 lose. Yeah, I think this probably is very strong. Knight c3, rook c3, knight d4 check. We just go king f2.
Right, and we're giving up the e4
Rook
pawn.
e4.
but I
We take on
heard a-
c5 with something. I'm guessing the g rook probably.
and
can
We
also-
can also throw in knight f4. Yeah, I don't know if it
Either way.
Oh, this
might
is
even
looking
be
great.
stronger without
15
rook c5. Yeah.
seconds.
This is looking great for white.
Yeah.
But this looks like Firouzja all the way. Rook c1 on the board.
5 seconds for Shankland. He has to make a move.
Oh, 3.
Make a move.
Yeah, he goes a5.
A5.
But this gives white time to play, for instance, knight f4 or king f2, just driving the knight away from.
I love knight f4, bringing
Yeah.
that knight back into
Yeah, king f2, knight d6
civilization.
is awkward. Just play knight f4.
Yeah.
Although, having said that, like actually, there's so much
have some
value in
knight
driving the
h3
knight away
ideas,
from
right?
f5. That. Yeah, he goes
Yeah,
knight
knight to
f4.
f4.
He goes knight f4.
But now you
takes
take, and then there's knight g3 at the end.
Yeah, but we're still winning that rook ending, I think, very,
Absolutely.
very comfortably. So we don't even have to worry. Yeah, bishop c3, knight g3 played.
Can I play king e3?
Yeah, king e3 might be winning, but I think even if we just take on g3 and go, I don't know, rook g6 check or something, I think we're just winning. And then bishop e1.
King e3, knight f5 is a problem.
Yeah, just go bishop e1, and that knight on a4 is completely. Yeah, just take.
You mentioned
you
the
probably-
f3
you
and
probably-
e4 pawns.
You probably throw. Yeah, I think if you do this, the bishop will be stronger than the knight. But the rook ending was also very, very poor. Yeah, even the immediate bishop e1 is quite strong now.
Still 5 seconds for Alireza right now.
Yeah, just go to bishop e1. But yeah, 5 seconds is plenty for Alireza. Alireza is the child of the modern age. He knows. Yeah, rook f6, rook g5. He just starts collecting. This position just falls apart. Rook f8 is a clever little idea there by Shah because f3 is really the only legitimate target you can play against. And it was probably actually missed by Alireza.
I think he missed it.
Yeah. And there is no sort of immediate comfortable way of dealing with it. Yeah.
Rather awkward move.
Very nicely done by Alireza because we keep on talking about this. Accepting your mistakes and just saying, yeah, rook g5
Yeah,
was.
I messed
yeah,
it.
This is my best move. I'm going to make it despite it looking like an admission of guilt, so to speak. It's a very good skill. It's realizing you've made a mistake, owning it, and just playing objectively is Not easy, but good, yeah.
Yeah, I've always found that to be one of the most difficult things after spending a long time over a decision.
Alireza keeps collecting.
Discovering it was a weak decision and then, owning it, as you say.
Yeah.
Bishop takes a5. He's
He's
trying
not
to join
shying
the
away
pawn
from picking up
grubbers.
the pawns.
He's joining the pawn grubbers club.
I think Hikaru will get away with it, by the way.
No,
Yes.
really?
Hikaru is getting away with it.
I just have to flash and take a quick look at that one because he looked like he was being dominated.
Yeah, specifically move 37, there was a killing blow there after rook e6, king f7, which...
Right here?
Instead of 96
With a
checking.
knight on c4.
Yeah, rook takes b6, I assume, just winning here.
Game over.
Yeah, rook b6, rook
Yikes.
e8. I guess rook e8, he got worried about rook e8, rook b7, king f8 or something, but there's really not there. Yeah, I can see why you would feel slightly awkward about this, right? Like,
Just a bit awkward. The problem is that you get your queen to f3 quite quickly.
yeah,
King to
king g2, queen f, yeah,
queen
and,
f3.
and queen d5, rook c7.
It wasn't what he did, though.
Yeah, but yeah, we're still watching the Shahryar game, but that's what we were kind of afraid of for Shahryar. Now just rook cc5 and rook takes h5
You
is
don't
just
even
going
have
to be,
to.
or gc5, doesn't matter what you do. Yeah, king e3 here, just completely winning king rook ending.
We do these
Shahryar
pawns
is not
on
happy.
Yeah,
f3 and e4.
why would he be? What?
What?
By the way,
Hikaru did something. Hikaru did something very, very strange.
Hikaru, I think he's lost again, unfortunately.
Yeah, Hikaru did something very, very odd there. I don't really understand.
King went to h6? Oh my
He
goodness.
decided not to liquidate into a rook ending, which didn't really look all that bad, and just kind of kept.
So he
kept
could have
pieces on the
traded
board.
queens, and Shaq as lost as Firouzja just collected all the pawns.
Yeah.
Let's go to
essentially.
Hikaru game, guys.
Right.
Because that one is really heating up right now.
Yeah.
And they're both under 30 seconds.
Well, I mean, there's nothing to say. White has the attack and the material.
Looks like White should be in full control here. If nothing.
So what if I just simply repeat rook to d7?
Yeah, rook to d7, you'll have to play. I mean, you can play queen g4, I guess. So he includes queen e3, queen e4, which I think makes sense. The king goes to h6, and now he has to. I mean, you still have to kind of pay attention to rook c1 threats, right? So
queen to f4 is going to be met by king to g6.
Why
only
didn't he
move.
play rook to d5? Peter?
I don't know. Yeah.
Rook to d5.
what
Queen
does
h6.
So
it
what if I
doesn't
go
attack
queen
h5.
f4,
Yeah,
queen
g5
g6,
is-
rook d5?
Yeah, I think he thought he was just winning here with queen f4, and then he realized, yeah,
Oh,
okay,
oh.
okay. He hasn't released, so he can still, 10 seconds though, yeah. Okay, this is...
But you have rook to d5, no? Queen to
well,
f3
so
first.
he's gone to offer that queen trade again, which now Hikaru absolutely has to accept,
then,
because
yeah.
otherwise he
Queen h5
resigns.
is check.
Well, okay, rook c1, but yeah, this is actually a better...
By the way, I'm
I
not a
take
big
the
fan of
b6
what he
pawn.
did.
Take on d1 and rook d6 take b6.
Rook a1, a4 though.
Rook a1, a4.
Yeah, I
Is
think
this
I think
that
we go
easy?
king, I think we go king f3, e4, and then we go with the king towards the c6 square, and that wins, I assume.
So we go king e3, rook f4, and
King
somehow
just king e4, rook f2, king d5. I'm not stopping
just
for anything.
straight.
Yeah. You know,
Express to the c6
Yeah.
square.
Yeah, I think king takes b6. Once king takes b6 appears on the
There's
board,
nothing to discuss.
the game ends. Yeah, I don't spend a tempo on king e3 even here. I don't care.
So king e4, rook f2, king d5. Let's go. Rook
Yeah, I don't know why
b6.
we're doing this. I don't. I mean, he might still win, but I don't agree with this. I think we can very safely abandon our entire king side once he does it this way. But rook a2 still exists. I'm not sure why this is stronger than what I was suggesting. I really
Rook
just
a2,
like
rook d4.
Yeah.
I think we're back to where we should
We're back
be.
to that. Yeah, but why did we give king g6? To
Exactly,
Like,
an extra tempo.
yeah, I think
Maybe
we're-
with the king on g6, you don't get to play g5.
maybe,
That
yes, but
Justifying the extra tempo. by
yeah,
giving-
I think we're trying to.
Give
I think
Lenier
rook f2,
the
rook
benefit
b6,
of
rook
the
a2
doubt.
is the best choice. Yeah, he goes rook a2 first.
Wow.
Okay, so it just goes d3, d4 here. Probably also very safely winning because the two passers are going to be way too strong.
I
Like rook
think-
a2, rook a1 even interesting because
Rook a1,
rook
a
a6, king d5, b6. It's just going to be winning. Yeah, it's very hard to imagine how this is not winning for
white.
Lenier. Yeah.
King d5.
But one thing you cannot do, you cannot count Hikaru out. He's
Yeah.
so tricky in this type of situation.
Yeah, for sure.
Only 25 seconds left for Lenier and still a technical task ahead of himself.
Well, how technical is it? King d5 and king c6 will protect the b pawn.
Yeah, king d5, and then we can actually trade the b pawn for the a pawn, go king c6, d5, d6. We're winning even that endgame quite comfortably, in particular if we take the a pawn on a2, so that f2 is not even going to hang.
Precisely.
So this is why I like king d5 right now. Just go king d5.
By the way,
Exactly.
just to give you an update, Fabiano right now is better.
Yeah, Fabi is better.
No.
Yeah, Fabi is better. We go king f5. We don't even go a2. I think a2 is making white's task
Helpful.
simpler.
Well,
I think-
he's
yeah, I think-
allowed b7.
Yeah, I
rook
think b7 just wins. Yeah, b7. We take on a2. Rook takes b7. We go king c6.
Exactly. And he's going for
And
it.
the d pawn is going to start running,
Yeah.
and we're, this is a version of this endgame which should be kind of comfortably winning in
just
my eyes.
Yeah, well, just as you pointed out, the rook on a2 is doing a fantastic job,
Yeah.
just covering the one weakness in the position, the f2, and the king is escorting the pawn. This is easy.
Yeah, this should
As
be this should
easy
be
as it
trivial.
gets.
In fact, you might even be advised to
You put the rook on e2.
rook b1, rook c2, and then just go d6, d5, d5, d6, d7. Yeah, rook b4. Interesting. Yeah, he wants to give a check, but this king f5 even.
But now you can go rook e2.
Yeah, or even d6 for now.
D6?
Rook c4, king d5, and then we'll play rook e2 next move. Yeah, it seems to be just completely winning now. There is a number of very, very comfortable options that should end the game.
d6 and
Yeah,
rook e2.
Never a
Okay.
mistake. Just going rook e2 here is never going to be a bad
g5
move.
has to be played.
Yeah, g5, but
Try to
d6,
do something.
d7. d6,
So d6, what if you get greedy and try to take the pawn on h4?
But you're not in time, right? Because d6, gh, d7, and then g takes h simply. I'm not even giving up on h4, at least not without a fight.
d7, yeah.
Yeah,
that's-
I just go d7, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even if you win the pawn on h4, I think you lose.
You're
but you don't
completely
e-
lost.
Yeah, but you don't even win it, yeah.
But you don't even give him the opportunity to have
I'm not giving it up so easily, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, rook c4 check, king d5. And then if the rook goes to c1, we go rook d2.
That's
And,
a resignation.
yeah, and that's it.
Let's move to Caruana right now.
Yeah, and
Bravo,
Fabi's game is
bravo.
the last one running, and yeah, there's been significant changes there. Fabi stabilized completely, and now we have sort of exactly the endgame that we were envisaging at one point, where White has this one pawn majority on the king side. The queen side is completely sealed off, and the question is whether White can actually do anything with it, because Black is kind of hamstrung, and I don't think Sam has any real counterplay. But he might have just a knight h6, knight f5 might just be a draw now. 'Cause
Well, the problem is rook to b3, right?
he provoked rook b3.
Rook b3 might be a problem.
Oh yeah, rook b3 needs to be played. Yeah,
I mean, you are giving up the d4 pawn,
but I mean, activating that rook is
That
a massive,
A6
massive
pawn
deal.
and the
yeah.
A pawn is just
I
running
think
after
I think
that.
we always play rook b3 here. I'm surprised it's taking him this long. Honestly, I think, it's what he's been playing towards this entire game.
Agreed.
Also, rook g4 is a draw first. Whoa.
Whoa!
Rook
What?
takes g6.
Bishop g5 check. He wants to play bishop
That's
g5 check here,
okay, but is that-
But is he's winning? I don't think he's winning that.
No, but this is a
King
very
takes
strange
g6.
decision.
This is a very, very shocking decision to my eyes, yeah.
Knight f4 check.
I mean, obviously, knight takes h5 is
You have to
completely
go bishop to
unplayable. You
g5.
maybe lose if you play knight h5, so
Right.
yeah, I don't really
Wait
understand.
a minute, guys.
Wait a
Can
minute,
you
the
go
rook
king
is
f3?
trapped.
Can you
The
go
rook
king
is trapped.
f3?
Knight takes e6.
No, he's gone
No,
bishop
he
g5.
has gone bishop g5, sorry.
Yeah.
I
Knight
was-
h6, king g... I mean, king g4 is also playable. But I think king g6 is safer with the idea of king f7. We go king
Well, I do have
d2.
knight d8.
Yeah, but I think we're happily trading b7 for d4 in that line.
Agreed.
Yeah, that's a very, very strange decision by Fabi. And
He played king e2, by the
yeah,
way?
but the issue is, like, even let's say, I think he does get to stabilize and not lose the d4 pawn. Like king f7, he'll play knight g5, check knight f3, and he will stabilize. But then Black will just blockade on e6. And how do you ever win this?
You don't.
I don't think you do. Yeah, I don't think you
don't.
do. Because the weakness on d4 will always provide Black with enough counterplay. You can even go king h5, king g4 here maybe, just to generate additional awkwardness.
Well, can't I just one day just put my king on d3 and bring my knight?
He's got knight g7, which is also very logical, repositioning it on e6. Yeah.
Solid.
Yeah, also very, very solid. Knight on e6, king to f5.
The more I'm looking, I don't like the decision play rook takes h5.
It's just very strange that he went rook g6, yeah.
Yeah, rook to b3, trading off the d4 pawn for the b7 pawn looks so much better than this.
Yeah. I don't know what would have, provoked this decision. It does not seem right. The issue is you can't even attack the pawn on b7. Like, you need to get to d6, and you don't really have squares that get you to d6. Like, you can play what he's playing, but
Right.
I think, you know, his dream here is like knight b2, a4, b6, c8, d6. He's going now. Yeah, this is the plan now.
Right.
This is the plan now. It goes to a4, it goes to b6, it goes to c8. And then if it lands on b6, it becomes interesting. A little bit interesting again. A little bit. I don't know.
Well, let's take a look
Yeah.
at how it...
Are you in time to get back with the king right now? Or
Yeah,
is that king on g5 already a bit too far?
Yeah, I'm
axe.
wondering.
This is what Peter is recommending, everybody. Knight a4 to b6 to c8 to d6, tying black down. If the knight gets to d6...
You're
the
not
pawn
in
on
time
d7.
actually to defend with the king. So that might be a problem.
And so Cristian is just thinking, like, if you...
We're not fast enough. We're not getting
No,
there in time.
no.
We're not getting there in time.
sorry.
So yeah, this looks like maybe this was.
Sam might have gotten greedy with his king g6, king g5, a bit too active.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get to that position with the knight on d6 and put the knight on d8. Am
So-
I
so
too
we go king
passive,
f7.
or is that enough?
Yeah, he's going towards those types of setups. So like knight b8, knight d8, knight d6, check, king d7. Even this, yeah, exactly as Cristian is suggesting. Even this, because the moment our king
King f4,
starts
knight
running
d6.
up, yeah, knight d6, knight d4 will provide plenty of counterplay. So yeah, just go, yeah, king d7, knight d6, knight d8, or king
this
c7 even. Yeah, even this, yeah, even
He
this.
got with the king on c7. Yeah.
And now the winning plan, if it exists, will be connected with the idea of getting that knight from d6 to f4, shifting the blockading knight from e6, and then hoping to invade with our king. But yeah, it feels like even this is holdable because of just how difficult it will be for Fabi to make any progress while also controlling the d4 square. Yeah, knight
So-
f5.
So somehow he's got to get some kind of a zugzwang where the king will approach the knight on e6.
Yeah, we can start. Yeah, but it just doesn't do anything. We can go king g4, king f3, king g4, king h5, but it just doesn't do very much. Yeah, I think
He's done it another way. He wants to play knight to e2 to
yeah,
f4.
that's what I was suggesting. But I don't think
Okay.
it like. I think once you play knight f4, Black just goes knight g5 and says, yeah.
What's next?
What's next?
All right.
I think this is still a draw with decent defense. Probably.
Okay, so you're saying you pass with it, and he's done
No,
it.
you go knight g5.
Knight g5 now.
Well, actually, knight
g7.
g7 is not bad at all. Yeah, just put it on f5. Remind Fabi that.
Once again, there
Yeah,
is a d pawn on the board.
There is a pawn on d4, which you constantly have to protect. You pretty much never can afford to give it up.
Right.
Yeah, Cristian has ideas about this. No, okay. Cristian has ideas. for
No
this.
ideas about this.
No, he has plenty. But the live action is sort of more important as of
Exactly.
as of
By
right
the way,
now.
the clock's a factor at this moment.
No,
not really,
I don't
not
think so.
really. There's
1
a-
minute and 16 seconds for Sam, 1 minute and 10 seconds. The problem is they gain 10 seconds every time they make a move, and they're making a lot of moves to get to where they want to.
Right.
It's interesting how in the large shot that the live shot we're watching on our
Yes.
screens, how the board just absolutely blends into like the wood is just continuing past the board.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
It just the glare slightly prevents us from seeing the clocks in the
1 minute and 32 seconds for Sam, 1 minute and 10 seconds for Fabiano. But indeed, nothing has changed. It doesn't seem like Fabiano has enough resources to create any sort of imbalances.
Yeah, it's just very difficult to see how you make any progress whatsoever, which is obviously a large problem for Fabi here.
And there you see the
Yeah.
clock time's a little bit more better. A little better without the glare there. 56 seconds.
More clocks.
It
more
almost
better.
feels
better.
like a draw is the fair result in this game.
Sort of, yeah.
Fabiano was better after he managed to put that pawn on a5 in the opening. Then he was much worse. Then he was completely winning, and now it finishes in a draw.
Yeah,
It feels fair.
likely. Yeah, and the game we haven't really announced the end of ended in a draw. The game between Levon and MVL was kind of an intricate battle with the positional pawn sacrifice that MVL offered in the opening, but it did end peacefully.
Nice. That was actually a very keen battle. 2 victories thus far, 2 draws, and This game will determine whether or not we'll have 3 draws.
It's becoming a bit awkward for Sam, because I think, like, if the king gets to g6, maybe it does become very unpleasant, but you should be able to stop it, because for it to get to g6, it kind of needs to pass through the g5 square, which is
kind of
fraught with danger,
right.
Shall we say. But yeah, knight
So
e6.
knight to e6, but okay, what if I give a check? Where do you put the king is the question.
I think f7 is safe enough. Yeah, he's gone knight e2, and here, yeah, the issue is king f7, king f5, knight g7 check kicks the king away. So yeah, I don't think we can actually make anything.
Can I go to h6?
But what does that do? Like
Probably
some
nothing.
Zugzwangs, yeah.
Probably nothing. Yeah.
But yeah, probably not very much. Also, as things stand right now, this is the way to get to h6 actually.
Right.
If you want to get to h6.
Knight g7, king g5,
King
knight e6,
g5.
and now king to h6. Now the
Yeah.
question is, can I just simply go knight g7?
Yeah, I think we just go knight g7 back. Yeah. I think we just go knight g7 back, and we once again remind.
Well, okay, but then we go knight g3.
And knight e6, knight f5.
He didn't
He's
go
gone-
to
he's
h6,
gone
by the
back
way.
to g4.
He went back to g4.
Yeah.
So we're
I think
assuming
he's
king
actually passed the move a little. I think we may have had this position with white to move, and now it's black to move. Knight g7.
Knight to b5.
Yeah.
Keeping.
For a second there, I was very excited about knight f4 and
Right.
no re-established blockade as of yet. But knight
Right.
b5 does generate counterplay.
That's a. Knight f4, knight b5, king g5. No, knight takes d4.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
I'm trying to get in with e6 check and also a good position for my king. Can't get both.
Yeah, I don't think this happens.
King to f4 now.
Yeah,
This is
he's trying to kind of triangulate a little bit, trying to confuse Sam. But yeah, you can go knight e6 check. We've had this position, king e3, and now.
I thought this was just a repetition proposition, but I guess it's not.
No, I think he's.
Fabi's still trying.
Yeah, he's still trying, but yeah, the resources are so depleted and the black position so solid that feels like it shouldn't be enough. But we'll see. Obviously,
There's no question that
one thing
Fabi
you
was
don't
heading
want
for
to
this ending when he played that whole rook takes g6 sequence. He must have felt that he could have forced a Zugzwang to.
yeah, it's just strange.
So the only thing you don't want to do with black, don't play king g6.
Yeah,
And don't get into a king upon endgame. That
That's
you just
lost.
lost. Yeah,
Yes,
that's
on
just
the spot.
hopelessly lost.
yeah, but that should be easy enough to avoid, right? That doesn't sound like something that you should be missing.
Exactly.
So, knight to g7. By the way, guys, only one
No.
decisive games.
That shouldn't be. That shouldn't be right.
Never mind. Two
We had
decisive
Lanier
games.
and Alireza, both, yeah.
Yeah, Sam.
By the way, Sam played that move a little bit with
Yeah,
alacrity.
he seemed-
Is clock becoming a factor or what? What's going on
10
here?
seconds on his
seemed,
clock.
he seemed a little bit panicky there.
He did.
He's
He did.
still fine, and honestly, I don't think it even matters much where he goes. But yeah, like,
Whoa.
King to E8.
E8 of all the squares you'd pick.
This
So
is
after king
strange.
e3, you're going to go knight d8?
king g7, king c7 actually transposed something we had earlier.
It doesn't. It's
Yeah.
just a simple transposition.
Sort
By
of.
the way, he made that move with 7 seconds on the clock.
7. Okay.
It's not a lot.
No.
At this point, obviously, he's starting to see some ghosts.
Right.
The question
Probably,
is,
yeah.
what are those ghosts
Yeah.
that he's
Kasper.
worried about? King to e8, king to f7? Will he go for that? Because if the
It's
king
fine,
gets
yeah.
to g6, as you guys were mentioning,
Yeah, you have to stop. Yeah, you have to stop that king from getting to good squares. So yeah, that's something to be worried about. Yeah, Fabi's doing a very good job of
Cagey.
a good job of kind of shuffling back and forth with
now
his
king
kings.
d7 might already be bad.
I'm not sure. I think it still might be okay. Yeah, now we can play king e3 and scare Sam kind of seriously, but
And
maybe
he
not
d-
seriously
Well,
enough.
you
yeah.
scared him into playing knight d8 as a kind of. He realizes the knight is going to go to d6. So
Yeah, but even this, yeah, we've sort of achieved the maximum. We drove the king to a seemingly slightly suboptimal square. The knight
Right.
is back on d8, and I still see absolutely no way forward.
That's true.
Yeah, I see.
Which is very disconcerting
It is,
after
it
making
is.
all of this wonderful progress
Yeah.
to have not achieved anything near your desired dreams.
Yeah.
So if you go king f3, I just simply go back. knight to 6.
weirdly,
Right. A draw seems inevitable.
yeah, I was going to. Yeah,
Is
it's
he looking
actually
for
it's
some
actually
more
somewhat relevant.
triangulation?
They are 16 moves away from a valid 50-move claim.
Wow.
Wow. And king
16
d7,
moves away.
king d7, king e7, just marking time. Very, very good idea. I mean, Sam makes me nervous watching him at the
Yeah.
board.
His,
He's going a little panic.
Yeah.
But now he built up some time on his clock. He has 39 seconds right now. So
Yeah,
that's
he
going
looks.
to
I
help.
think he looks more fidgety than the position demands. But,
Right,
But
exactly.
He's still going to make a draw. I think. I think he's going to be fine in the end. But
Squishy bottom. Is that what the Brits say? when the football matches get a little tense.
squeaky bum. But
Yeah, squeaky bum.
King f7. So where's the progress, Fabi?
That's the question.
Progress? What progress?
When you
What
when
is
you're-
that progress that you speak of?
Yeah, when you see your opponents getting nervous, does that bleed over to you, Peter? Do you?
I think it should. It should. Yeah, kind of improve your mood a little bit by.
You kind of like it. You
Yeah.
like seeing your opponent getting all
By the
tense
way,
and
now
nervous.
after king to g6, it's a bit more difficult to get back to where you want.
Yeah, but it
that
will-
is e7.
Yeah, well, we're still kind of safe enough because the king cannot really like
It's
the
still a
moment the
draw.
king goes away from e3, we just have knight e6, knight e4 as a source of very valid counterplay. Because I think one of the it's difficult to even achieve that, but one of the problems White has in this position is if you win the b7 pawn, you're still a lot of jumps away from attacking a6.
And if you lose the d4 pawn,
Yeah.
that might be a problem.
Yeah.
c5 becomes weak, the d pawn is a defended passer. That might be problematic.
Yeah, so-
you risk losing. If you
Absolutely.
So
lose the d4 pawn.
in terms of progress being made, if you trade d4 for b7, I think Black is pretty much always going to be by far the happiest side in that trade. Yeah, the king is going back to d7. Yeah, Sam says, yeah, not interested.
Yeah.
I'm not venturing out
Too far.
Too far. Yeah.
And by the way, they're closing in on that 50-move
50
rule.
moves.
There's
Absolutely,
probably
yeah.
like 10 more moves to go.
Exactly. I think exactly 10 to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Sam was actually peeking at the monitors in the playing hall, trying to figure out where 50 moves relies.
The trade happened on move 66, so yeah, 116 is the mark, and they are at 108 right now.
So something has to be traded, or a pawn
E5
has to
E6, yeah,
advance.
E5 E6 has to be played because nothing else really moves in this position.
Exactly.
And it's kind of hard to imagine how you play E5 E6 here, to be honest. Like,
Right.
In most cases, it will just be a pawn blunder.
Right.
6 moves away.
Yeah.
7.
What?
Changes.
Doesn't change
absolutely
much.
nothing.
Knight
yeah.
to h5, okay.
Yeah, he wants to bring it over to F4 again, yeah. And probably good idea not to leave it on D8. Yeah, if it gets...
Right.
Yeah, I think
then
that was actually...
you could get trapped.
Yeah, that was actually a smart try by Fabi, because if you kind of sleep through it with black,
Right.
and you allow knight F4, your
And
knight
your
on
knight
D8
gets
might
stuck.
never actually get back to good squares, but...
F5 is a
yeah.
good square. C7, I thought it was also a good square. I like that B5.
Yeah,
Knight
Sam
g7 was a very good move.
is very awake to...
Wow, he's actually...
He's claiming a threefold, I think.
Claiming-
He's not claiming 50, he's claiming a threefold, I'm pretty sure, with knight F5.
And this is a good thing to do.
No, I
but-
think he wants to know where the 50 move...
You can also, I think you can
Others.
stop the clock and ask the arbiter as well. Yeah,
Yes.
I think he's... Yeah, and this is something that...
Iris,
I think this is something that people are kind of generally reluctant to do, but it's very much...
Pawn move or okay. Before mark.
So it seemed to have been a question
Yeah.
more than a claim.
Yeah, I think you're allowed to actually stop the clock. And yeah, it results in your opponent getting some extra time, but that's
2 minutes.
completely irrelevant.
Which is fine.
Yeah, which is fine. Like you're. Yeah.
And Chris Berg just giving the extra time to Fabi.
said playing knight f5, so I have to play that. So you have to play. Yeah, that's
Yeah. He's just gonna make a few more moves and it will be all decided peacefully. Yeah, okay, so now Fabi is saying, would you like to play knight e3 check, knight c4, and knight takes a5?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Yeah, why not? Or
I mean,
why not?
Are
Yeah.
you kidding me?
Is this suddenly a game? I mean, white probably isn't really risking very much because the e-pawn will be very strong. I don't think you're... But yeah, I don't know why we're introducing kind of new elements into this equation but at this, late hour. I think Fabi was a little bit... I mean, he has the 2 minutes to think. Like, doing this on actual 40 seconds, I would advise against.
Exactly. Okay, so what are we looking at? King g5.
I don't think
Knight.
Sam is interested in actually taking.
Yeah,
the
he
pawn on
did
a5,
recheck which move it is. Yeah, king g5 will be played, I assume, because
which
nothing
is
else.
a bit strange.
And-
is he
and-
just simply not going to calculate knight c4 at all?
Are you really going to take this pawn and to allow?
You can try.
He
But,
did.
I
play
mean,
king
now
g5.
that you played knight e3 check, I don't think you. I mean, you can play knight c2, I guess, if you want to. If you want to still be kind of solid, you can play knight c2 here. And considering it's 115, if he
By the
wants
way,
a draw,
What if you just play king e6?
or king e6, yeah, just no king e6, yeah, or king
Encourages-
e6 actually.
King
yeah.
e6, king e7.
Yeah,
I just stay
king
like
e6,
this.
King e7, yeah. If he wants a draw, knowing which move it is, I think actually like next move he will be able to claim. White probably never has enough time to play e5, e6. The way to make sure e5, e6 doesn't happen on the next move, I think, is to play knight c2. Like, if we want to make sure that we make a draw by claiming 50, we go knight c2 right now. e6 is basically probably losing
blunder,
now. Yeah,
yeah.
I think e6 loses. You will no longer make a draw after that.
Right.
You can't really give up d4 by playing knight f4. So white makes any move. You make any move in response, and you claim 50.
And
yeah,
there
and
you
this
go.
is what he's done. Yeah,
Knight
this is what he's
c2.
done. He's not very excited about the idea of spending 2 tempi picking up the a5 pawn. Yeah. And whatever Fabi plays, he's just going to stop the clock, claim 50.
And here it goes, king e6.
Yeah. I think. I guess this is... Or maybe he wants to play... Yeah, I think he...
Make a couple more moves just to be sure.
Yeah.
I mean, Fabi's not playing e6 anytime soon.
Yeah, you can play king e6 now, and if king g7, maybe knight takes d4 is a winning attempt. Actually, is knight takes d4 a winning attempt anyway? Like after king g5, maybe? Maybe you are supposed to play knight f4 check knight e2 now, not to lose.
After king e6.
Yeah, I don't want
Because
to. I don't want to calculate knight d4 king e5, honestly, with white.
That would be hilarious.
I think that would be a way to lose. Yeah, that would be a
Right.
way to occasionally lose. I don't know if it's actually losing, but that would be a way to at least introduce the option of losing this game, which I don't
Right.
think Fabi would enjoy very much.
And
Whoa, okay. And Sam basically knows that he can claim, but he also might be better now. And you can see it in his face there that basically, his play was to claim somewhere around here, but Fabi is artfully introducing the idea of winning the game instead.
yeah.
And Sam is...
I mean, that's a serious attempt.
Yeah, I think white probably holds, but white probably needs to make a number of only moves in response, right?
Yeah, Sam is not interested in that.
On 7 seconds, I think you can sort of
And
understand
there we
it,
go.
yeah.
Finally, the players have agreed to draw.
That was Fabi with a slight grin there, yeah. Fabi.
Like, was I trying to win or lose that at the
Yeah,
end?
that
I'm not
wasn't-
really 100% sure
That
what's
wasn't
going
very
on.
clear, yeah, that wasn't very clear who was attempting what exactly.
A nice start for the round, Peter. 2 decisive games out of the 5 games, but all of the all of the games were entertaining. But first, Cubitique. What have you got for us? What's the special for today?
We got merch, and
Merch.
merch for today is this beautiful polyester spandex blend T-shirt. Features the St. Louis Rapid Blitz logo on the front, as you can see, and on the sleeve the club logo. It is offered in styles for both men and women, and is available as most of the things we will be showing you during these broadcasts at cubitique.stl.com. So do take a look at the merch.
And here are the results. We have had 2 decisive games. Ali Reza and Lanier sharing the first place there as they defeated Shankland and Hikaru Nakamura. Big setback for Hikaru there. What was he doing? It seemed like he had fought his way back to some reasonable position and then gave it right back. Hot potato.
Yeah, that seemed like a very strange game. But yeah, let's round up this round with Cristian and take a short break.
Well, I have to say it was a great round, a good start to the tournament, very tense start to the tournament. I didn't expect Nakamura to actually fall under the sharp sword of a Lanier, but unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to handle the middle game. Allowing that move, knight takes c5, just giving up the pawn, was a huge blunder, and he was on the back foot since then. And this was the game between Fabiano and Shankland. It was such a tense affair. Very, very intriguing games, I have to say. And we're actually going to go to a break. We'll be back shortly.
and welcome back to the show. The show that is...
We were kind of caught unexpectedly unawares there on that one. Hello, everyone.
Tom did us dirty there. Yeah,
that was cruel. We are ready for round two. And the standings after round one, we have
the
two
standings
players.
are pretty straightforward. With only one round gone, you see the two people who won their games with the white pieces there on top with 2 points out of 2, a bunch of draws. And the two people who have lost their games tied for 9th at the bottom there. Shahriar losing to Alireza and Hikaru losing to Danier.
Pairings for round two. Peter.
That is the interesting bit. And we have a lot of very exciting pairings as usual. Jan has the white pieces against MVL there up top. Shahriar will be playing against white against Levon. Hikaru plays against Alireza. Sam is white against Dominguez. And Jeffrey is white against Fabi. I think Hikaru's game
I was about to say that for me, a kind of a marquee matchup, no question about it, in my mind at least. And for Hikaru, after losing the first round, it's kind of feeling, one of the things I've noticed, Peter, in our Rapid and Blitz tournaments over the years, are players who get out to a really good start in the Rapid. They come out of the Rapids, go into the Blitz with a nice lead. After all, the Rapids are worth 2 points.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very, very good to do well in the Rapid. And
exactly.
Bringing joy to my heart, it's not the board that we have on the screen, but our discussion of people, still being Grunfeld aficionados and still playing Grunfeld as their main weapon. There is a very interesting game in progress in round 2 there with 2 very, very serious Grunfeld players facing off against each other, and in Nepomniachtchi MVL. MVL actually abandoning his new love, the Queen's Gambit, accepted and going back to his roots, so to speak. And Jan himself is a very, very serious Grunfeld player, has played Grunfeld more or less his entire life.
Exactly.
So yeah, very exciting times.
And I do have that. This is kind of a flashback to the old 90s. This is the way everybody used to play it before Knight F3 became a thing.
Well, both yes and no. From the white side, yes, the Bishop C4, the sort of the classical Grunfeld, as I always sort of prefer to call it, is very much a flashback. Maybe even to earlier times. I think Boris Spassky was arguably the hero of this line from the white side, and Geller played it a ton, and Smyslov played it, and like. It dates back to the glory years of the Soviet chess school, but the reply that MVL is playing against Jan, and the line that MVL chose, move b6 on move 10, is very, very modern, very kind of cutting edge, because the idea of playing b6 bishop b7 in these types of structures is obviously very, very well known. It lies on the surface, but people used to think that you have to prepare it by either playing knight a5 or perhaps taking on d4, because if you play b6 in this position, as MVL has done, d takes c5 actually is a very, very serious move.
Exactly.
Which is why, it was assumed that you can't really play this because you don't actually have immediate obvious compensation after d takes c5. But then at some point people realized that the very forcing variations which begin by dc5, queen c7 are probably playable for black.
Right.
And the attention very much shifted from those positions towards the kinds of positions exactly like the one that they are playing right now, where white says, I will just play quietly, I will play rook c1, queen d2, and then eventually it very much shifts towards, as Yasser is, preparing for my next words.
Let's go on.
The h-pawn is about to start marching down the board, and it generates a tremendous amount of problems for black, surprisingly, and it will be very interesting to see how MVL treats this position.
I always love it, Peter, when you have two specialists playing their thematic opening. So when you have two great Grunfeld players sitting down, I'm always curious to see what one Grunfeld player is going to do against another. Just the same thought, if you have two great Najdorf players going head-to-head, it's always interesting to see where they think there are issues and where they try to prod.
I can say from my personal experience, I've not often, but I have over the course of my career tried kind of daring people to play the Grunfeld against me, and people more often than not would accept the invitation. And then I would just sit there like on move 4, thinking, okay, I can play a variety, like I can play about 8 systems against this now, because obviously I've studied this opening from the other side my entire life, and I can't choose, and I get very confused. And like the last time I did this, I was much worse by move 15 with white. So, yeah, my personal experiences of this were not as positive as all that.
Okay, now having said that, we do have CD. And I'm expecting
CD d4, of course, will be
CD on the. We were about to get into this idea that white should be pushing his H pawn and try to make pretenses that black's king can come under.
I think c takes d4 is an indication that maybe he wants to play queen d6 rather than e6. But e6 is the choice. Yeah,
he played it rather quickly at that. Take our viewers' view through this position. What is it that white is trying to achieve, Peter? What is it that black wants?
Black generally would like to play something like queen d6 and then perhaps start just trading everything along the c file. There is not very much in a way of aggressive counterplay here for black available. Not at least not in the beginning. But if you get to play the queen d6, knight a5, and then you start just trading everything down, you very often get a very playable position. Bishop b5 is it's a quirky move, but it's very useful in all these types of positions because you're kind of sidestepping the knight a5 counterplay. It still happens as we see in the game right now. It still happens very often, but
queen d3 was actually no, f3 was played.
So we are in expectation of knight a5 happening. We're putting the bishop on a different square, and we're very much inviting a7, a6, which is pretty much never played, I think, because it just softens up the black queen side so much. The pawn on b6 becomes a target in so many different positions that I think a7, a6. In most cases, is just going to be unattractive. Yeah.
Well, like just to put it on the board,
just drops back to d3.
One of the indications of why you don't necessarily want to play a6, even if it comes with a tempo, is the queen on b4 will attack the pawn on b6. So you don't necessarily want to do that. Are you trying to achieve? Which bishop do you want to open up? Would you want to play f5?
F5 pretty much never works out in this. I think this is extremely unlikely
e5,
to
knight
be.
f4, that pawn on e6 is going to
There's a number of issues with it, yeah. e5, knight f4 is a kind of a quiet positional issue because, yes, you have the d5 square, but the knight on f4 will challenge it very, very well. You might also just lose by force to some kind of immediate d4, d5 in some positions.
So you just want to play queen d6, trade the rooks on the h file, and basically just go into a balanced ending. From white's point of view, I have a passed pawn, right? Shouldn't I be playing rook takes c8 and d5 and d6?
d5 does sort of wake up some of the pieces which currently aren't doing very much, in particular the bishop on g7. I think the response to queen d6 is likely to still be h2, h4, I think.
Okay.
There's also bishop f4, which kind of forces, well, maybe forces a strong word, but a3 is not such a bad square. I don't know if we should be actually forcing the queen to go to a3 because it doesn't really look.
You're never worried about the d5 pawn just going.
I am, but as a Grunfeld player, I feel that my opening should somehow
not fall.
Yeah,
due to one lousy pass pawn going up the board.
Because once again, like the moment you play d5 here, you actually do give me counterplay, which just did not exist a moment ago. Like e5, e5, a6, or e5, e5 take on c1 and then a6. There is now like if it gets to d6, very often I will be lost. But while it's on d5, I still have. Yeah, I mean, here you will be able to play bishop c6 if I play a6. So maybe I do it in the first way. I do it without trading on c1.
But
e5, e5, and just a6 straight away.
I recall, and it was a game between Magnus Carlsen and Jan, where Jan was on the black side of a Grunfeld that was played in Norway chess. And Magnus played some kind of a model game where he just got this d pawn going very, very early. By the way, we don't have much action.
Yeah.
So you're saying that the d pawn is not your big fear?
No, it is, but I would like to prepare it a little bit further because I don't think black has much in the way of counterplay yet. And I think, let's say, if we allow the entire trade on the rook c1, rook c1, rook c8 happens somehow, those positions still aren't entirely equal. You're still going to be a bit worse in all of those types of situations. Like queen d6, h4. Let's say we just completely ignore what black is doing. Rook c8, h5.
Okay.
We still haven't equalized, I don't think, with black.
Interesting.
Despite everything. But Cristian has sharper positions for us to enjoy.
And this is exactly what Nepo is trying to do. By the way, he's playing extremely quickly. He has 26 minutes on his clock and MVL only 20 minutes. So definitely some pressure from the white side in that one. Some more pressure from the white side in this game between Jeffrey Xiong and Caruana. In this position, Jeffrey could have simply played the move d3 and tamed the position as it is. Knight takes c3, unfortunately, doesn't work for black because queen to b3. And if you do have to retreat on d5, you're starting to feel quite awkward because I have a lot of pressure on d5. You cannot move the knight from d5. f7 is hanging. This gives white tremendous initiative. Now, after the move d3, black can just simply play the move bishop to g4 and the position would be tamed. d4 was white's choice. E takes d4 and not take back on d4, but bishop to g5. Now we're starting to see a very tactical melee ensuing. Rook takes c1, queen takes c1. You have to be careful because if you do play the move f6, knight takes d4 is a huge alternative, just simply opening up the bishop on g2 with tremendous consequences. You do not have time to take on g5. Bishop takes d5, and now we see, despite the fact that you have some sort of a luft, it doesn't really matter. f7 square will be controlled after queen to e8. That's a checkmate in one move. You cannot do that, and if you do have to go king to h8, well, unfortunately, after knight takes c6, your position just crumbles. Now, let's take a look at what else black can do. In the position after queen takes e1, queen to d6 seems to be the right approach. Knight takes d4. Once again, this is the key. Open up the bishop on g2. Knight takes d4. And if you do take back on d4, bishop to e6, solidifying the control in front of your isolated queen's pawn, the square d5 actually gives black the advantage. Fortunately for white, after knight takes d4, I don't have to take it. I can start with the move rook to d1. This is a tremendous move. I want to take on d4 with the rook and pressure the knight on d5. The best move in the position and the only one equalizing right now for black would be the move bishop to h3. Wild stuff potentially happening in this game, guys. Of course, you cannot take on h3 because knight to f3 would win on the spot. And now we have to simplify the position. Wild stuff. White is calculating, potentially has calculated this or knows it from home. It does seem like Fabiano played the move queen to d6, and we might be headed towards this knight takes d4 and rook to d1. Wild variation. Only 18 minutes for Fabiano, though, so he's definitely trying to remember potentially his preparation. Jeffrey Xiong with 24 minutes on his clock.
Thank you, Cristian, for that. Peter, you're familiar with that bishop h3 line?
Knight takes d4 is on the board.
I'm familiar with the theme, but not with
the exact position. Knight takes d4 on the board. That would be a remarkable sequence that after knight takes d4, rook to d1,
yeah, I think we had it there,
h3.
Because I think you have to state very emphatically that c takes d4, bishop e6. It's not that black solves his problems completely. Black is instantly, I think, quite seriously better.
Yes.
Yeah, bishop e6, queen d7 with the knight on d5 is extremely strong, cannot be challenged anymore. And yeah, white is struggling to equalize here.
Exactly.
So if rook d1 on the board, pretty sure that Jeffrey has been aiming for this particular position from the get-go. And yeah, bishop h3, you do need to play that, because if you play bishop e6 here, allow rook takes d4, your pieces are still very, very vulnerable to all kinds of c3, c4 threats, and you're just...
By the way, guys, rook to d1 is on the board.
Exactly, exactly. And we are expecting bishop h3. I see a position like this, or a whole variation where the players are actually playing quite quickly, and I go, wow, this is really, really, really great. And then I see that the opponent's not delaying either, and it's like, how deep are these top guys preparing, Peter? I mean,
it is, it is quite remarkable how well. I mean, and Jeffrey in particular, Jeffrey is a very, very well booked up young man, and you have to be very careful on the black side against him. But yeah, bishop h3 still solves all of our issues, and I think it's a findable move because you clearly,
again, because of knight f3 check is so so obviously in your face, right?
Yeah. For a second there, I was even wondering how white equalizes here, but my assumption is rook d4, bishop g2, king g2, queen c6, queen e4 is still fine. Even though white will have to give up a pawn there temporarily, the bishop against knight endgames generally just end I mean, you're never better here with black, I assume. Like queen c6 takes, and then maybe a4 or something, and with rook c4 to follow. And, yeah. But still, clearly is not. Clearly, black is always going to be completely fine here.
Agreed.
And Fabiano has to find bishop to h3 right now.
Right.
Well, I would bank on him. I would bank on him finding it because yeah, the other moves just are very, very unimpressive.
And then the other thing about these types of variations that are a little bit off the beaten track is that the position's actually even. But usually one side cannot deviate at all. They have to find all of the only moves, so to speak.
So how bad is it if you go knight to c6?
Bishop h3.
Right now?
Right now, instead of
horrible, I would think. Yeah, hang on.
Well,
rook d5, queen f8, I guess, is your plan, yeah?
Yes.
And you're trying to play bishop e6.
Get the bishop to e6 as fast as possible.
Yeah, less horrible than I assumed, but still.
Might be horrible though, right?
Queen b1 or rook b5 as well, like.
Might be
trying to stop bishop b6, like rook b5 in particular, I think might be extremely annoying. Just trying to keep your queen side undeveloped.
Exactly, and any h6, the bishop
will drop back to f4 or e3.
It's too passive.
It's annoying. Yeah, it's very, very annoying.
The question I had was this one. No, hold on. Bishop, no, how do I get knight e2 check in? No, I don't get knight e2 check in.
No, you don't, no.
I
Knight c3 loses to rook d4.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like, this is an important detail, but it just loses straight away. Like, you just resign to rook d4 here. Unfortunately for black.
Yes.
And knight e2 check also, it doesn't work at all.
Agreed.
So yeah, the choice is between something passive, like the line that Cristian just suggested, perhaps knight c6. I didn't even consider that move for some reason, but it's probably stronger than bishop e6. Or finding bishop h3. But I think bishop h3 is findable. I would assume it's a move that you are very, very capable of seeing.
Let's take a look at one of our tournament leaders, Linear Dominguez.
That's not very exciting somehow.
Unexciting. Sam Shankland on the white side of a rather boring position.
Well,
Shakhriyar.
Yeah, this is a weird one where a trompe, which could potentially be very, very interesting and very exciting. Like move 4, there was a very, very interesting turning point, because after c4 you can definitely, I think, if I'm allowed to plug my own material here, I think my course says e5 here. And I think after e5,
oh, you did a chessable course on this variation of the
I was forced to finally, for the first time in my life, at the right.
They made you work.
Not only did they make me work, they make me work on the trompe, which I've been avoiding for like the last 25 years, and it's
nothing sacred.
I will never forget them for it.
Oh my goodness!
Or forgive.
So you were recommending in your chessable course.
I think
e7,
e7, e5 here is very playable if I remember correctly, and instead Levon went for something that is extremely solid, and he's probably fine now. But why not have fun if you can have fun?
Exactly. And how dare he not be familiar with your course? And he calls himself a professional.
That as well, yeah.
That's really.
All right, a question for you, Peter.
Yeah.
Do you know the Count's Gambit? In the
what?
I'm very, very bad with opening names.
No.
This is his.
This is my
variation, his specialty.
This is my opening name. So after bishop g5, knight e4.
Okay.
Bishop to f4.
Okay.
Just a second, hold on. The people have got bishop to g5. Say it again, Cristian.
Knight
e4.
Yes.
Bishop f4.
Yes.
And e5.
Whoa. Is that a thing?
It is. It's the Count's Gambit.
It's his thing.
Okay.
I analyzed it maybe 10 years ago with the Romanian Olympic team, and we realized it's complete garbage. But it works for a rapid game or two. But it took the entirety
of the Romanian Olympic team to refute it.
I did manage to checkmate like a 2600 in a rapid game quite quickly with black.
Okay.
Nice.
Because you go bishop takes e5, d6, bishop f4, g5, and you just continue going like that.
Okay.
Wow.
Bishop g3, h5, I assume. Yeah,
yes, h5, of course.
Yeah, we're not stopping for anything. Yeah, bishop g3, h5.
h5.
Yeah, here we go.
Speaking of fun,
yes,
I mean, somebody's having fun. Maybe.
And there's a cute trap. So
right.
if you take on e5 with the pawn,
okay.
Now I go d5.
And e d6, queen f6 actually loses.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. All right.
Oh my goodness! And you're X-raying F2 as well. Oh dear! Oh dear!
I'm having horrible flashbacks to all the Eric Rosen videos, even though it's sort of unrelated. But
Wow. Okay.
Study it, guys. Study it.
Wow! Wow! I'm just want to know the refutation. That's will work for me.
That's coming in his second chessboard course.
There you go.
Frankowski.
And finally, well, we're back. So we missed one. What was the one we missed? Hikaru's game.
Yeah.
Let's check in on Firouzja and Hikaru for just a moment. Because
yeah, they played this very, very slow. It started as what I assumed would be some kind of a Slav-ish thingy. And then, yeah, he went just G3 here, which is not something you do very often when you've started with E3 on move 2. But yeah, still a kind of a double fianchetto type position, which, I mean, seems kind of finely balanced. And then it became very much a Reti structure now with Alireza pushing D4 and taking with the pawn. Eventually here. I guess rook d4, maybe he was worried about knight d5, because normally I think you would like to take with the rook, but I think maybe knight d5 works, right?
By the way, guys, Fabiano hasn't played a single
Whoa.
move.
Okay.
He's down to his last 10 minutes right now.
Are you sure knight d5 works, Peter?
Queen b7.
Just now, he played queen to e6.
Sorry.
Yeah,
which
well,
game?
let's go back to Fabiano's game. But Fabi is now in a very, very significant amount of trouble, I
He
think.
just played the move queen to e6, but bishop takes d5.
Bishop d5, I think he wants to play queen e1, rook e1.
And knight e6.
And no, I think knight e6 you're kind of lost. I think he wants to play bishop e6, but he's
Bishop
not.
e6.
Okay, hold on.
But that's just bad. But that's
Peter, let me catch up with you. So you're saying bishop d5.
Queen e1 only move. I think you resign otherwise.
Anything
pretty much.
else?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think knight e6, bishop e3 is
terrible.
I think you don't recover from that. I don't think you ever develop your queen side.
So don't I have to play bishop e6?
Yeah, bishop e6, bishop b7, rook b8. But then bishop e4, I guess. And like it feels like it should be borderline winning. For
Bishop
white.
takes d5 is on the board. Let's see how he responds.
This is
my
this is
goodness.
very
Queen e6 looks like
very
a-
surprising to me, because I thought bishop h3 was a move that you could spot. And like the issue with bishop h3 is just realizing it's an option. The moment you see it exists, you just play it without thinking.
Well, it's a developing
it
and
solves all of your
forcing
problems, yeah.
and everything else. You kind of intimated as we were going through round one that Fabi's misfiring, and he has been misfiring for
a bit now.
for a while,
Yeah.
and this is kind of a symptom
It's
of his
continuing,
misfiring.
yeah.
Queen e6, bishop takes d5, and it's obvious that White's on top. White's having the fun here, because if you did something like queen takes, rook takes, and just kind of go into some kind of defensive
But it's
seizure,
just horrible. Bishop b3, or bishop b7 as well. But yeah,
and
I could, yeah,
you're
actually,
never
bishop
getting
b7, yeah.
you're never getting out of the troubles that
It's
you're
just,
in.
it's just absolutely horrible, yeah.
There's only so he's
So
missed
let's go
bishop-
with this bishop to e6.
Yeah, let's take a look at that
understand
other
the
line.
endgame
So we take on e1, we go bishop b6. If not for bishop takes b7, this would have been playable. So bishop b7, rook b8.
Now I
CD4
can take on d4 and go d5.
Yeah,
But that's probably not enough.
Yeah, that's I think best case scenario by this point for black. Yeah, we go bishop d7, we go f6. I don't think we lose that one. I think that one we actually do save.
Right. We're
Yeah, f6,
actually we're kind of
f7, yeah.
relieved
Oh,
that
yeah.
we got a bishops of opposite color.
Absolutely, yeah.
But I think we were just stopping
Yeah,
here
rook b8, bishop e4.
and saying bishop e4. This is
Yeah,
where we
bishop
kind
e4
of,
is just so unpleasant because we've taken away all the good squares. Knight b5, rook b1, we might be losing by force.
can't break.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe we can actually play knight b5. It might be extremely critical. Rook b1, bishop a2, and then put it on c4. Rook b2, bishop c4, rook b4, rook c8. Yeah, if this holds, then maybe the entire thing is not as bad.
Right.
Okay, let's go back. But
Yeah.
And by
Okay,
the way,
knight
we
e6
do
might
have
play
knight
with
e6 on
He's
the
gone now.
board
I am
Really shocked.
really
'Cause-
surprised by all of this.
because this is just so obviously
Like any square. I mean, even bishop f4, honestly, is not bad.
bishop f4.
Yeah,
Just-
using the fact that you can't take and just plonk it on d6. And
Oops. I agree. Plunk it on d6. That is the dream square. Stops any
But
rook
these are
b8.
such strange decisions from Fabio.
yeah, I am honestly kind of shocked by all of this.
Look, I got to go with Fabi just a moment. I mean, I'm trying my darndest to develop
So let's go rook b1.
rook to b1.
No, none that takes a 4. Maybe this one we don't lose. Maybe bishop 4 isn't the best, honestly. Let's put it on either e7 or e3. I don't know which one you like best. Yeah,
I'm not sure either.
yeah.
Help me. Choose one.
I like e3, honestly.
Okay.
I think e3 is good. Because knight c7 I can... knight c7 I have bishop 4. That was my point. I wanted to kind of invite knight c7. And then, I can play in bishop 4 and put it on d6 with a yeah. We've gained a tempo.
That is funny. That's nicely done.
I don't know. It's just
tricked me
it's
out
just
of my
very very ugly. I really hate this.
By the way, just to give you the computer's assessment, it's
Yeah.
+2 right now.
Yeah, I'm not
two.
surprised in the slightest.
Completely winning objectively.
Yeah,
Wow.
It's
Incredible.
just yeah. Honestly,
And what
Not a
move
shock.
number are we looking at? I mean,
Well,
when
19 right now.
20,
Not
yeah.
that it matters too much.
when do you see Fabiano? I mean, one of the things about Fabi's opening play throughout the years has been his extraordinary knowledge of the opening. He doesn't have a bad position after 20 moves, or even
Not
a
normally.
terrible
Not normally,
position
yeah.
as we're seeing right now. Let's go to some of the other games here as we, again, I want to...
Hikaru played GH4, by the way, which is
whoa.
perhaps
This is like
also an indication of how he feels about his position.
Page out of Bobby Fischer's Benoni, H5.
H4 and just GH here, saying that yeah, okay, I'm not that worried. Actually, I kind of like it because it will take some winning.
Time to win this pawn.
Yeah, I mean, King H1, Rook G1. Currently, A2 maybe is hanging. I'm not sure we can completely ignore it. I could make an argument for ignoring it even here, like King H1, Queen A2, Rook C2.
That looks a little contorted, though, doesn't it?
Well, you'll have to run back.
King
right?
H1.
King H1, if you take, I go Rook C2. I think Queen A5 is strictly the only move.
Rook
And we can
A-
go Rook A1, Rook takes A7. I don't think I'm that unhappy.
Okay, fair. So King H1 inviting.
It's one option. We can also, of course, we can go A2, A4 here, just to not have to think
I'm
about.
assuming his idea was that he wanted
Queen
to.
A5, H5. I think that's the idea.
yeah.
Yeah, I think that's the idea.
Not to end up with the knight on F3 really pressuring the D4 pawn. Queen A5. So
Rook. Yeah, I kind of hate the C2 square for the rook. Like I'm using it under advisement. You know, I don't really would prefer not to, but I might have to because knight E4. Then you might actually get after my queen side. Like you will take on E4, and then you will both pick up both A2 and B3. And this I like
Exactly.
much less, obviously. Like I would
Exactly.
I would prefer not to lose the entire queen side.
okay, so we're not happy. We're not proud
No.
of our rook at the moment, but it does do useful things. It defends.
Yeah. So what do we think about this endgame after Queen H5 takes knight F3?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's confusing. I guess black is fine, but I am prepared to go Rook G1, G4 here, which means that the knight probably doesn't stay on F4 very easily. It's a weird one. I don't know.
It's weird.
I
I haven't come to a clear conclusion.
King H1.
myself. King H1 is on.
Now, the question is, what do you play after Rook C5? Rook C5, Rook F5, and just try to play on the king side.
that's a good source of counterplay as well. Yeah.
Knight H5, Knight F4, and so on and so forth. And he played it.
Rook
Yeah.
C5, Rook F5, and taking H5.
Yeah, this is very strong. Yeah, I missed it. I missed the rook lift.
You don't
completely.
have a light square attacker, so my rook on F5 is going to live
Yeah,
forever.
yeah. That is a very, very good choice by Reza. And you do have to wonder, like GH, you know, if it comes off, it's a very, very interesting kind of ambitious idea, which you enjoy playing. But
When
you
it
are compromising your king side very, very seriously. And you have to honestly, you have to go back perhaps to even move 17, because
Which was
Queen B7
this
check.
moment.
Yeah, Queen B7 check. Why aren't we playing Queen F3? I understand it's maybe not such a fun endgame if the endgame is what it will be. But honestly, allowing that queen sort of full reign on the long diagonal would be very counterintuitive to me. I guess maybe what
I don't see
Hikaru...
the problem here for black.
Yeah, for
white, I don't see a
yeah,
problem.
I think we're quite happily bringing that king actually to E2.
Put
to,
a pawn on
yeah.
F4 and put a
Yeah,
knight on E4?
Seems My guess would be his plan was to play king g1, then to play knight g2, and then perhaps to play queen f3, and if the trade happens, we have a knight on f3 instead of the king, which is maybe
Fair.
useful.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a curious one. Also, why not queen f3 here?
It's certainly a safer alternative. Ambitious play.
Very, very ambitious,
Oops,
yeah. And rook
sorry.
c5, rook c5 is a good move by Alireza,
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah, rook c5.
And what surprises me is that he's putting so much pressure on Hikaru's clock. You would expect Hikaru to be up on time in every single game. He
Right.
wasn't that much up on time in the game against Lanier. And
Right.
once he got the worst position, then he fell behind on the clock. We're seeing exactly the same scenario playing out right now. Only 12 minutes for Hikaru and 16 minutes for Alireza. Alireza is showing great form so far.
Okay, we'll keep an eye on that one. I just wanted to flash to the game between Nepo and VL because I saw something that's a little bit surprising. I think we had both come to this beautiful mutual agreed understanding that we weren't going to see the move a7, a6.
No, but it's connected with a very concrete idea right now, because we're forcing the bishop back, and then we're playing a knight c6, which has a dual idea of, first of all, simply attacking the pawn on d4, very straightforward.
Agreed.
But also, just as you were indicating, it does generate the idea of playing queen b4, which will, currently with the way pieces are, probably take the queens off, which is something that Black would very much
An
like.
achievement.
Yeah. So, Jan does this, which is...
Keeping the game alive.
Yeah, but
essentially.
giving up the bishop pair, and MVL very logically, extremely quickly goes a6, a5, hinting at bishop a6, because f3 and e4 pawns do a
Killing
very,
his
very
bishop.
good job of controlling the bishop on b7. So giving it squares is very, very useful. And queen g5, queen d8 is a very clever idea as well, I think. Reminding MVL that there is a pawn on h4, meaning that, let's say, if you play queen e5 check, which is what I assumed he would do,
Right.
we can play maybe even queen f6, and the pawn on h4 is hanging. I was trying to calculate while we were discussing other things. I like queen b5 better than queen e6 because I want to stop bishop a6. I don't want to calculate bishop a6.
I see.
So I thought queen b5, and if you take on h4, I take on b6. I am never entirely happy with white here giving up the pawn on h4 because it does generate some potential counterplay against my king later in the game.
Queen e7, h4, h2.
Yeah, but
Right.
if I'm winning the a5 pawn and the bishop on b7, yeah, maybe this is clever actually. Yeah, maybe this just makes a draw.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can bail out thanks to this.
Maybe this just makes a draw.
Yeah.
This is a very good explanation. And in the end, Jan does something quite interesting. He goes knight c3 here, saying, if the queens have to come off, please, sir, would you like to take on g5,
my
improving,
terms.
improving my structure tremendously. Some endgames will still be very unpleasant for Black, but you have to do it kind of move by move because queen g5, hg,
Rook
let's
d8,
say,
right?
Huh?
Let's
Rook
take
d8
rook d8.
or rook c7 or rook c. Like I would very much like to.
But rook c7, knight b5, right?
This knight might appear
Maybe
on
knight a4.
a4.
Not against rook d8 though, right? Because I have rook c1, rook d4 in reply.
Yeah.
Even that maybe is not.
No, I was saying as if you played rook c6 or or rook c7, I was thinking that against this.
Yeah, knight a4 might be very, very annoying here.
Yeah.
That's a move I missed actually. Yeah, I was calculating everything else.
But
yeah.
rook d8.
Interesting. Yeah, rook d8 seems to be a sensible move. We can continue quietly. But now we go rook c7, I guess, right?
Right.
King e3, rook dc8.
And now we're here.
I think if I manage to double on the c file, I'm not going to be struggling too much.
Yeah,
Because of my outside. Like,
Yeah, so long as I don't. You just stopped me from getting in my knight a4. Nicely done, but you were just.
By the way,
on
queen d6 back.
he's just.
He went back.
What?
Whoa.
That's very strange play by MVL.
That is.
He went back to d6 after knight c3. Queen
That
to
is
d-
quite shocking, yeah.
So the idea is that if you go knight b5, I just simply go
Queen b4, I guess.
b4,
Yeah, queen b4, I guess.
and saying that your knight is almost trapped. And queen to e5, you have f6. And tactically, you're hanging on like that.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Sorry, I'm missing something. Queen e5?
Not
After
here.
knight b5. Knight b5, queen b4, queen to e5 check.
Okay, I get it. And if I go queen e5 check?
Rook c5, I suppose, but then knight a4 even here, yeah. It's,
Right.
But then I take on e5.
Knight b6. This,
b6,
like the
rook
bishop,
b5.
the bishop. Knight d7, rook c7. You know, occasionally this will be unpleasant. Maybe not in this particular case, but occasionally this gets very unpleasant.
Well,
because-
knight b5 is on the board. So
By the way,
we're
knight
going to get some
b5
answers
is
very
on
soon.
the board right now.
Queen.
Yeah, it has to be queen before, otherwise
No.
previous play.
No. Queen d7.
I just went queen d7.
Queen
I
d7.
am so confused by all of this.
Sometimes our guesswork is just...
Yeah. I mean,
Okay, but wait a minute.
he is
Can I
threatening
go
f6,
queen
yeah?
e5
f6.
and then rook c7? How is that position?
We take on c7, you
Take,
play queen
take.
c7.
I take with a queen. If you do take
Pause,
with the
pause,
Bishop
queen,
pause.
c6, I
Pause.
think, right?
Pause,
Bishop c6 here.
pause. There's a couple of moves, right?
I
Bishop
don't want
c6.
to give
You
up
like
on,
bishop
yeah,
c6.
I don't like giving up on b6, yeah, bishop c6.
Okay, we've got a trade.
Yeah, I think this
so.
is fine for black now.
But now black suddenly is doing great, right?
knight d6.
Well, great, I'm not sure.
I'm
but
not
we-
sure because I do go rook c1 and I solidify that knight with e5.
Yeah.
So you
Rook
have to be
c1,
careful.
c7, yeah, it's still actually very, very move by move.
You have to be
Like
very
we go
careful.
like rook a8 here, or rook
yeah,
b8,
yeah.
rook c1, king
Rook
f8.
c1.
And it, like you say, it's just move by move.
And we hope that our eventual passer on the queen side will provide us with enough counterplay. But yeah, this is extremely, extremely concrete.
But you have to be careful. So I go
Absolutely.
rook c7.
Rook c7.
You go king e7, I go e5.
Yeah,
How is this position?
I have no idea. I'm not.
If you go b5, maybe I have knight b7, and that might be problematic. Knight b7, knight c5.
No, rook c8 works, right? Yeah.
Rook c8.
Rook c8 works, yeah.
No, but then I take and take on a5.
a5 is hanging.
Yes.
Whoops. Whoops.
Whoops.
Yeah, yeah, this is not fun. This is not fun at all, yeah.
Very, very interesting. And from this position, that endgame that we've been looking at, folks, all stems from the move queen e5 check, from the current position f6, rook c7. Double-edged stuff. This is great. I love these forcing lines and how. Do you ever find that you go down a rabbit hole and you keep sinking deeper and deeper and deeper, and then you come to a conclusion that you don't know what's going on?
Yeah, it happens, but I think in this particular position, you are very, like, if you see this idea, you become very attracted to it because your alternative might just be knight c3, because f7, f6, if we just go back one move here, queen d7, just the current position, f6 wins the piece. Like, if you do nothing, f7, f6 will win the knight, because we don't have any squares on the fifth left to our
protect
queen,
it.
and
Yep.
we can't really play e5 or d5 here. None of those moves actually do anything apart from blundering the knight.
As well.
So your choices here are, knight moves, knight c3 or knight a3, which looks even more artificial. And we've just come from c3, so we're not very enamored with that idea.
Right.
Or alternatively, you actually spot that you have this queen e5 connected with rook c7, because otherwise queen e5 is just a blunder once again.
Clear.
So yeah, I don't know how easy it is to even spot this idea, but if you do spot it, you
Then
probably go
you-
for it because it does look interesting.
And then you find yourself going down this
Yeah.
rabbit hole of.
Well, he's
like,
gone knight c3, so he
He did.
either disagreed with our assessment of this idea, or he just didn't see rook c7.
So queen d6, are you just going to...
And by the way, as we take a look at our Grand Chess Tour standings, we've got these two players, MVL and Levon, both trailing Wesley So by, as you were mentioned earlier, 3.5 points. If they finish in the top half, they will leapfrog Wesley.
Yeah.
And a very big result from either player puts them in the driver's seat.
Absolutely. I mean, everything
for
will
the
still be
Sinquefield
decided
Cup.
in the Sinquefield Cup
No
because
question.
there's plenty of points up for grabs in the Sinquefield Cup. So whatever happens here, nobody will be able to put, the Grand Chess Tour overall standings on lockdown. But
Right. So, by the way, knight c3.
and queen d6 back by MVL as expected. MVL is saying, so would you like to?
So what do you
Would you
got?
like to repeat here? Yes. Sir.
Yeah, and this is where I have also tried queen e5 check and trying to go for that other ending
I think
of
it's
trying to
less
putting a knight
attractive. I think
on d6.
yeah, I think it's less attractive in particular because like takes. I might even consider playing bishop c6 straight away, just to take away all of those squares altogether, and just then. I will start pushing with
firm.
my
So rook
b5 and
d6.
a4.
Yeah.
Rook d6.
b5, yeah. Knight e2. On
92.
That. Yeah, it's still annoying. Our bishop is so well controlled by those, wave breaker pawns on f3 and d4 that.
Wave breaker?
Yeah. Bishop b7, rook b6 maybe.
Yeah, it's still very annoying.
Yeah.
It's still extremely annoying for black.
Now, I think we have to go to that Firuzja game.
Please.
Hikaru against Firouzja, because it's getting wild.
Okay, this was where we just saw that move, rook c5. Hikaru wants to use the g file.
And by the
Rook
way,
G1.
Hikaru down to his last 7 minutes, right?
Last 7.
7 minutes, yes.
Knight h5, defends g7, but also prepares bishop takes,
Yeah.
rook takes.
Kind of a cute move here
queen
by
takes.
Hikaru, a2, a3, which is a very artful way to protect our queen side from having to think about queen takes a2.
Yep.
Bishop takes h4, rook cf1 played very quickly. I like the idea of including g7, g6 somewhere so that we don't have to think about, I would like to free
Let's
up
do
my
it now,
knight.
and he does it.
Yeah, I would like to free up my knight from having to calculate all of this, and I would like to have it on f4 eventually. So yeah, g6. I think black is just very firmly in the driver's seat here.
Knight to e4.
Yeah,
by
knight
Hikaru.
e4. Interesting that he played rook f1 prior to playing knight e4, because he could have arguably done this on a previous move.
Right.
So we go knight f4, I assume, right? Queen somewhere, either f3 or g4.
Let's just get rid of this guy. This guy's a little
Okay,
bit
I'll put it back
bothersome.
on e7. I'm not really that opposed to this idea.
And I'm going to try to make
I'm going to include queen b7 somewhere, I think.
He's going to start with bishop e7, it seems.
Yeah, looks like he's just dropping it back straight away.
Sorry, he did not after knight e4.
Yeah, he didn't play knight f4 yet. I think it's a sensible idea, because if queen g4 happens here, he will have the option of rook f4, which might be a useful one. So he is preserving as many of his options open as possible. Yeah.
By the way, I'm getting this
Bishop c1.
very unpleasant feeling that my bishop on b2 is actually not doing anything.
The problem with bishop c1, can I just simply take on a3?
Yeah, I think maybe.
Now you see the training's been working.
Yeah, but then bishop g5. I think I'm not sure how well it works, because I have bishop g5 winning a very important tempo, and if the rook just goes somewhere, I have rook a1, and you might regret doing that to your pieces. Yeah.
Having captured the pawn. You were about to mention queen b7, slipping in a queen b7 somewhere.
But that, I
somehow.
think we need to wait for the queen.
yeah,
we need to wait for the queen to depart from g2.
Exactly. So bishop e7, expecting, well, f4? No, can't be.
No, bishop
Knight-
c1 is actually a very clever move, I have to say.
Knight g3? Not very pleased with myself having
Yeah,
made
I'm
such
not in
a
love with it,
suggestion.
but yeah, I can understand why you're.
I
trying.
was about to try to land on c6, and on a very good day, get in,
Knight g3 is on the board.
yeah.
Yeah.
I hate the weaknesses that g3 takes h4 left behind. For me, by the way, we do have a result. Shakriar and Levon, we didn't pay too much attention.
Not
Why
too much. It
didn't-
was a very quiet game, and it ended in a very logical looking.
This was the
maneuvering.
trump.
Yeah, the trump ended up.
All
being-
we learned was the Count Gambit.
Well, we did learn something.
We did learn that. Well, that was very good.
Yeah.
Yes. So again, we have this very heavyweight matchup between Jan and MVL. Hikaru just played this move knight.
So how is the position after this move, knight to g3? Do you have to take on g3 right now? Is f4, f5 some sort of an initiative for white in this position? If you allow me to do that? Like, for example, you go rook to g5. Obviously, f4 cannot be played immediately.
Not immediately,
because
yeah,
knight
because
takes
the
g3
knight
just
g3
wins on the
wins,
spot. But can I prepare somehow this idea of f4?
We can play bishop c1 now.
Bishop c1, yes.
Yeah, you're kind of letting me get in all the groovy moves I've been attempting here.
I mean, I would still prefer black here, but it's not that. Like, it doesn't seem like it's too much. I think in part due to the fact that the queen on a6 is
Badly placed.
not really participating in the game.
So
Exactly.
rook to e5, how are you going to respond to that?
Rook to e5?
Let's say rook e5.
Okay.
Okay.
Maybe queen f3.
Well, I was
You want to go all the way in?
going to go down the diagonal. I just didn't know how far I was going to go down the diagonal.
So knight to f4 now?
Knight to f4. Okay.
Now we drop back to f3 and we play bishop c1 next move, right? So
I was hoping I tickled the tempo out of you, but now I'm not so sure anymore. Who's winning the tempo?
Knight h3. Do I have ideas of knight f5?
you have some.
maybe?
You have some.
Knight f5 ideas?
Knight f5?
Yeah, you could do that, but like I'm not sure you will enjoy the like. I will just take on f5 with the rook, play queen b7, check, and claim that I'm slightly better.
Ah,
in all
also
of
knight
these
takes
positions.
f2. No, no.
Ah, knight
takes
f2. Yeah, knight f2 is
Yeah.
clever. Yeah, knight f2 is good.
Knight takes g3 was.
So he just took on g3 and played b6, b5. So he is sort of opening things up on the queen side to generate additional problems. Fg very quickly played, of course, by Hikaru, and b6, b5. This looks like it should be sort of manageable for white. The queen on a6 is still kind of out of play. I'm torn between the idea of taking on f5 and spoiling the structure a little bit, or
Right.
actually playing g3, g4 to try and win the fight over the f file. Like g4, rook f1, b takes c4, b takes c4, and then queen f3 next move against most things, and start generating some counterplay like this.
It still feels like black has the healthier position.
Yeah, for sure.
Structurally, I have more weaknesses to attack. It feels like Hikaru is still on the back foot.
Well, what about the other variation, which also...
EF?
EF, and let's just... If you want to help me...
Can I take on a3 now?
Ah, clever.
Can I be extremely greedy? But you take on b5 maybe.
Yeah.
He did play g4.
He did go for my idea. Yeah, BC. I think he goes b takes c4. I think he pretty much never take with the d pawn. It seems. I think the reason he's thinking is he could include queen f3 right now, maybe, but it feels unnecessary.
Right. Queen f3 is not going away,
Yeah.
at least as a threat.
Yeah, and queen f3 is extremely annoying because it will pretty much force black to allocate resources to protecting the f7 pawn, because you're pretty much never playing f5. You're pretty much never playing f6 because all of that softens your king side
Exactly.
a bit too much. So you will have to dedicate some important resources to protecting f7.
Christian?
So how is the endgame after, let's say, rook to d7? e5.
Okay, he
Okay.
wants the e6 square for the... this is
He wants to go
clever.
queen e6.
This is clever. He wants queen e6, yeah. So we play queen f3, queen e6, and we play, I guess, bishop c1, because we need that bishop to be in the game, right?
But I don't like the square f3 for the queen. I want to put the queen on e4.
Yeah, also fair. We can do it straight away even, yeah.
Right. Let's try to go queen e4, queen e6.
And again, this bishop needs a life, right?
Yeah, it needs to be at least somewhat active, but yeah. He's gone bishop c1 straight away without any of the queen moves. Once again, understandable. This is the move that we can't really do without, so he's preserving both options for the queen. He's not committing to any one square.
And by the way, the character of the game between Nepo and MVL has changed dramatically because Nepo played this move d5 and sacrificed the pawn, a very thematic sacrifice. You're going to give up the d pawn and then you're just going to go e5, close the bishop on b7, and now at the position we currently have on the board, white has an option. They can take on d5, recapture the pawn as soon as
this is not
possible,
happening, no.
or knight to b5, which makes the most sense in the position, eyeing the square d6, as well as potentially just playing the move knight to d4. That's going to close the bishop on b7 and potentially open up the situation where white could play the move e6 and create some havoc around the black king. Very intriguing situation developing in this one, and only 5 minutes and 45 seconds for MVL and 7 minutes for Nepo. This is definitely a game that we have to keep our eye on in the future.
Knight b5 on
Knight
the
to
board.
b5.
Knight
is on
b5
board.
played, yeah, I think your default setting here is taking on c1, playing rook c8, because you do want to offload some pieces, I would assume, from the board. You don't really...
And I'm not going to exchange that. I'm going to go rook to d1.
d1 or somewhere, maybe even e1 in some cases, because e5, e6 is going to be one very, very important part of the equation
He's
here.
going for it.
From your lips to the chessboard itself. Rook takes c1, rook takes c1, rook c8 on the board. And you were saying, Christian, keep the pieces?
Keep the pieces on.
No, we're keeping the pieces. The question is whether we choose this square or e1, because I like the idea of sort of hinting at e5, e6 somewhere.
I like rook e1, yes.
You prefer rook Edgar 1.
Now the question is, do I have queen to b4 and just Nah, queen to
I like this
F6,
endgame for white. I
queen
don't
to
think it's that
F6
great.
might be
No,
a
I think the point here is like we can play rook c5, and if you go knight d4, we're in time to play bishop c8. And you know this looks very aesthetically pleasing from the white side, but there's only 3 pieces left on the board, and we've controlled the e5 e6 break with the bishop on c8, and you know black is still up.
And what if I go knight d6?
Yeah, well, what's the threat? I can still go bishop c8, I think, right?
It feels like I should have some sort of tricks, but I don't see them.
Yeah, it's not immediately obvious. Like queen of 6.
He has
check.
done the rook e1, as you say, keeping the pieces. But this move, rook c5, definitely the most annoying move in the position for white to face.
I think so. Yeah,
He's very
I think he's
forcing.
going for it.
I think so. Yeah, because the bishop needs to be on c8. Like if you allow e6 in a good, like if e6 lands effectively, it very often just wins the game, which is why the bishop on b7 needs to be included in the defense in some way.
Exactly.
You can even maybe make an argument for d4, knight d4, bishop d5. But no, I think rook c5 is very logical. And now there is this trick, but I don't think it's made. I think it's just a perpetual. We can play knight d6, queen c8, or sorry, bishop c8, and bishop queen f6 check.
And by the way, guys, it seems like Ali Reza is fully taking over the initiative in his match against Hikaru.
I assume you wanted to play knight
We
e8.
see a trade of queens,
then
but this is just giving black everything he ever wants. A better endgame rook invading via b1, creating a lot of threats. You have to defend the rook on f1 with the passive king on e2, and now I have so many options in which I can continue this one. Probably related with the move f7, f5 in the future and try to develop
At some
my
point,
initiative.
yeah, at some point. You can be slightly more restrained and play
King
like
g7 first,
f6,
right?
king f7, king e6, but that allows h4, h5. So you do have to...
Actually, king g7 is a
yeah, king
terrible
g7, bishop
move.
h6 check would be a bit of a problem.
That would be awkward.
Yeah.
So maybe
Anything
first,
to be said for f5?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a very, very serious option.
Because after all, there's this pin that is not going anywhere, and you know, we get an e4, game could be over right away. Sorry, you were about to, Christian?
No,
you were about to offer
I was
some-
also considering the idea of blocking the weakness on a3 with the move a5, a4.
Also very nice, just
Yeah, that's a very good strategic idea as well. And
May-
I do want to point out that, you know, for perhaps at first glance, you look at this position, you think, you know, there's only one side on the board here who has a protected passer, and it's white. Why is white in so much trouble? I think it's mainly just the activity of the pieces. It's the bishop on c1 is kind of horrible. The rook on b1 is much more active than the rook on f1. A3 is constantly hanging, and if, as we keep on mentioning, if the pawns in the center start rolling, if you get f5 and d4 in and white hasn't done anything yet,
It's
the
game
game
over.
probably just ends.
And
Yeah.
by the way, I just picked at the engine. After f5, the best way for white to continue is to actually give up.
Yeah, I was
piece on
wondering about
c1.
that. Yeah, GF, GF,
Just
and
take
rook
and
f5.
take on f5 and take on e5 and hope that you will be able to simplify this position all the way to the last pawn.
Thank you for that, because at the time that I was suggesting f5, I just didn't see a move for white, other than maybe
I came to
giving
a
up
similar
the piece.
conclusion, yeah, without knowing what the engine says. It's
Right.
just, everything else just looks so horrible that
Exactly.
you just come to the conclusion that you might have to go all in immediately, yeah.
Once
And F5
again,
on
a
the board, by the
psychologically
way.
difficult decision to make, though.
Absolutely, yeah,
Right.
it's not easy. But then again, Hikaru is extremely good at practical
He is, yes.
chess, and he knows that sort of changing the character of the game completely right now is maybe
But
his
even
best
after
shot
you
at
do
salvation.
take on e5, you still have 2 pawns left on the board for black,
Mm-hmm.
and that might be a problem. If that pawn from the a file would be on the h file, and the potential of exchanging the rooks, exchange the d pawn, and have the bad pawn, and that's going to be a draw. But with the pawn on the a file, that's a good pawn. Any endgame is
Yeah,
worse.
GF played, and now
Kind
the
of an
big-
indication
the
that
big
he's ready
question,
to
yeah.
play rook f5.
Big moment right now.
Yeah,
Here it is.
Let's see if he's going to take on f5. Also, is there anything to be said about...
But the problem I see with this piece sacrifice is at the end of the day,
No, he's not going
he's
for
not
it.
reaching for it.
But where is he going?
It looked like he was reaching for his bishop. Where was the bishop?
No, no.
I think king
King
d2, bishop
D2,
takes
bishop
a3, maybe.
G5?
No, bishop,
No, but
bishop
that's-
a3 wins on the spot, right?
Right, king d2, bishop a3 is over.
Bishop a3 ends.
Whoa!
Maybe he thinks the pawn ending is playable, but it shouldn't be, right?
Really?
With 2-8. Wait a minute.
Well, he also has the
a bridesmaids, right?
Yeah,
C
yeah.
pawn is the.
So he's gone for this.
Wait, but how do you get into the endgame?
Bishop a3, king c2.
Rook a1?
Oh yeah, well you can actually wait forever, pretty much. Like yeah, h4, f4. I will take when I'm actually already winning completely.
At some point, I will go e4.
Well, yeah. Like
I think e4 might be problematic.
So H4.
it's just over.
I think he just might have missed bishop takes a3. This is incredible.
Also, I suspect the pawn ending is lost, but nobody wants to check. Like I suspect if we take on c1 twice and play a5, I think we win. But
I will check it for you. No, it's actually winning for white.
okay.
You were so close on this one, Peter.
Yeah.
Winning
White
for
is
white.
winning? That's very, very bizarre to me. c5, king f7,
So
h4.
a5, c5?
King f7, h4,
H4,
and this is
yeah.
faster, yeah?
The king
White is
is
just
actually,
simply faster, yes.
Oh, okay.
the king is actually in the bird seat here, looking both east and west. Nice. Wow.
So this is a big question. King to c2, rook to a1. And what if I start going c5?
Sorry, again, Christian?
King c2, rook
King
a1,
c2, rook to
c5.
a1.
Yeah, rook a1, because, yeah, as we've
Otherwise-
We do have
the
bishop
endgame is
a3 on the board. Sorry.
By the way, king to c2 is not yet on the board. Hikaru seems to be thinking that c5 is also an option.
What? Bishop takes c5? Oh, then
Just
rook
c5 and then
f5.
rook takes f5.
So c5 might be an option.
But imagine having to calculate all these races with 1 minute on the clock.
Not easy. And he's reached it, and
Yeah,
he's
he's
done
gone,
it.
he's gone
c5.
c5. I so very much want to win some kind of a pawn ending here, but it looks like I shouldn't be attempting to do that.
Huh. Can we see this crazy move, f4, for just a second?
f4? Whoa, whoa, whoa.
What is?
I mean, it's
I guess
possible,
it's
yeah.
c6.
c6, bishop
C6,
d6,
yeah.
and then we go after it.
And by the way,
Linier and
Shankland.
Sam will, that game will end in a draw there. I think they may be checking if it's a threefold already, but the position is very, very over. They've been shuffling a very equal position for a while now.
okay, a draw on that one. And back to our game of Hikaru for just a moment.
this
c5. This is a huge moment. Do you see a better move than f4, Peter?
King f7 maybe?
Yeah, I was wondering about king f7. I also think that we are significantly better if we just take on c5 and go bishop d6. Like we're still a pawn up. The bishop on c1 is still extremely horrible. So we don't actually need to commit to
An all or nothing kind of a race.
a kind of an all-in push. If we want to just not have to calculate very much, this is the way not to calculate very much. But king f7, if king f7 is playable, I'm very much in favor of playing king f7. Rook f5, king e6, rook f1, and then just taking on c5. I think it's just a very much improved version of the position I was trying to get anyway.
King f7?
Rook f5, king e6. It has to go back to f1. I don't think this is the pawn ending. I was once again very interested. Like with our king so
Well
much improved.
placed.
Yeah, can we now take on c1 twice, go f5, a4, a3, and then create a deep passer? But I assume it's still not very good. But just take on c5 here.
Yeah. I mean, clearly it's black. And finally, the move that my eye was drawn to, which was this one.
Yeah, but then king c2. I think this is the issue. And once again, it very much depends on this pawn ending, right? Because we're still not winning on the king side, and white might still actually be faster, shockingly, even though we won a full tempo. Also, that is a painful thing to miss. Yeah.
C6 would be painful. Agreed.
That is a painful thing to miss.
Ooh, okay, so here it is, bishop c5.
I think you eventually
king f7.
default to some kind of a version of bishop takes c5, I think.
Agreed. And in the remaining
King f7
games,
just feels like the much more natural approach, though.
if
you see it.
When we left it Jeffrey versus Fabi, we really didn't like
Jeffrey is still much better, but he is not winning because he, that position we were discussing around move 20, he chose bishop f4, allowing a5.
Guys, check the time. Check the time situation right now.
between.
Between them.
And what is it?
31 seconds for Fabiano, 4 minutes and 45 seconds for Jeffrey.
Pretty one-sided there on the clock. That tells you a lot.
Yeah, and it's been like this for a while. Black really has no way of improving, but everything seems to be protected for now, which is why Jeffrey is not really making any kind of significant progress. Like if this bishop finds a way to get
The dark
transferred,
square bishop.
yeah, like if you get it over to c3
On a good, ooh.
and you haven't lost the c4 pawn yet,
And you're hitting the
you're
pawn on
probably
B7.
you're probably
just winning.
Yeah, you're probably winning.
Right.
But the trick here is to organize it in such a way. Like bishop b3, I think pretty much always gets replied to with knight a5. So you have to. Yeah, he's gone bishop c5.
I like that.
Yeah, so knight a5, he will give a check from rook b5 maybe actually. Ah, he's clever. He wants to preserve the option of playing rook b5. This is
So I
very
think
clever.
what he's trying to do is, if you go rook to c7,
By the
okay,
way,
knight to d8 was
Knight
played.
d8 play.
Knight d8 on the board.
Yeah, but that's kind of
inviting the bishop
beginning
to.
beginning of the end, I think. Like
I
once
think
you-
we start. Oh, pardon me. Rook check.
That's an option.
Could be met with rook.
This is still horrible.
check.
Bishop takes e6. This is actually still horrible.
Is it still?
Fe bishop d4 check. We win the b7 pawn with check.
You're absolutely right.
This is still like it's just.
This
it's just-
might be over. Yeah. I agree.
But I think starting with bishop d4 check is probably cleaner
Wow.
as well. Yeah, this is going to be very, very torturous for Fabi.
Oh boy. And again, it was so surprising to see after mere 1.5 dozen moves, Fabi being 2.0 down according to the computer.
Yeah.
Very, very, very surprising, and less time. And finally, once again, what happened with the MVL game?
It has simplified.
Yeah, simplified. White still has some pressure, I would assume, but
When we left it,
shouldn't be that bad.
Rook c5. They followed everything we did, except Jan threw in a very important b4.
Yeah, and MVL is down to, as you can see on your screen, 10 seconds against 3 minutes here for
By the
MVL.
way-
He's trying to figure out if he can play d5, d4, and he, in the end, went with the answer no.
Well, knight e8 to f6 check is.
Is this? It's
But it's not a mate, right?
it's a bunch of
Yes.
it's a bunch of checks, but it's not made.
What? It's not.
I can always
not?
go
We
king
stay on
h6.
g7, h6, and we kind of.
And I go g4.
Yeah, I think this is why he's trying to drive the king to g3. Like he will king f2, he will go rook c2 check.
But then don't I have ideas of king f4, king g5?
Yeah, and this is once again, this is why king h2 happened and not king
rook to
f2.
e1.
And now his idea is rook e1, which is, he's trying to provoke f3, f4, after which I'm assuming the king on h6 is actually kind of completely safe.
Right, because then I no longer get in g4.
Yeah, now I think we can just go d5, d4, and knight e8 is a perpetual, but I don't think it wins.
So you were saying that in case of king f2.
Yeah, I think his plan was to go rook c2 check,
I see.
king g3,
Yeah.
and once the king is on g3, I think I can go d4, knight e8, d3. And without the inclusion of g4, g5 at the end there, you do have checks, but I don't think you can give mate to that king on g7, h6.
Remarkable. All right, let's catch up on what the players actually have played here.
Okay, so this entire line that we were discussing did happen in the Fabi game. Yeah, but let's watch this for a bit.
because
Is there anything here for Jan? It feels like bishop f5 is even playable because the king is surprisingly safe on those squares without g4 g5 to support the attack.
It's like I've been hardwired for these patterns, Peter. I can't escape the belief that Black's king is dead, but not so.
But it's not. Yeah, it's not. It's White obviously risks absolutely nothing, but it doesn't feel like there's any way to make progress. And
All of them are heating up, but I have to say Hikaru versus Firouzja, that's a big one.
Okay.
And Firouzja is breaking through right now.
Whoa.
Yeah, Firojza has collected a lot of material somehow.
He did. After the c5 move, he captured on
Yeah,
the
well,
pawn.
he did what we expected with
and just is secure.
Bishop a3 is such a cute move there. May have been missed by Hikaru, just using a tempo here with the intermediate rook takes d3 if you take on a3. So that wins the very important d3 pawn.
A very nice tempo win indeed. And the times, Peter?
38 seconds for Hikaru, 2 minutes for Firouzja.
Ooh.
Okay, but rook to e6 is coming, right?
Yep.
So you have
Rook
to be
h3.
ready for that. Rook to h3 seems to be the right way.
Followed by d3
Followed
check.
by d3 check, and I assume this just is faster.
Let's look at that. Rook to h3 is on
Yeah,
start.
rook a6 does look like it's the only try. If you don't attack these pawns immediately, you will never have any counterplay. So I think it has to be played. Maybe there is some argument for pushing the king. No, but you're making the king better. And now I think you have to play king f2 and try to, like king g2 is a threat now.
It tries to
weirdly. But, whoa, bishop c5 check?
And
Yes.
then after
King g2, rook takes h4.
Oh my goodness. No, but then I have.
Rook
Oh, I
e5,
don't.
yeah.
Because there's bishop d4 at the end. Incredible. So you cannot take.
He goes rook g6 check, so he decided that the king is worse placed on g7 than it is on g8, which is interesting. I considered it briefly, but I couldn't really work out why that would be the
Why
case.
would that be the case?
Yeah, because you can't really cross the e-file,
So
but you can play king
f7.
f7, king g7, and then he will play rook e6 then. And I guess he feels that having the bishop f6 idea in reserve is going to be useful for him. I don't know if it will be, because it always gets, like bishop f6 check, king f7 is just going to be harder to deal with, if anything.
Exactly.
Okay, rook to e6.
Rook e6,
Yeah.
I mean.
But the bigger issue is still, like, how do you protect e5 without that trick with d3, king f2? He's gone.
King f2 instantly.
He's gone king f2 without rook e6. This is
By the-
very confusing.
By the way, rook e6, he also had the idea of bishop b2.
Yeah.
Rook e6, bishop b2.
Okay, so what is the trick after bishop to e7?
Yeah, I'm so confused by king f2.
What's
What's the trick after bishop
Bishop
e7?
b7, bishop takes g5. Yeah, why are we allowing
And
this?
rook to e3 at the end?
And then
I
rook
mean,
e3.
Why are we allowing? Yeah, this is very, very confusing to me. I don't think there is a
Oops.
trick. Yeah.
Oops.
It always
Bishop-
feels like Hikaru has something in the back, but
Yeah, but
I don't
I
see
think
it.
this is just a mistake.
Bishop e7 is just winning, and Hikaru shaking his head like, what the heck am I thinking?
Yeah, I think he just missed it.
Bishop, yeah, I think he just missed bishop e7.
And that's
Yeah,
just a technical win.
those positions never hold. Yeah, like it's just
Yep,
bishop
bishop
e7.
e7.
He will play rook e6.
That's a
He
technical
He
win,
will
and
not-
actually
he will not play
immediate
anything.
resignation.
Wow,
by
as
Hikaru.
Firouzja surges into the lead with back-to-back victories for
And
4
back-to-back
points.
defeats for Hikaru,
Yeah, this is maybe
Oh
even
my
more of a.
the defending
goodness.
champion.
Yeah, currently on 0 out of 4. It's not even 0 out of 2. It's, considering,
0 out of 4.
Yeah, considering the scoring system, it's 0 out of 4. Yeah,
That's not a good thing.
Yeah, Jan will take a draw here because the pawn is now on d2, which is really making it progressively difficult to generate threats or even pretend to generate.
So I think we should go to Fabiano's game.
Yeah, Fabi.
Exactly. We're expecting a draw in the game between. And Fabi is defending a pawn down, bishops of opposite colors.
Two
Could
pawns
be
down.
2 pawns down.
Two
Very
pawns down. Bless you.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah,
Not at all.
The h5 pawn will fall as well. I like rook b6 check. I like driving the blockers away from f5 squares and so on. Now we can take on h5. He's gone king d7.
So if you take on h5, do I have rook to d3?
Yeah, I have
Yes.
bishop b2, rook b3. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's a
Are
very-
you sure you're drawing
Actually,
that?
I'm not sure if you draw
I'm not sure either.
Because I get the king to g7.
actually I'm pretty sure I'm losing that.
Right,
yeah. I'm actually
right.
pretty sure I'm losing that. Yeah.
Yeah, that king gets to g7. That might be problematic.
Yeah, king
He took on
h5.
h5.
I mean, he will play rook d3, and if Jeffrey plays bishop b2, he will have to play something like, I don't know, rook f3 or rook g3, try to cut off
Kinda
that
like,
king.
yeah, rook g3.
But it shouldn't hold. Generally speaking, those types
No.
of positions shouldn't hold.
No.
If you don't have...
I
No, this will be a draw.
believe
It's-
they've been talking about a repetition and a draw. It's a done. Well, MVL on the back foot there.
And we'll have to defend, I'm
yeah.
not sure what exactly Jan is so unhappy about. It didn't really, at our cursory glance, it didn't really seem like he missed.
By the way, guys, 5 seconds for Jeffrey.
What?
Yeah, but it's a position where it's not
5 seconds, though.
that critical.
Rook to b4.
I mean, with the king cut like that, what if I just simply approach you with the king to e6?
Yeah, I'm very surprised by rook b4. I don't know what rook b4 is about. I would have been playing king h6 there.
6 and h5.
King h6, rook g4. That was actually blundering one of our extra pawns, which is why he didn't play it.
Rook to b5, but
Yeah, I don't know. That seems...
This
it does feel like Black
feels-
improved his case in the
Yeah.
last couple of moves.
No, this feels like, with the rook on g3 most especially, that Fabi's drawing chances went significantly.
So you don't have
A
king
five
h6.
check exists right now, which I think is what Jeffrey was very much counting on, and that rook ending I think is winning if it happens, right? F5, bishop f5, rook e5. But yeah, Jeffrey says I don't need to calculate. I can play slowly for now.
By the way, f5 check, bishop on b2 is hanging.
Right,
Yeah.
right. That
But I have
rook
rook
to
f4
f4
in the end. Yeah, I have rook f4 in the end. But yeah, it's irrelevant. We are not there. He's gained some time, and now he has to decide on something.
Okay, so that endgame
I have a
actually
feeling.
is
I
big
have a feeling
question.
f5 is good, but in practical terms. But it's maybe not such an easy decision to make because yeah, it's okay. There it is. There it comes. And Fabi, I think, has to take because if you leave it alive, if you allow it to reach f6, your drawing chances diminish significantly. So you have to go for some version of that rook ending. Well, okay.
King d7.
By the way,
this
you
has
weren't
to be.
here for the American Cup, but in the first round between these two, Fabi won the match by the fact he was lost. He had a losing position, and Jeffrey, with 1 second on his clock, hit his clock, and his clock expired. Fabi went on to win the American Cup, but had he lost that game, he would have been relegated down. So these
Them's
two,
the breaks.
yeah,
Bishop b3.
it was a bad break. Bishop b3. Okay, by the way, don't hang the bishop on b2.
Yeah, that would be unnecessary. But we can.
But there's a
yeah,
bishop
c-
f7 check, isn't there?
Yes, but what does it do?
Oh,
My king
rook
goes to
g6
g7,
check.
to h7.
Yeah, we go king h6, king h7.
Ah,
That
sorry.
actually helps me.
Sorry, yeah, agreed all around.
Honestly, I'm a little bit surprised he played f6. So
5 seconds for Fabi. He has to make a move. King to e6.
okay, rook e5 check though. Why are we? No, this I don't like at all. Yeah, I don't
That
like
might
the
be
idea of
problematic.
allowing the king to be further cut off. Rook e7 is looking very strong now.
And not only that, but it's a move that you play, you gain time.
The problem with rook e7, I think I might have some bishop to d1.
Rook g5
Rook
also.
e5 is also good. Yeah, all of these things are strong. But yeah, I thought bishop d1, king h6 there. I thought that was very strong. I didn't think we had to worry about much.
Yeah, rook g4, bishop e5. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like allowing the king back to e6, which is like I thought the rook just belonged on e7. That is not to say that this is not a winning position. It probably is. Just play king g6 now.
Exactly.
Yeah, like this is a kind of a.
Bishop to c3.
Yeah,
Okay, wait.
My goodness, king g6. How could you resist playing king g6?
Yeah, king 6 looked logical there.
So nice.
So black needs to keep touch with the bishop on c3, contact with the bishop on c3. Rook to d3 or rook to c2, it feels like.
Rook c2 to be able to take on f6 if.
Rook
whoa,
a2?
Okay.
What?
Rook a.
This is
Well,
not the right
I think he is
direction.
sensing, or at least he is kind of trying to bluff. King 6 didn't play.
No, but this is just bad.
Yeah,
King goes to
I'm
G7,
surprised by
this.
this,
Is over.
but
King g6.
Rook to
threatening
e5 is a
f7.
huge threat right now. This is over.
F7 is also big.
5 seconds for Fabiano to make a move.
4, 3.
yeah, rook f2 back. But now we can even play like h5. We don't need like nothing is even hanging. Everything is.
This is over.
No, this is a dream.
Yeah, this construction is just too solid. Like rook f3, we can play bishop d4 or bishop b5. Yeah, well, like just keep the box as safe as possible.
I was about to say bishop e5. Everybody's protecting everybody.
h6, g7, and just
yeah.
yeah, the whole
Yeah.
construction continues moving forward. Yeah, just go bishop b2, and now I guess
This is just to gain
E5.
another
yeah,
tempo.
just gaining some time. Yeah, bishop d4, rook f4. He wants to play bishop b5 with the tempo. This is kind of
Cruel.
nice little sadistic touch there by
Jeffrey.
Yeah, just in a completely winning position, being maximizing everything. Like a proper min-maxing effort here by Jeffrey. And now bishop b5, and we've gotten exactly where we wanted to get to. But
Precisely.
But we've gained all the time as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And as you say, h6, and
H6.
the
Just
construction
h6,
just
yeah.
Keep pushing.
keeps going up the board.
Yeah, it's just.
Push him.
Not a great situation right now for
Yeah,
Fabiano.
he'll give a check from c2, king g7,
But king
and
G7.
then. But you can't really shift any of this, and eventually the bishop will go somewhere. Rook e5 check will happen, and you just.
I think it's
Also,
resignation.
h7 currently is a bit of a
H7
threat.
is a problem.
Yeah, h7 currently is a
Rook
bit of a
h3,
threat.
f7, and you
Yeah,
resign. No, this is just resignation time right now.
Yeah, rook b3. Okay, f7, rook b7, which is kind of cute by Fabi. He continues finding these little snippets of chances, but yeah, it shouldn't. Against 20 seconds though.
By the way, bishop to c7 now.
Yeah, which
And
is
rook e5,
rook
rook
e5,
e7?
e7. Yeah. Yeah, this is
that
nicely,
should make it
nicely
easy, actually.
done by Jeffrey. Nicely done.
Some nice tactics by Jeffrey.
By the way, that would mean that Fabi and Hikaru both fall to 0 out of 4.
No. Fabio drew
Fabio
the first one.
Fabi
drew the
drew.
first game.
Sorry.
Fabio drew the first one. Yeah.
So he's 1 out of 4. Still not very encouraging.
Excuse me.
Not really, no.
He did play the lowest rated players in this event, Shankland and Jeffrey.
Yeah, now rook
So-
e5 check, king d7, f7 ends the game. Yeah, just kind of completely. Or rook e7 check and then f7.
Rook e7.
There's not even rook g3 check. We've just taken away all the squares. You just go
Oh
f7.
my goodness.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just-
Oh my goodness.
that's it.
yeah. Nicely converted by Jeffrey.
Well done. Wow. Wow. So Hikaru
Hikaru loses.
And
And Fabiano
Fabi.
loses.
And yeah, those are
so
the
once again, 2 wins out of the 5 games, 40%.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone is on 2 out of 2, but
No.
Hikaru is on 0 out of 2 or 0 out of 4, depending on how you want to.
Right.
You know, whether you want to really rub it in.
Ali Reza wins his first 2 games, right? So he's 4. Yeah, it's 4.
Ah, yeah, Alireza is on 2 out of 2, actually.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Well, that's
Well,
good for my predictions, guys.
Whoa.
We're flanking you. Me and Alejandro, we're flanking you guys.
Yeah,
Well, you're solid.
I'm still okay with mine. Yeah, it's just he's been very solid so far, and so
Anastasia and I are like, didn't see that one coming.
it's a long way to
And
go.
let's
yeah.
take a look at all the standings, Peter. Like I say, you're solid. You're solid with.
And there you have it. Yeah, Alireza winning both games today so far. Linier on +1 with 1 win and 1 draw. Jeffrey on +1 with 1 win and 1 draw as well. Then a bunch of people on 50% with 2 draws. And then Fabi and Shah on -1, and Hikaru starting with a short castling so far.
And with round 3 coming our way, are we going to show our pairings for round 3, or are we just going to
Potentially,
say
we can tell the good people the pairings even if we don't show them. And the pairings
Please.
for round 3.
There they are. We'll show them.
Yes. So Fabi plays white against Jan. Dominguez Xiong is our battle of two players tied for second.
Yep.
Alireza, who is in clear lead, plays white against Sam Shankland. So potentially an opportunity for him to go 3-0 today. Lev is white against Hikaru, and MVL is white against Shah.
Wonderful. And round 3 will be coming up very shortly. We will be back.
Stay tuned.
Hey St. Louis, the Ascension Charity Classic, presented by Emerson, is back this September. Don't miss the excitement. When the PGA Tour champions best compete again, all for charity, September 9th through the 11th at Norwood Hills Country Club. Pro-Am spots, hospitality packages, VIP tickets, and more. Available now at ascensioncharityclassic.com.
And here are the standings. As you can see, Alireza leading there on 4 out of 4. And Dominguez and Jeffrey Xiong following up on 3 out of 4 there.
Jan, Levon, Maxime, and Sam, all at 50%. 2 draws as the round 3, our final round of the day, underway. And there you see a picture of the playing hall. The players hard at work. I've got the game between MVL and Shaq on my screen. Open Rui Lopez that falls in and out of fashion.
But
right?
currently very much in. Currently a lot of the top players are playing it with the black pieces. Although we're not going to see arguably the most topical line of the Open Spanish, the one with the sacrifice on F2.
Right.
Because the bishop from F8 got developed to E7 and not C5.
Exactly.
So this will be a slightly more restrained kind of an open.
Now
here, a kind of a slightly quirky move order with 9c3. I don't think being the. I think knight b2 remains sort of more fashionable than c3. But we shall see, and obviously plenty of stuff going on elsewhere as well.
Exactly. Now, Peter is an E4 player. You know, you've had to put in a fair amount of time on the Open Spanish, and yet when nobody ever plays it against you, you feel like, did you waste all?
Not exactly, and these days, I think currently, you know, now is the time to actually study it properly, because as I mentioned, like Shahriar has played it very, very seriously.
Consistently.
Fabi himself played a bunch of the Open Spanish,
Including in Madrid.
There's a lot of very, very strong players who made it.
Vichy had it as his repertoire.
Yeah, against Vichy specifically, I had a bunch of very interesting battles in the Open Spanish over the years, but that's dating back to like late 90s, so a long, long time ago.
Right.
So yeah, we'll see what happens here. We also have on other boards, we have a heavily theoretical Sveshnikov between
Lanier and Jeffrey.
Lanier and Jeffrey, with Lanier arguably sort of low-key one of the last remaining proponents of fighting the main lines of the Sveshnikov. I think people have
kind of given it up a little bit.
I mean, the Rosolimo is just way, way more popular these days than the, I feel, that the mainline Sveshnikov. But yeah, Lanier is still
insisting.
You know, yeah, team 3d4 here.
Okay.
And we also have an anti-Berlin in the game between Firouzja and Shankland here, as you can see. Kind of a quiet game in progress so far with g3, bishop c5, bishop c6. A line that has always been kind of bubbling. I wanted to say bubbling under the surface, but that's actually unfair, because I think it's very much
visible.
the central, the central, you know, battleground of white trying to get somewhere against this opening.
The Berlin, and then we'll go to. Now here's Levon playing against Hikaru Nakamura, who's actually lost his first 2 games. And do you think to yourself, as Levon, oh my goodness, this is wonderful. The target is the #1 seed. I've got to beat him like everybody else is beating him.
I mean, Levon, I think, has a good score against Hikaru, and they've had some, you know, very well publicized, you know, huge
so many
clashes.
Encounters,
Huge clashes over the years, and but you completely disregard the fact that Hikaru has no points so far. Like it's still Hikaru. You know, you still know you're playing one of the absolute best Rapid and Blitz players in the world, and like I don't think it is really gets factored into your decision making very much.
Not one of those blood in the water, I've got to go after him types.
Wait, I mean, he's white in a tournament where, you know, with every white you're, in particular this being Levon. Levon is a very ambitious player. Levon doesn't really play, you know, not to try.
Right.
It's very rare that you see him not try with the white pieces, but yeah, I don't think Hikaru's score will feature largely in his decision making. No.
Very strategic maneuvering battle going on as the fight over these central square d4 and White's desire to get in the move f2, f4.
Probably something like that.
We'll keep an eye on that one. And finally, the last game.
Yeah, move 17, and they both are above their starting time. So people.
What do we got here? What happened?
People appear to like working on chess. I don't quite understand.
Okay. A Nimzo Indian
This is extremely topical. This kind of weird move order has become very, very topical recently, and
This is actually very reminiscent of the type of position that Fabiano played against Sam Sevion, I think, in the American Cup. It's exactly what he's doing right
so this,
now. Rook
this
to
might
B1, rook to
explain
B2,
why.
E4, and try to get D5 going. Try to break through in the center.
Yeah, wasn't that something with Rook B2 and F4?
And even F4, yes.
Yeah, and Rook that was a wild Donnybrook going on. Rook Knight A5.
But now Knight A5, right? And
E4.
that asks some immediate questions. You
Yeah,
have to play
Queen
E4.
C3, Rook D2, borderline only move here, not
Or
to lose
D5
your
maybe, right?
Yeah, and now you would like to play Knight C4, but Rook D3 actually. I'm not sure. Rook D3, Queen A1 is still playable for black. This is a very confusing
Knight C4
position.
is on the board.
Yeah, Knight C4 played. I wonder if the idea is maybe to take on C4, and if you take with the bishop or rook, I will play bishop B2, and D4, D5 will be.
So if you take with the bishop?
Yeah, bishop B2, but we have Queen B3. Very, very importantly, we have Queen B3 here as black, meaning that D4, D5 is maybe still playable, but if the queens come off the board, we're much less scared about it.
Exactly.
Unless
there is some crazy...
Queen A1, yeah, I'm playing Queen A1 here.
And hoping that D5, like Knight E8, I'll just put Knight E8.
Rook E3, H4, D5, Knight F5, mate on move 25 or something. You know, like, this is the plan here.
That's the script. I like it.
This is the plan here, for sure.
But this is all happening very, very quickly. Knight C4 on the board.
Can we make the case that I can chase your queen? So bishop takes C4, bishop to B2, Queen B3, Queen A1, Queen A2. Let's continue.
Queen A2 I missed completely. Yeah, this is probably the idea because I really dislike everything else there. Yeah.
Which line?
Bishop takes C4, bishop B2, Queen to B3, and I continue chasing the queen. Queen to A1, Queen to A2.
Yeah, I'm
I
pretty
know,
sure.
it looks funny. It shouldn't work. But
Why?
can you avoid the queen trade?
Well, the problem is maybe I can
Knight
not
E8
only...
here. Yeah.
Knight E8, yeah.
Well, I'm taking on G7, aren't I?
Bishop takes D5.
Is that enough, though?
Or even maybe King G7 or Knight G7.
Knight takes G7 and
Knight
takes
G7
on
and
D5.
EG. Yeah, I mean, how bad is this?
I don't think it's that bad.
I think it's probably playable, yeah. ED5. Knight on G7 covers a lot of important squares so that the knight on G3 doesn't jump.
I was
Canceling each
about
other,
to say
right.
the knight on G7 is badly placed, but you're saying...
It's kind of both, right?
Yeah, it does protect F5,
Yeah,
I agree, but
it's
like...
horribly placed, but it's also controlling the knight on G3, doing a very good job of controlling the knight on G3.
Right.
So what if you try to avoid the queen trade? Not queen takes A2, but queen C1.
Here?
Sure, why not? So after queen to A2, not
Oh
knight E8.
my
Queen to
gosh.
A2, queen to C1. I'm
Queen-
still threatening maybe D5. Actually, now rook to C2 maybe is a bigger threat.
Yeah.
Weird. This is true. By the way, we do have bishop C4. We
Yeah,
do
all
have
of this is
bishop
bishop
E.
B2. Yeah, I mean, Queen B3 is the
Bishop
only legal
B-
move in the position. We're actually getting all of this, maybe.
Yeah, Queen B3.
Actually, I'm lying about bishop Queen B3 being the only move. We can play We can play bishop B3 instead of Queen B3.
But by the way, Nepo is still not spending absolutely any time up to this point.
And
Yeah,
he has
I
played
mean,
Queen B3, by the way.
Yes,
So he
but-
must know something. He must
Okay,
have
so-
deeply analyzed this position.
So Queen A1 looks
Sure.
very, very attractive. You're setting up ideas.
No,
of-
you have to play Queen. I mean,
Queen A2 is
you know,
a
it
very
feels like you
funny
have
move.
to play Queen H.
Queen A1 is on the board.
Yeah.
And do both players still have more time than
No,
they started?
Fabiano down to his last, down to his last
His last 25 minutes?
23 minutes. He spent 2 minutes.
I mean, you can maybe make an argument for playing knight E8 first, and if you go rook E3, then I maybe go Queen A2 anyway. But it's weird. I don't like to give the white queen more squares.
Sorry, once again, Peter, in this position, after
Like if you
Queen
go
A1,
knight E8 here, I go
knight
rook
E8,
E3,
yeah,
and you go Queen A2, then
Okay.
I have more squares. I have Queen E1, for instance, which wasn't available early.
and I
I'm pretty sure
appreciate
I'm not.
that.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm not happy about this with black because
Exactly.
Like, why have I done this to my own queen?
Right?
But also I have a feeling that if you do go knight E8, maybe I can just simply go D5. Would that
And then
be
Queen
an
A.
option?
My argument was I can postpone it for one move and go Queen A2 then.
Right, right.
And,
But then I go Queen D1.
and Queen G4. Ah, yeah. That,
And Queen
that
G4
as well.
now
yeah.
without the knight on F6.
Yeah, that as well. Yeah, it feels like Queen A2 might actually be required, and has been played, by the way. Has been played.
Not waiting for
No, no.
D5.
You
or
have- you
any
have to do it now.
Niceties.
You have to do it now.
Yeah.
But There's something really amusing about hunting down white's queen. I will force you to trade. We cannot. We cannot play chess with queens on the board. By the way, Alejandro is proposing that you should play the move queen c1.
Cristian was also very much in favor of this.
Playing for the advantage with the queens on the board.
It's funny because bishop to b3, actually you're attacking my queen, but your queen gets trapped.
Bishop c3
after
gets
C3.
trapped. Yeah, it actually traps the queen on a2. Yeah, this is very amusing. Like the entire thing is kind of extremely amusing.
True, true. So we think queen c1 might be the best
Right.
try.
What if I go bishop d5?
Bishop to d5.
Sure. Let's try this one. Do you go queen to d1?
Yeah, now we go queen d1, I think.
What?
And I don't have queen to b3
Yeah, because you
anymore
no longer have the queen b3 idea because the bishop is hanging. And bishop b3, queen f3, I think, or queen e2 maybe. I don't want to allow rook c2.
Now
queen
you're
e2.
starting to gain some traction.
Yeah. And again, d5 is the
if d5 lands, this is not going to be
over.
Very
this is
funny
not gonna be
position.
fun, yeah.
Amusing. Wow.
Now, my question to you guys is, was this just simply a bluff by Nepo, allowing this whole variation? Because he's playing it so fast. Now, if you don't play the move queen to c1, and by the way, it wasn't played, queen takes a2 is on the board, that just gives black an easy play, right?
Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, white is not going to be worse, but white is not going to d5, knight e8 simply, or bishop b3 or whatever. Yeah, whatever
Right,
you like,
now you don't have to worry about
You're not winning this one. Well, bishop to b3, maybe bishop takes f6 and knight to h5.
Yeah.
You might want to be... Even this, you're probably still okay, but...
Yeah. It does look like an interesting kind of a semi-bluff. I don't know if it's entirely a bluff, but a kind of an interesting semi-bluff there by Jan because, yeah, queen c1 is not an easy, like if you don't know, and your opponent is on 25-10 by move 23 or something, like you probably suspect that something is not quite right with...
it feels like a bluff, semi-bluff.
He did play knight e8, by the way.
Knight
He did
e8,
not wait
if you don't play
for,
if you don't play bishop takes g7, you have absolutely nothing whatsoever. You might actually have to start fighting for equality.
Okay, once again, shall we, Peter, just take a quick look? Because we both had different ideas.
It's not even the only move, right? After bishop g7, there are other options.
Yeah, I was just saying, because for
d4?
for me, the contrast between these two knights, I didn't know if I was doing...
yeah, I don't know, rook c3.
And...
Knight e6. I don't think I'm struggling here.
With the two
rook
pawns.
a3,
yeah, 2 pawns on the queen side.
Yeah, as long as a lot of stuff gets traded on d4 and I don't get mated,
you're fine.
Why am I in any
You're
trouble
not
here
you,
whatsoever?
you're not unhappy.
But also after bishop g7, just to point out that
please,
if we want to avoid this, we can go bishop g7, bishop d5, and yes, maybe we will be ever so slightly worse, but I don't think it's much anyway.
Again,
Yeah,
doesn't
just
feel
bishop
like...
d5. e5, knight g7 now is completely safe for black, and if you go like bishop b5 here, I'll go, I don't know, bishop c4 or bishop b3 or somewhere. Bishop b3 probably.
Right.
I mean, how bad can this be?
No. Yeah, again, if there's no checkmates, no knight h5s, no rook to g3 ideas, then black is perfectly
I think we control enough squares in the center here to be quite safe.
But to answer your question, Cristian, I don't think that this was a bluff. I mean, the fact that Nepo was playing so quickly, the whole line with queen b3 and queen a2.
I mean, I don't know, Yasser. It's plus 1.6 according to my engine after queen c1. So that's a significant difference.
Yeah, but on that topic, I wanted to say that, this is specifically Nepo, right? This is somebody who we have seen over the years just blitz out stuff because he felt like blitzing some stuff out.
That's the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, just...
Your engine says queen c1.
Queen c1, and that gives a clear edge to white, yes.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's...
Dang, Peter.
Yeah, it really did feel like it's there's some light bluffing.
But queen c1 is the only move, by the way.
Right.
After take on a2 and d5, knight to e8, this is just immediate equality.
What we have actually in the game.
Immediate equality, yes.
Okay. Shall we turn to our tournament leader, Alireza, as he is 2-0, and who is he playing against? Sam Shankland. When we left it, we were in this kind of topical line of the Berlin.
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting because Alireza, I think, has been, but obviously, like, there's move order questions here, which I don't feel qualified to speak of, but one reasonably fashionable setup for white in these types of structures recently has been the idea of playing bishop g5 while the pawn is still on f7. Let's say we go back to, I don't know, move 9, yeah?
Somewhere around here.
Yeah, like h3 on e7. We go bishop g5, f6, bishop h4, we put it on g3.
Okay.
And then we go for the plan of c3 and d4, with the bishop on g3 very much useful in supporting this push in the center. And I think Alireza himself has been very much at the forefront of trying this. But he's doing something else altogether today, with the bishop still very much on c1.
And he's playing against what we Americans really think is a great opening theoretician, one Sam Shankland. Sam works very, very hard on his openings, and Sam's hanging right there with Alireza in terms of meeting him in the
G6
opening.
is an interesting kind of a move because it feels like you're softening your structure and it doesn't feel immediately obvious. But he was clearly concerned about the idea of d5, driving the bishop away from e6 and then landing the knight on f5 in some fashion. Maybe not immediately, but maybe even immediately, honestly, like knight f5 here, queen d8, and then
This
some
kind of thing, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so g6 takes away the f5 square from the knight on e3, and then he will consider. I assume with the pawn on a5 we are rarely castling queenside.
Let's go a6, right?
Yeah, a6, b6, and d5 anyway or something, yeah.
A6, b6, d5, makes sense.
We take knight d5, queen f7, I guess, right?
Yep.
I don't know how good this is. Like, it doesn't feel horrible for black at all. Like, c4, we castle short, bishop b3, we make some move.
I'm just a little bit worried that I may be forced to go long, and am I walking into...
I'm not... I don't really hate it, honestly. And yeah.
Sorry,
Feels
castles.
playable to me. We can also take on g5.
Something about that pawn on
I
a6,
understand,
right?
yeah. But also, like, I will mention that I could take on d5 instead of castling, just previous move. Force you to go e takes d5. And then maybe I will consider playing g6, g5 in this position and asking you how sure you are you don't, you actually, you know, that thing doesn't die there on h6.
Exactly, exactly. All right. Cool.
Interesting position.
Big.
So a6 is on the board. b6 probably is going to be an immediate
Yeah, I don't
response.
think you do anything else. Yeah.
b6 is on the board. Now, what if I just simply go
c4
queen to e2 or c4?
Yeah. I was looking at c4 in all of these positions, just trying to get d5 and then take with the c pawn, because we don't really want to take with the e pawn if we can help it.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
That would be the dream. Just take with the c pawn, put a lot of pressure
And again,
on the c5.
if I just fall for your nefarious ideas.
Yeah, we're just arguing that we're slightly better here, like queen
queen
c2 or knight
c2.
c4, bishop b3, or queen c2 first, and then we just do something. Like, it's going to be difficult for black to generate too much counterplay, and
Maybe queen c6 is an idea. in the
yeah, I
future.
mean, it's slow. We're not winning, but
c6.
yeah, rook a8 followed by c6 might be a very serious idea. Yeah, for sure. It doesn't feel like, you know, black has done, you know,
And Cristian
unrecoverable things.
also offered another just kind of flexible plan, maybe queen e2.
Castle's short, I guess.
Yeah.
Rook d1.
Maybe
I
rook
suppose,
d1,
Rook
yeah.
d1, yeah.
Just build it up slowly. Do you go bishop f7 and now maybe say that you are threatening to take on d4?
I mean, these are all very kind of intricate positions, which are, I think, difficult to play and difficult to judge.
And perhaps even instead of
C4, by the
rook
way,
to d1,
on the
maybe
board.
knight to c4. c4, yes.
Yeah, C4 definitely on the board.
That's a serious question asked by Alireza. An immediate question. Because you do have the option of taking on d4 and getting the knight to e5. But then f4 is coming now.
Yeah,
That
it's,
might be a bit too much.
Exactly.
Feels very risky.
Exactly. Exactly.
One way to maybe keep things reasonably closed would be to play c6, c5 here.
Wow.
I mean,
Yeah, it's a move.
it's a move. It's a move because I understand it's kind of ugly. g5, let's say we go, maybe we even go fe5. Let's go full ugly is bad because knight d5, knight g5. Let's go g5, knight e5.
Knight
let's,
takes
let's
e5,
not go.
yes.
Let's not go full ugly.
What is not full ugly, sorry?
g5, knight e5.
He
c5,
takes
g5,
c5,
knight
knight
e5.
takes e5.
Yeah, knight takes e5.
But then I continue taking, right?
Yeah, you take, I take with the bishop. Or knight d5 first as well. Yeah, knight d5 first also kind of annoys me a great deal.
Right.
But maybe here I can take on f3. You take with the queen, I can take on d5. And claim I'm not doing so poorly because, yeah, I mean, it's kind of horrible aesthetically, but there's only one open file and I might be able to trade everything along it.
Right.
is my
the
argument
goal,
here.
yes.
Yeah, I'm not arguing I've equalized or anything. I'm arguing I will make a draw.
Right. No,
Those two things are not the same. But I'm arguing I will make a draw.
I hear you loud and clear. Yeah. The presence of the a6 pawn, how meaningful or
but
not
yeah,
that will be.
I'm not enjoying even suggesting those things. Like this is very much against my.
Kind of interesting that Sam again just lauded him as this great theoretician, not kind of seizing the defensive position. By the way, let me just jump back to Levon, and
this is very interesting. This is very interesting because Levon.
There was a big maneuvering.
Yeah, Levon did play king h1, but then he didn't play f4. He played knight a4, bishop a7, and queen e1, kind of hinting that the pawn on a5 might be hanging.
Do something about this.
Yeah,
pawn,
bishop d7 for now protects it by protecting the rook on a8. So if you take on a5, I have bishop takes f2, and the rook isn't hanging on a8. But bishop d2. And now he's, very seriously saying to Hikaru, would you like to play b7, b6 with your bishop on a7? And there is a story from, not my personal childhood, but there is like what was told to me, it sounds like an apocryphal story, but it was told to me like a true story, and knowing the people in the story, it might very well be true. There was a kind of a fabled coach at the Pioneers Palace in Leningrad, the central, seat of learning.
Exactly.
For young chess players.
The young students.
And there was a coach there named Hofsky who was like very, very famous for being very strict and kind of
the disciplinarian in the
serious
classroom.
about things. And one of his pupils actually played b7, like probably c5 was threatened or something, and he had a bishop on a7, and his position was bad, and he felt his position was bad enough to justify playing b7, b6 to deal with some immediate threats.
Right.
And the bishop obviously never came out.
Right, exactly. He suffered and died.
And then Hofsky told him to go into the stationery store, buy a 48-page textbook.
And write it 1,000 times.
Bishop a7, b6. Bishop a7, b6. Like until you finish the textbook, you're not getting up. And that probably taught him not to do that again. But I don't know. It may have done something to his love for the game as well. But I don't think there was a concern. I would assume that wasn't a major concern at the time.
At this point, I mean.
Yeah.
Oh. But as a trainer, I mean, that must pain you to see your pupil playing a move like b7, b6.
It's not great, yeah. On some level, I understand the compulsion, but it's also quite clearly, abusive behavior we don't condone. But,
right.
You also understand why you would be tempted to perhaps drive the lesson home firmly.
Exactly.
Like, don't do this to your bishops.
Exactly.
In the meantime, is Fabi slightly worse?
Yes.
What?
Yes, he is.
Just a moment. We just left the game, and now I have to. Where did you go?
But just before we go to that one, check this out. So after c4, he played the move c5.
He did play c5, yeah.
He went full ugly. Now, the problem is, we were looking at e takes d4, and we were saying that you cannot play that move. E takes d4 apparently is the best move in the position. E takes d4, take, and knight to e5. Defend the pawn on c6, attack the pawn on c4. And after f4, it seems like the variations after knight takes c4, knight to c6, queen to d7 are still just simply fine for black. E takes d4 would have been the best move. Right now after c5, d5, bishop to f7, and then knight to e1, knight to d3, and at some point I'm going to break with either b4 or f4. And that's just going to give me a free attack. As white. It just seems like white is going to be able to develop its initiative quite comfortably without having to worry about any sort of f5 on the king side from black. So I really like what Firouzja is doing right now. We might be seeing Alireza go on 3 out of 3 undefeated in this tournament in day one. That's a huge lead because let's not forget, every single win in the rapid section counts as 2 points.
Right.
Very much so. And well done by those smart people among us who picked Alireza. You must be feeling very, very proud of yourselves.
Terrible. C5, D5. I want to just ask you this question, Peter. So you sit there and you go, okay, white's better, but for me to win this game as white, I'm going to have to do something I'm not really happy about. Either I'm going to play b4. Or I'm going to play f4. And
giving up squares for the pieces, yeah, absolutely.
In either case, the bishop roars to life. Yeah. And so maybe I start thinking that maybe the move move d5 isn't so attractive?
I was going to say that, yeah, it's curious to me that the solution here is actually to play d5, because it feels that when you play c6, c5 here with black, this is what you're hoping for. This is
Right.
You're assuming that after d5, the position becomes so completely closed down everywhere that you will be able to sort of maneuver yourself out of trouble. And, you know, you could maybe even make an argument for queenside being safe enough to castle into in some case, although queen a4, c6 kind of will give me mate. Right? It's just no. Okay, not castling queenside.
Okay.
But
By the way, he took on e5.
yeah, and I think this is very, very natural from a human perspective. You want to, you know, your opponent is underdeveloped, and your instincts are telling you have to play forcibly, you have to play actively right now because it might not be, you know, available later. So he took on c5.
He took on c5.
This is not a move.
The last move I would look at personally.
Yeah, this is not something we've considered seriously. I mean, it's still going to be followed up by knight d5 in some shape or form, but
I'm assuming I take, and then
Perhaps
I'm
queen
assuming.
c2.
Oh, sorry.
yeah, if we
Maybe queen c2 to try to go.
Yeah,
b4.
we will start queen c2 and.
Okay, but now
Gotta keep
you
on.
at least give me an option of changing completely, right?
So rook to d1.
Before b5 is also semi-playable. I don't know. It's a very complicated position. Yeah.
Well, I've got the two bishops. I'm not immediately busted. Wait a
No.
minute. What's going on? Hold on. Sorry. Do something here after knight takes c5, queen c2, c6.
I thought before b5 is critical, but there's a number of replies to that which seem to be fine for black, to be honest. Yeah, I don't know. dc5 is really, it wasn't very, I was
It wasn't on my radar at all.
Yeah, I mean, I was
actually.
aware the move existed, but that was basically the extent of my involvement with it.
Right.
Like, I just wasn't ever planning to make that.
So perhaps after taking on c5, let's go knight d5. The move that you guys initially won.
Yeah.
Sure. And here I was,
Queen f7, let's see.
I was more or less drawn to the move queen f7, not immediately. Oops, excuse me, not immediately.
No, we're not taking until we're forced to take. Yeah,
And
for
we
sure.
have the knight on d5.
Yeah, but e4 is hanging. If you play queen
And
c2,
this
I will
has
hit
happened.
it. I will hit it with c7, 6, and it will have you will have to go away.
Exactly. And by the way, we do have knight d5 on the board.
Yeah, queen f7 played as expected. It feels like you might have to play rook e1 because you might, but then rook d8. Like we're still getting the things that
I think he played it. He played rook e1.
Yeah, rook e1, rook d8. Maybe we play before here. And the question is, can we play c7, c6? But do we want to play c7, c6? What's wrong with knight d7?
Whoa.
Wow.
Wait, but what if I take on c5?
Bishop takes.
Bishop takes, and then I have
Queen
an option of
a4?
taking on f6.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to play queen
Knight f6, queen f6,
b5.
bishop g5. This might
Maybe,
actually work, you
maybe,
know?
maybe,
Knight f6,
something
queen
like
f6,
that.
bishop g5, rook d1, rook d1 even.
Yeah.
Whoa, that's actually quite funny.
I think it works.
No, but you have queen g7, right?
Ah, yeah, yeah, it doesn't work. Okay.
Blindness.
Sorry, yeah. G7 square just completely disappeared off of my radar.
Wow.
Okay, let's not get too carried away.
We were having fun there, but I was thinking that we were just playing knight d7.
Yeah, knight d7 is.
I mean, queen
sane
a4 was
person's move.
not frightening anybody.
Probably not. Bishop h6 exists, but maybe
And
we
you
play
have
g5.
to look at
yeah.
g5,
Yeah, we have
the
to look
move
at
that
g5
you-
again, yeah.
Okay,
Maybe
why is it not frightening? Let's go queen to a4.
queen a4 castles.
Okay, let's put the bishop on h6 just because I like that bishop there.
Okay.
Actually, I'm not sure if I would like it so much, but
You can decide later.
sure.
No problem.
Let's go queen c6.
No, knight b8, I think, solves that issue, right?
Knight b8, queen b7. Can I-
c6.
And don't I have some knight takes b6? Yeah, I don't
Ah.
have it.
Yeah, I don't think you do. I don't think you do.
No, I don't have it.
Not too surprising. Sorry,
tricks.
You were saying that Fabi stood worse. and
Yeah,
now-
Fabi's fighting for equality.
Oh,
I
my
assume he will equalize in due course, but yeah, it's not pleasant.
It's not easy.
Yeah.
It's not easy for sure.
Really? What did he do wrong? When we left it,
He didn't take on g7. I guess he didn't. Like, I think if you want to make sure you're not worse here, I think you take on g7. I think
Right.
bishop d4, kind of just blithely assuming that you're not going to be worse in this endgame. I think it just looks like you're worse. The knight on g3 is misplaced. And the knight from e8 is going to aim for the c4 square very quickly. So, I mean, it's really not a surprise that he's fighting for equality here.
And by the way, that's an open c file for the opponent.
Yeah, knight d6, rook c1, and I very much like bishop b3 here, saying to Fabi that, like, if you have to take, I mean, I think Fabi will now have to, like, after bishop takes c2, I think he goes like bishop.
Happened.
I think he goes like bishop d2 or something. He tries to suggest that there is nothing stronger here than knight takes e4, and then it is a draw, of course. But you're not forced to do it. You can play a5 here, for instance, like. Because I would like to take on e4 with the bishop, right?
Yeah, of course. A terrible
so let's go a5.
outing.
Let's go a5.
With the threat, as you said, just about to say, of bishop takes e4, since there's no bishop b4. And biship e3 will be met by knight c4.
And then b5, b4, b3, b2.
And
yeah. I know how the squares are numbered. You know, I can.
Okay, so what if I go f5 here? I know it looks terrible, but.
You might have
F5.
to. F5, yeah.
F5.
You might have to, yeah, for sure. But then I go knight c4 anyway.
Bishop c1.
By the way,
b5.
we do have a5 and king f2 on the board.
Yeah, after b5, I don't think I'm in time.
King f2?
King f2.
Bishop takes e4, we're just one down. Ah, bishop b4, bishop b3 is his plan. Ah, clever. Clever boy.
Oof.
Okay.
That
so what happens if we go knight c4 anyway? Are we, like... It feels another fun e3 probably holds, right? Something
bishop
like
b3.
You don't want to play bishop c1?
Maybe I can start with bishop b3.
how fast are you in this whole race here, Peter?
I don't know.
Knight
I mean,
f1?
knight f1 e3 is gonna, yeah, knight f1 right now probably still makes a draw, right?
Yes.
Because the
Bishop takes e4, knight d2.
Knight d2.
Knight d6. Like I'm actually kind of still somewhat interested with black, right?
Yes, you are.
I'm still interested.
Yeah.
And like, just like how miserable it must be for Fabi to have this position. Right
That's what
now,
I'm thinking as well. I mean, what a terrible outing in day one
knight
this was.
d6 and I mean, you might save this or you might not. Like if you play knight b3 here, bishop d5, knight takes a5. That knight never. Like I think I lost a game like this to Kramnik once.
The knight just was dominated.
Because he just plays as if this knight doesn't exist. Like king of like h5 right now to make sure that no pawns get traded easily on the king side. Then king f7, king e6.
Understood.
Yeah, it's just. And by the way, I just want to bring up the Hikaru game because Hikaru, that's one of the ugliest pawn structures I've seen in a while. And,
well done, Levon.
Yeah,
Levon's styling with the shirt. He's got it. I mean, it's the pawn structure.
Not only that, but you also have the king on h1 and the rook on h2.
Yeah, this is the funkiest position I've seen in quite some time.
If you told me we were playing Fischer random at this moment, I would believe you.
Shockingly, it's not really that horrible for white, apparently.
No kidding.
But yeah, it's an oil painting. It really is some kind of an oil painting.
Well, I mean, I'm a pawn grubber, but boy, grabbing that A pawn and holding to it in this fashion.
Yeah, it's honestly it's amazing because I briefly glanced at Cristian's screen there and it says minus 0.1. Which
it's not that bad.
Did Hikaru change shirts on us? He was trying to compete with Levon. Did he wear that shirt from the first round?
Definitely didn't win the shirt contest.
No, I understand, but...
Yes, that was the same shirt.
Okay. Hadn't picked up on that.
Well, that would actually have been some major troll, yeah?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, looking across the board,
Chris Littlejohn, what do I have to do before the round, Hikaru? Well, make sure you have that shirt before round 3.
Yeah, I picked out this great shirt from your closet. You're going to love it. You know, the fans
I need to have my coffee and my extra shirt.
Dang. B2, B3. Why isn't this position terrible?
I will need your shirt and your motorcycle.
Right? Why isn't this position terrible, Cristian? I mean, it looks terrible.
What are we doing on pawns?
White is 2 moves away from...
By the way, white is a pawn up.
Yeah.
True.
Right now. I understand they're extremely ugly pawns.
Right.
You could be considering that white is actually a pawn down, right, given the structure, with 2 double pawns, but white is a pawn up. Now, how do you attack those ugly pawns? How do you continue?
Okay, so if I start with a stupid move, knight g5, just attack a pawn.
It's not a stupid move, actually, one of the best moves.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. Let's go rook to c1.
I blundered.
Rook to c1. I'm going to allow you to take on e4. Once you take on e4, a lot of light square diagonals are
bishop f3 becomes
So finally my bishop gets to do something.
Okay.
I'm
So
just going to
knight-
wait. I'm going to try to improve my
G5,
position as much as possible. Wait for you to
Rook
pick up one of the pawns.
C1, knight takes E4,
Bishop
and
F3.
bishop
Maybe bishop
F3.
F3. Yes.
And now suddenly your game has prospects.
Yes. Once you take on E4, finally my bishop gets
Yeah, some pieces
life.
actually start making sense for white here. Yeah, and
That's right.
you can sort of imagine why this is not that horrible. Yeah, I mean, here we can go
D5?
knight c5.
But
take
D5,
knight
I can take
C5.
on E4 and knight C5.
Yeah, like why? Suddenly there's
Who's
absolutely
better? Yeah.
absolutely no reason for us to be worse here, right? Queen g3, rook comes out. I mean, it's just completely fine. I'm taking white here. If I have to
taking-
choose. Yeah, I think I'm taking white here. Yeah.
Just a second, I'm just still trying to, because I've got the rook coming to 8.
Bishop to D3 was.
He's
I've got the
he's
rook
got
coming
bishop
to
D3.
A2. I've got,
I mean, queen on g3 will cover most of those things, I'm pretty sure.
But do you get there in time? Yes, sir.
well, I don't know.
So Queen H4.
Queen H4, rook
D3.
A2,
I can take on e4, can't I?
What if I take a pawn?
bishop to D3, bishop to F1.
Knight g3.
Oh, knight G3.
If you don't mate me, then you're
That's
starting
what
to be worse.
it's a
You're
good
starting
point
to be
that you're
worse.
making.
Yeah.
I'm burning a lot of bridges. I get that. I do. I really do. Okay. He did instead. He
Bishop
did not.
D3. He wants to take on E4 with a bishop,
Okay.
Yeah, I
I
think
can't
he would.
which
blame
makes a
him for
lot more
that.
sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially with the king on H1, by the way. Why not?
Yeah, well, we are not obliged to give it up straight away, right? We can play queen h4 for now, I suppose, yeah. Try to,
By the way, that's-
sell it dearly.
That's your most aggressive piece. You know,
Yes.
like you really put it out there.
Yes,
You know,
mighty.
beyond well, not beyond the equator, but close to the equator. Queen H4, defending E4. Wow.
Yeah.
And
it's a weird
by the
position.
way, again, Cristian, just help us out. Bishop to D3, the engine approved.
Yes, bishop to D3 is just fine. Position remains equal, or at least
Equal.
balanced in the grand scheme of things. Queen to H4 actually allows black to take the initiative after the very aggressive H6.
Aggressive.
Yeah.
Very aggressive H6, right? Preparing the move knight to G5. It makes some sense. You want to target this pawn on E4. Now, if you do go bishop to G4, I just simply go queen to F7, and I invite you into this situation. Bishop takes E4 is somehow of a threat later on in the game. So bishop to D3, the question is, how do you continue? You can go bishop to G4 right now and say that, okay, you take, but I just simply develop my pieces. Now, the big problem for the last few moves was the knight on A4. How do I
Right.
get it back in the game? Because if I go knight to C3, rook takes A1, queen to A1, that queen is a bit off, outside of play. So right now, this is the critical moment. Bishop to G4 was not played. Bishop to F3 is on the board, but how do you answer knight to G5 right now?
Exactly.
That's a weird one, yeah. I don't know why
Right?
we are stepping right into knight g5.
It doesn't make any sense. You cannot allow knight takes F3 because then your king is going to be dead.
Or rook takes F3 as well.
Rook
That's
takes
a-
F3 is a big problem as well.
Jeez.
Did he just miss knight to G5?
No.
By the way,
he's-
it's not yet on the board.
But you
Queen
have to assume this
D1.
is the plan, right? Like,
Right.
Otherwise, bishop d3
Makes no sense.
Makes very little sense. Yeah.
Right.
So queen to D1.
I
Maybe
could take
this
a
is what he missed.
F2
Knight takes
mate.
E4 right now. There's a checkmate right there. And I'm wondering, what if I just simply go rook to A2, queen to B5? And it does give a tremendous advantage. To black
Queen b5,
right now,
queen b5 is nice, but I also like the second best move better. Queen e6.
with
And
the idea of knight G3.
This is so.
Very
This is
nice.
very
Very
nice,
nice.
yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. So, for
Knight
example, if
D3.
you just let's make
Take
a
the
random
bishop.
move.
Take the bishop.
Yeah, you can take on d3.
Take on D3. Sure.
Yeah, and then you get
Boom,
mated. Yeah.
boom, boom.
Yeah.
Very nice.
This is very cute. Yeah.
Bishop
Very.
H5, queen takes H5. He did not play knight to G5 yet. 10 minutes for
He
Hikaru.
has. He has.
He just played knight
Yeah,
G5.
he just played knight
Yeah.
g5.
And there you have it.
I think it probably is queen d1. Otherwise, like the whole thing just doesn't make any sense. I think if you're not planning to reply with queen d1 here, you never play bishop f3.
You have to play queen D1.
Yeah.
And
Queen d2 is even
D2?
worse because knight e4. He wants
Forces
to just
bishop
take
takes
knight
E4.
c3. Yeah.
Wow.
I think his plan
By
is
the
just
way,
to take, play knight c3 and claim that, bad things had to happen. But bad things did not really have to happen. This is the confusing bit. Like he's sort of accepting he will be worse when he did not absolutely have to accept he will be worse.
Fabi is worse. He's
Fabi is a pawn down, yeah.
and this bishop's of opposite color. Very.
In the meantime,
showing.
Alireza's games has completely blown up. This is the one. This is the one that we probably need to take.
I was just checking.
Take a look at.
This is the. Is this the full ugly?
No. It's they went along sort of the general outline of what we were expecting, with b4, b5 coming, and Sam investing in the plan of breaking the entire thing up with c7, c6.
Right.
And he played c6, b6, knight takes a6, and Alireza went for some tactics, hoping to use the fact, I guess, that black is slightly discoordinated now, and the knight on a6 is a bit out of play. But I don't see the immediate follow-up. I wonder what he means after queen g7 takes. Like what they, because if you give black a couple of tempi here, black will very, very easily consolidate.
Guys. Knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, knight to c5 was played, which is a huge blunder.
With Levon and
Get back to the Levon game, because after knight to
there's
c5,
mate. Oh, there's mate in the end there. Queen f5 kind of, I mean, you can't take on e4, and if you can't take on e4, knight c5 makes no sense, which is why I guess he, like, knight c3 was probably slow.
Exactly. So queen to f5, knight takes c4, rook takes a1 is a problem.
Yeah.
And if you take on a8, I take back with the bishop, and then you're going to.
You can even play queen f7, I guess, right? Queen f5 isn't even obligatory. You can play queen f7 with a very similar idea.
Yes, absolutely. You can also just simply take on a1, and then queen f5
to start.
97 rook ff1.
Yes.
Whoa.
Yes. And that's it.
Yeah, this is just winning, yeah. Because after queen f7, at least we can take on a8 and we can continue the game. Like, we're lost, but we continue the game. Here, you can't even continue.
You can go queen f2, but you're going to lose that endgame.
Yeah, that endgame is not very promising.
We take the knight might be.
Yeah, we take on g2 with the rook, and yeah, that endgame doesn't look very promising somehow.
That bishop on e4.
It's not going to be an endgame, I assure you.
Yeah, I don't think calling it an endgame is very fair, to be honest.
We'll call it the end of the game.
Probably the best thing you can do at that point is go knight f6, rook
so
this is over.
Hikaru,
yeah, rook a1 is just winning, because if you have to play rook takes a1, then both queen f5
it's not the only move. Queen f5 is also completely just winning. Right now.
I believe he has played queen f5.
Yeah, he's played queen f5.
Knight takes e4.
Knight takes e4.
What the hell?
Knight takes a1. What is he doing?
Yeah, Hikaru is kind of confused because he thinks, like, there's no way Levon has missed this, but Levon has missed this, yeah, quite clearly. Or maybe he's just kind of done with the game.
What?
I don't know.
Rook takes a1, and thank you for the game.
That's a resignation.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and this is sort of back to the subject of do you play for, you know, against the Mark who is on 0 out of 2? No. No. I don't think
Mark.
I don't think this is what happened. I'm pretty sure Levon just got outplayed, but like it just like nobody really cares how many points Hikaru has. Hikaru is Hikaru. Like,
right.
It's,
by the way, just quickly going to the MDL game. This was the Open Spanish. That we had kind of discussed how the Open Spanish falls in and out of fashion every 20-odd years or so. I mean, it's like these cycles, you know. And, well...
It's very sharp, yeah. It's
very sharp indeed.
Very unclear. I'm a bit surprised by a4, specifically because of b takes a4. But I guess maybe he wants to take on a2.
Yes, he does.
Yes, he wants to go like bishop takes a2 or something, but it's very, very double-edged.
I'm a little bit. I'm not sure I want to let that blockade. I'm not sure I'm in love with any of
this. Yeah, I'm not sure I'm in love with any of this.
I guess it's just time to maybe just swing the rooks over. I'm not sure which rook I'm swinging over.
But I mean, I can take on d4. Yep. I think. And like, why are we suddenly abandoning our entire structure? There are no threats. After queen f4, I think the issue for Shah maybe that he was kind of running short on constructive ideas, but a4 could have been prepared
at any time.
I think you can play something like queen c5, just as you're indicating. I don't think you had to commit to something.
Exactly.
Guys, one question.
Sure, please.
Isn't Sam Shankland just completely winning right
That's
now?
what I thought. Yeah, I was very much waiting for you to tell me that I'm wrong for some reason.
No. I mean, you can play knight to c5. That's the easy way out. But if you do find the move knight to b8,
which is very attractive,
I just simply think it's over, because knight takes c6 is coming, and if I manage to land the knight on d4 in a good version, it's over. Game
exactly.
is
over. Nothing to discuss. No, knight b8 is not a difficult move to spot either.
No.
I mean,
Also, the time situation favors black. Sam Shankland with 9 minutes, Alireza only 6 minutes. Definitely struggling in this game.
wow, as he came into this game 2 for 2, Alireza leading the tournament.
Yeah, I think for him, maybe he got slightly overexcited. At the prospect of Bishop E7 chosen by...
And by the way, Sam is not having a bad event. If he wins this one, he equalizes Alireza. He drew his first 2 games.
Right. But Bishop E7, wait a minute, that invites all kinds of crazy nonsense, doesn't it? E5 is hanging?
You're losing another pawn, yeah. And
Yeah,
that
he's
might
still,
be an important
Yeah,
pawn.
he's still doing fine, but yeah, it doesn't feel like he's trying to maximize.
I'm assuming
Yeah,
he's
we can-
taking with the bishop, and I was going to take this guy.
Yeah. It's,
I assume we're taking this guy?
well, 94 wins material. You can't do
That's
that
the
at
problem.
all. But I mean, we take on E5, we go Bishop C7, I suppose. Put the knight on C5 next.
Okay, that
We're
makes
still,
much
yeah,
more
we're
sense.
still doing fine with black here. I'm pretty sure, but maybe I shouldn't have allowed Rook A1. Maybe I should have played knight C5 first to have A7, A5, and reply. Like, go knight C5 here.
And by the way, it does seem like Fabiano has managed to probably equalize that
Yeah,
position.
Fabi is
He's
Fighting
fine now.
back.
He equalized, yes.
Wow. Equalized?
Still a pawn down, but there's not much you can do with black.
Okay.
I just have too much activity. King to d4, king is coming to c4, b4. There's no way you make any progress. With
Yeah, it's just like your pieces are so completely hamstrung, and like all the bishop endings will be completely drawn. So you can't really come in, in any contact with the enemy here, so to speak. Like
Yeah.
your knight on d7 is safe, but the moment you move it somewhere,
And if you go knight f8, I go king c4, king b4, and I pick up the.
yeah, it feels like Fabi should be
Maybe
be
even
Knight
knight
f8.
king to c5.
Yeah, king
with a
c5 even
tempo.
wins a tempo. Yeah, king c5 even wins a tempo.
King c5, bishop back,
And
king
then-
b4. Yeah,
I can give you the g4 pawn probably. I don't even.
Yeah, there's also an argument for playing, not after knight f8, but I was wondering if we could have played g5 on the previous move even. Instead of bishop d6, I was looking at g5.
At once.
Just to continue trading down.
By the way, he has tried knight
Yeah, knight f8, bishop d7.
f8 is on the board. You didn't go king c5.
He went king c4, yeah, so that knight e6 is not a check, I think. I can very much relate to this. Bishop d7 probably will be the try, yeah. Now he can play g5, I assume.
Makes sense. Did you
We're
ever-
actually going into that variation. Knight to f8, king c4, bishop to d7.
Or f5. And honestly, f5 looks kind of logical here.
f5 makes the most sense.
Yeah, f5 just because we're not really very afraid of those, 1 against 0.
One against 0 endings. No, I don't think you are.
Yeah, the knight on f8 is so stupid. Like, I mean, gf, knight h7, I guess. But we can just go king before knight takes a4. We really aren't afraid of very much anymore.
No, this is over.
Okay.
It
Back to
doesn't-
Alireza's position. He did take on d8, bishop takes d8, and we're expecting that in case of queen e5 and knight c5, as you indicated, Peter,
Probably,
that looks
yeah.
very
that is probably the plan.
promising. You have a passed a pawn after all.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the harshest, the most dangerous try Sam could have chosen, but you're still very much fighting for survival here with white.
Exactly. Yeah, the move bishop to e7 just.
So what if I just simply pick up the pawn on e5? How do you continue in that position?
Yeah,
Let's
this is what we were discussing.
through the
like,
lines?
Yeah, takes. Yeah, I think
Queen
only.
takes e5
You were planning to take with the
with the knight.
Oh, with the
there was
knight.
bishop f6 was the issue.
f4, I
And then
guess.
f4, yeah.
And then the knight will go back to b8 and.
Yeah, takes, and yeah, this is the one we were discussing. For some reason, we were also, just as Alireza did, we were only really calculating this one. I like knight c5 the best here. I think, not stopping, but making rook a1 kind of ineffective because a5 is a very comfortable reply is a good idea. Rook d1, bishop c7 also doesn't seem to be doing very much for white.
Somehow it's tough to just leave the pawn on
But
c6.
the bishop on c7 just does such a good job completely blocking
Defending
it.
it, yeah.
So
blocking
if I go rook d1, bishop c7, knight d7, how do you continue?
I think I ignore it. I think I wanted to go king f7.
No, there is e4 pawn.
Yeah.
Do you want to take that?
No,
After rook to e1?
let's go king f7.
And just play 2 bishops. Two bishops versus the rook. It's not much of a
Knight to
contest.
b4.
He's gone knight b4, which is, yeah.
Okay.
He's playing very concretely. He's trying to, put some pressure on the c6
So what
pawn.
if I go rook to b1?
He wants to play a5 for sure. He definitely he'd love to get in the move a5 and bishop c7. So rook b1 will be
Actually
helpful.
Black. Yeah.
I like it. I like knight b4.
It's not bad at all. Yeah, it's not bad at all. He will just put the bishop on c7 and start pushing his a pawn. Nobody that's not fair to generalize so much. But he's not going to be taking on e5 until it wins, basically.
Exactly.
You're only doing it when it's fully prepared and wins everything.
Right.
Until that moment, the bishop stays on c7, just doing his blockading job and not really getting distracted by any other.
In fact, this is the more I'm looking at this position, it's all play on one goal, Peter. I don't even see how Ali Reza can. Yeah,
C4,
this is
C5.
basically you start looking for desperado moves.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this improves our chance. No, I'm taking this pawn.
You're taking the
I think
pawn.
I'm taking this pawn.
Take the pawn.
Yeah.
You don't like two connectors past pawns?
I think it's maybe slightly over.
You were telling me the bishop on c7 is so good.
Yeah, I'm worried about rook d1, d6.
Rook d1 and rook d6. Okay, that's kind of cool.
Even though my problem is I think it can be ignored.
What if I just take?
Yeah, also that, but I was my problem was I couldn't really figure out what to do against bishop c8 because all of my stuff is suddenly completely stuck and then the a-pawn just starts running like it's
Like you're not watching,
yeah,
right?
it's such a bizarre position. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know. Okay, b5, but you said your knee-jerk reaction is to take.
Why not just bc? Yeah, like
BC.
Just continue grabbing stuff. Yeah. Why are we not just winning more material?
Bishop will
Maybe
come.
he wants to go knight to d7 or rook to d1 and knight to d7. Let's go rook d1.
Rook
first.
d1, bishop c7, knight d7.
Knight d7.
I mistrust. Yeah, he wants knight f6, knight g5 in some positions, I guess. Yeah.
Knight f6, knight d5.
But that will not work. My point is, I want to play c4. I
So
want
go
to say,
c4,
yeah,
yes.
I want to say I have passers. I want to push
Let's
my
go knight
passers.
c5. No, I want to go knight c5.
He's gone b5. Okay, interesting. So.
By the way, Jeffrey seems to be building up quite a tremendous advantage against Dominguez with the black pieces.
Yeah.
Oh,
Linear-
Jeffrey just coming off a
In
victory
fact,
too.
it's just over because
What?
queen to d3 is coming.
What?
And after king g1?
e3.
Yeah. That just wins. Yeah, of course. I missed rook takes f5 in the end there. Yeah, something has gone badly wrong there for Lanier. He's kind of failed to control the
initiative.
the sudden counterplay, and queen g4.
So queen d3, king to g1, e3.
Yeah, this is what he missed. He thought he was
That's a
still
big
sort
one.
of doing okay.
Because if you take on g5, I take on f2, you cannot go king to h1 because of f1. If you take on f2, rook takes f5 wins.
Yeah, that's
That's
very
convincing.
likely. That's very likely what he missed. Yeah, just the move e4, e3 there.
Yeah.
Big moment right now if Jeffrey finds this one. And Jeffrey is actually on one victory and one draw.
Exactly.
That might actually take him into clear first.
And remember, his victory.
If Ali Reza loses. No! Bishop to c1? Whoa!
There's another way of skinning this cat.
Yeah, very very FPSy. This is.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, the queen is still on d4.
Right.
I was about to say there's a mate on g7.
No queen d3 yet.
No queen d3. Bishop c1 immediately.
Huh.
By the way, I have to say I like that move too. Bishop
It's a very cute move, and
It also loses its whole advantage.
What?
Its whole advantage is gone.
but only because of I also briefly kind of cheated by glancing at what the engine suggests. The only move in this position is not very easy to make. Apparently, by far the best move in the position is the move rook f7, which
Rook f7
yeah, which
doesn't
F7
jump
is
to
one
mind,
move,
does it?
Yes. But
Yeah.
f6 is also a move.
f6?
Yes.
What?
Still followed
with
by
the idea
queen
of
f7.
queen f6, rook f7.
Rook f7. I mean,
Yeah.
this is the key.
Queen
Yeah.
f6 threatening mate, and you've got rook f7.
And
Yeah.
by the way, he has to solve this puzzle with only 30 seconds on his
Yeah,
clock.
I think in practical terms he is still in tremendous amounts of trouble, but
So you're inviting queen takes b2 as well. Jeez. My gosh.
Well, queen to b2, I think I have rook to b1, maybe?
B1.
That's pretty cute. Yeah, no, that's pretty
Rook to
good.
B1.
Queen d4. Like the line very much continues. Yeah, I'm still.
But I just won 2 pawns. You went F6. I took it. Yeah, you-
Whoa! Look at that. Yeah.
Rook
F7.
F7.
He found it.
Lanier.
Yeah.
He found it.
But he didn't play F6. He played Rook F7.
Which
That's the best move.
move.
Yeah, that's the best move. Yeah.
Okay.
And now f6 is a huge threat. Like bishop takes b2 f6. No, then that doesn't work. Okay. Bishop takes b2. I guess rook d1 first, and then f6.
Why doesn't f6 work?
Queen d3 and bishop takes f6.
Ooh, very nice.
That's actually worth putting on on our show. Bishop takes B2.
For a second there, I thought f6 just wins the game here for white, but unfortunately, yeah, queen d3 check frees up the diagonal for the bishop, and the bishop gets back to
just
protect everything.
in the nick of time.
So you have to start with rook to d1.
Yeah, we start with rook d1.
Instead of f6.
Yeah, instead of rook, yeah, we go rook d1 and
Take
then,
away the D3 square as a tempo.
And we're just kind of stabilizing. We've lost some material, but even if we have to play something like bishop e6 here, we're just not doing so poorly because the bishop eventually will fall back to d5 and we have compensation. The king on f1 is suddenly completely safe. It cannot really be checked even. We're controlling all the squares from which black can give a check. So.
By the way, guys, Ali Reza is back in the game.
Really?
In the variation that we were actually looking at. With,
With rook to D6.
He did not find bishop to c8. He got greedy, like I did. He took on d6, and that actually is just a draw.
He could have played bishop C8 and just left everything
Okay,
hanging.
A draw is the wrong word. It's still a balanced position right now from an objective point of view.
Yeah, bishop c8 is...
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. And now f5, yeah, and I think what Sam understood correctly is that white currently has no way to make progress, but what he didn't understand, what I also didn't understand, is that white can actually play f4, g4 and create a huge threat of f4, f5.
By the way,
This is ridiculous.
isn't it easier to play with white
Sort
right
of,
now?
yes, yeah, I think it is, yeah.
Well, wait.
Like, Sam might actually be in trouble.
Well, he is,
Why is this F5 a threat? So if I go A5,
A4.
yeah, f5.
A4 board me.
Let's go F5.
F5, I take it, let's say.
Yeah,
Easy.
G8.
And I go back,
g7,
D7.
and I take it.
c takes.
Oh, now you want F6 suddenly.
Yeah. This is a queen.
Shoot.
This is just a queen.
Oh, shoot.
By the way,
Oh, shoot.
yeah,
So I have to go knight takes C6?
you have to take on, well, you have to take on C6 before A4.
Yeah.
A3?
In fact, it's the only move. No. This is already, I think, bad.
For some reason. This looks like a draw after. No. I think it's a draw after. No, this is d7 a1 king somewhere probably is just a draw, right? Because I don't think you ever have anything stronger than a perpetual here. But you pretty clearly will have a perpetual.
Okay, actually, it's not F5. After A4, C7 wins.
After A4,
C7.
c7, yeah, king e8 f5.
I do
yeah.
want to play D7.
Yeah.
So you have to defend against D7.
Yeah, king e8 f5, and then f6, f7, d7.
The problem is that after C7, knight A6, D7, bishop takes D7, I
It's
take
a
on
check.
D7 with a check. You
Oh
don't have
my-
time to take on C7.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Knight takes C6, the only move in the position right now to save Sam Shankland.
Knight takes C6.
Yeah, he has to do it right away. Yeah, knight 6, a4, and start pushing, and then he
Himself, yeah.
and then he survives.
What a swing. That was just huge. But to take on D6 in that ugly position where white's pawns are so well blockaded,
Why aren't we playing bishop c8 there? It's just...
that's a mystery.
And actually, let's go through the variations after knight C6 because they're just simply wild.
Okay, what are the variations?
Not A4.
Knight takes C6
Knight
immediately.
A6 first.
Yep.
I take on C6 back. I'm forced to take that. A4, F5.
A4, F5.
Yeah.
Yes. A3.
Yes.
Take on E6.
Yes.
A2, D7.
Yes.
And now after A1, I will not have anything better but a perpetual.
No, this is a very similar situation to the one we just had.
I had traded off the G pawns.
You can do that as well.
Yeah,
Yes.
because I was thinking Queen G7 check might be useful one day, but this is remarkable.
Yeah, this is quite,
By the way,
yeah.
And he's done it. He
recognized.
recognized.
One question,
Well,
how easy is the perpetual here? So let's go king g2. Or king f2, sure.
King G2, okay.
B2?
King
yeah.
g3 or king f3?
C3? No, I don't think it's difficult, yeah.
I
We
go
always
to
have queen
F4?
f6. Queen f6.
Ah, you have queen f6.
I have queen
yeah.
f6.
Yeah,
I always have
yeah,
queen f6.
Yeah, yeah.
And by the way, if you do get a situation like this, it might not be the perpetual you want. I mean, you can queen the pawn. Oh, but we do have a draw.
That's
Yeah,
a draw.
Fabi saved that game, but he's...
Not happy with the white,
No.
with this play with the white pieces. So this game between
He did take on
Alireza-
c6, by the way, Sam. So that's
that was
that's a great move.
That was a
And I mean, for me, the big question right now is why can't we play bishop d7? Like, why are we
Panic.
so completely obliged to start panicking? Yeah, like why can't we go bishop d7, knight b4, king f7, king f6, king e5, king takes d6? I guess we're just not better because the king will get to e3 and then d4, and the knight on b4 is a very nice blockading piece. So we probably just like we're supposed to take that draw while it's available, I guess is the answer. We're just not better, so like there's currently an immediate forced draw available and we should be taking it.
Yeah, bishop d7 is a move. Now let's go king to f2. And I think what
oops, sorry.
not f6 immediately.
So bishop d7.
Knight to b4.
Yeah, GF already has been included, so let's just put it on the board, yeah.
Okay. GF, sorry. GF. Yep.
Bishop d7, knight b4, king f7. Yeah, king f2, king f6, king e3, this is what
Okay,
I thought.
a3.
Yeah,
But
okay,
he
now-
wants to make a draw.
Yeah, this will be a draw now.
He
yeah.
wants to make a draw.
Yeah. e7 makes no sense, e7, king e8 you probably lose, so he goes d7, yeah, Sam gives a check, and yeah. This setup with the pawn on d7 protected by the pawn on e6 is quite clearly completely unshakable, so
Right.
you can't lose, but you also can't win because the queen on a completely open board never runs out of checks.
Now Sam
but-
must not be happy with this result because it felt like he was on
Actually,
top
without
for a
the
very
G,
long time.
without the G pawns, by the way, I can go G3 now,
Yes,
King C3, King G4,
queen g7.
King F5.
That's a problem.
Actually, without those pawns, this is actually trickier, like way trickier, because I have this F5 square I can use to try to get to like C7. My eventual target is like a C7 square or thereabouts. Yeah.
Okay, so queen c3.
The
You go
question.
king g4, yeah?
Yeah.
He
we have
did
to
go queen
We have to
C3.
go King G4. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we're being told that
King
this-
g4 is just winning on the spot. Are you kidding me? Sam thinks it's a draw, but after king g4, no, he doesn't know. He definitely doesn't know that he is lost
Yeah,
after
his
king to g4.
yeah he.
But by the way, why is queen f6?
Let's see Sam's reaction
Losing?
right now. Because
Why is queen f6 losing? You queen the pawn, I assume?
Yeah.
I take it.
he's
take
starting
it.
to understand right
Yeah,
now
E7
that he's in
check.
trouble.
E7 check, King E8, Knight B7, Knight D6, Knight C4.
Whoops.
Oh, shoot.
He's done. This is actually quite easy. Alireza is going to go on 3 out of 3.
Oh, my goodness. And the crazy...
So apparently Queen C3 was a mistake. So what was he supposed to play instead of Queen C3?
Instead of queen to c3, queen to f6 was the only move.
And then after King...
King to g4, queen g6, and you don't have king to f5.
So yeah, we absolutely have to give a check from G6. When
Exactly. Let's see the Sam's reaction right now, because I'm very curious. He's
He
down
was
to his last
expecting-
minute right now. He's
He
in
was
shock.
expecting a perpetual.
Yeah, he was expecting the king to go back, and the king is not really
Going back.
Going back, no.
Oh my goodness. h5, okay.
It doesn't matter, we go King F5 anyway. I'm pretty sure, yeah. We go King F5.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh, he took on H5 even, what?
Blunder.
Blunder alert?
Yes.
Minus 60, it says.
No. Black is winning after queen takes c6, guys. Queen takes c6, d8. Queen to e8, exchange the queens, and the b pawn is unstoppable.
How do you, why do you,
Why do you play king takes h5 and not
is
play
your-
king f5?
What is your interest in that pawn? Like, why do you even, like, what?
Guys,
no.
if he finds queen takes c6,
He's going to find it because he's going to see
He's winning.
Queen E8 check.
Wow.
That is just.
This is wild. This is wild
I mean,
stuff.
And look, Sam is...
No, he did not take it.
No!
Queen takes H3.
That's why we
still
love
makes it.
rapids.
What
my
is
gosh.
happening?
Incredible.
I mean, this is the hot potato. Nobody wants to catch it.
Okay, so where's the draw?
And this
Now-
is a draw, yeah. Queen f2, Queen c5 now, yeah.
Oh my God.
I'm glad we got rid of the H-pawns, right?
This is wild. This
King
is wild.
E5, Queen C5.
Yeah,
is
now
the
now it's a very trivial draw because it doesn't get to d6 or any of those squares. Yeah,
Any of those wonderful squares. That was a moment where everybody's heart just stopped.
I'm curious if Ali Reza saw it.
yeah, that's the big question there. Yeah, the big question is, I mean, Sam clearly didn't see it, but you have to, because I was watching Alireza very carefully, and he didn't seem like he was worried.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he
Yeah,
has
it's
a good
just
poker
a draw
face.
now. Yeah. So the question is, yeah, how good is his poker face there? Because yeah, this is quite something. Yeah, Queen 6. Whoa.
What's happening there?
They will.
three-time
Yeah,
repetition.
arbiters will allow them to
Confirm.
make a draw. Yeah.
And Jeffrey Xiong versus Linnea,
Yeah,
by the way?
he said, yeah. Yeah, he's.
By the way,
Ooh,
it does seem like MVL is also winning against
Shaq. It's the two rooks versus the two queens, but there's an extra couple of pawns for the rooks as well. This should be an easy win now.
Dominguez versus Jeffrey is going to end up in a draw. That one is quite clear right now. But
Okay.
we might still get another decisive result. That is MVL. Let's stay with that one.
And again, I'm recalling the match between Peter Liko and Vladimir Kramnik, where the rooks overcame the queen in that match. Ooh, there's a mate
He blundered
on the
mate
board.
in 2 for some reason. Yeah, that's
Right.
Yeah, Shach is. Yeah,
Shaq's
really
clearly not informed
not
there.
himself. Yeah, but the position was lost. But yeah,
Yes.
King H6 is unnecessary. Let's put
Right,
it like
that makes
this,
it,
yeah.
and that leaves us with one remaining
Yeah,
game.
which will be a draw because this is a very well-known construction. You're waiting for white to play f5, and then you play
Which he
bishop
did.
e7, and you stay on e7 and d8 squares forever. And
Keep the pawn on G5 under
Bishop
lock.
E8, Bishop E7.
this diagonal is just long enough to
Yes.
for this to be a draw. Yeah, any further and you're lost. But this is just long enough to be a draw. So
Good
nicely,
save
in the end,
by
nicely
Lanier
defended.
also.
Yeah. So a lot of swings in the round. Yeah, Jeffrey was winning in one move at some point.
But Cristian, I'd love you to take us through that Sam Shankland moments because that at the end there, that was amazing to me. That White's a queen up.
Absolutely.
Queen versus knight and two connected pass pawns, but it was White who was pushing the
So
action.
at this point, Queen to F6 has to be played. Right?
Yeah, this is a
Okay.
comfortable draw.
First of all, leave the G pawns on the board. Don't take on F5, but this is not easy to see from afar.
Actually, hang on a second. I wanted to ask you, what about King E2 here? Specifically
King E2, Queen to B2.
King D3,
King D3, Queen to B3.
King D4.
King
And then we
D4,
have this
Queen-
Queen C5 check. Yeah, this is the
Yes.
point. Yeah,
and it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Right?
Right, and
You
the
go
check
here,
on
I go
F2
to
is in the
F2.
game.
Yes, once we get this construction on the board, we know that it's a draw.
Okay.
Queen to C3, huge mistake. King to G4, H5. Best move, by the way, in the position, because it's easy to see. After Queen to G7, King to F5, there's nothing to calculate. You're going to have to resign very soon. So H5, good shot by
interviews
Sam.
with.
Of course, Queen takes C6, this is just wild stuff. Because if you do go D8, Queen to E8, forces the queen trade, and I'm just simply much faster than you are, right?
Wow.
So King to G5, B4, H4,
Well, not much
B3,
faster.
and so-
One tempo
One
faster,
tempo,
but it's
not
Much faster. Much
That's
faster.
enough.
Yeah, one is enough.
That's
right?
enough.
Yeah, it's enough.
So he
Wow.
missed that. I think what he was looking for was how to make a draw at this point. He
So
saw that
King
after-
F5 was a winning move.
Yes. And after queen to c5, the only move.
E5 wins.
If you go king to f4, queen to f2, that's a draw.
That's the draw
we know
we
this
saw.
construction.
Yeah.
But you have to go e5. And now I create another path for my king. King to e4, followed by king to d5, and then I hide behind your pawn. King to c5, king to b6, and so on. There's no way you can get to me anymore. If you go queen to c2, I go king to f6. Queen to f2, I go king to g6. Queen to g3, and I hide. Queen to f4, and I hide. Queen to f5, suddenly you don't have any more checks. This is study life.
That's
guys.
a study.
This
That's
is study
amazing.
life.
That's just a study. Yeah,
This is a study.
That's great stuff.
Incredible.
Wow.
No queen to f6. Queen to e5, obviously, knight takes e5 is game over. There's no way to stop d8. Just an incredible game. An incredible endgame, guys.
Okay, well, as we get ready for some interviews after the round, we first just remind everybody where we stand, the results. After
let's take a
3
look.
rounds of rapid chess, we know that Alireza has 5 points. He came into the round with 4.
It's easy to
he
figure
made a
out
draw.
exactly what the standings are at the very top.
What a... First of all, let's take a look at something else. Opening ceremonies that took place yesterday. It was very nice, by the way, Peter.
It was very, very nicely organized as usual. The opening ceremonies here are incredibly on point in that they are just as long as they need to be.
Exactly. It was all about pulling them, drawing the numbers, but it really was more like, hey, everybody, where you been, what you've been up to, how's it going? I thought that Jan was actually entertaining too in his answers that Cristian had. Cristian was the master of ceremonies, and Rex welcomed everybody as he always does in his own inimitable fashion.
Yeah, and there you see the drawing of lots where players had to choose a very beautiful book as their number for the Rapid and Blitz, and then a fridge magnet as their number in the first in the Rapid and then in the Blitz portion of the tournament. And there's your standings. With Alireza at the top there,
Big tie for second.
Yeah. And then there's 3 people with 1 win and 2 draws. MBL, who won his last round game against Shah, Linier with a win in the first round and then 2 draws, and Jeffrey with 1 win and 2 draws as well. Jan and Sam are on 3 draws out of 3 so far. And then we have people who are below 50%. Yeah, but for now, an interview.
Cristian with our leader.
We do have Alireza in the house. Alireza, first of all, this is fresh to you right now. Tell us a bit about this end of this wild game.
Yeah, okay, first of all, I am very relieved that he didn't see the queen c6.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I saw the move immediately after I took on h5.
So you have a good poker face. That answers our question, because we were considering queen takes c6, and obviously Peter said that he looked at you and you didn't show anything.
No, I was very lucky, because normally you think about this kind of moves, because he was struggling also. That was the point, that maybe because he was struggling, you see all the moves, you calculate all the moves. So I was very lucky here that he missed this queen c6. So yeah, this is.
Did you show it to him after a round?
I told him, but okay, he was not also very upset, because okay, it's just by luck that he got this chance. So
absolutely. And did you get to see how you were winning after king to f5?
Yeah, I saw the commentary, but before that, I think I should have played maybe more accurately.
Yes, where?
Way before. I think instead of g4, I said maybe c7. I have some chances.
c7 here.
Yeah, but it's wrong.
King to e8.
g4.
Bishop to c8 seems to be
f5,
one of the...
yeah.
Some sort of a race.
Takes, knight a6, f6, knight c7, yeah. Okay. Yeah, then g4 is logical. So.
And then
before that I was losing, yeah, but then, yeah, I got this chance to push my pawns. So, but he reacted very accurately also, because it could get tricky for black. So.
Well, knight takes c6 right now is the only
move, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And he found it, and then you guys
I was
ended
lucky
up in this
that
crazy
I had
position. But did you see the end of it after king to f5? The way to win this one after check e5, check, check, you go to h8.
Yeah, this is insane.
It's just wild stuff. And
Yeah,
this
and
just
this
wins.
the pawn on h5. I had a feeling that this might be winning, but I didn't have time to think about it. So I was always worried that he could put the queen on. For instance, even here it's by luck that he's winning queen g5. d8 takes.
d8 actually is a draw.
D8 is a draw.
So you have to go e7 first.
Takes and
And
then
then
d8.
d8.
It doesn't finish.
So you have 96 and go back.
Wow.
This is just incredible stuff. I will show this to my students. Reza, this is your first time in St. Louis. How is the atmosphere in your camp? And how do you feel playing in St. Louis?
Yeah, I really like the city. As I expected, I think the chess club is very nice. And I'm happy to be here for the first time. So, as I said in the opening ceremony, it's kind of, it was my dream from childhood to play here. So, now I'm very happy and I'm looking forward to this tournament. I started well. My last game was not very precise, but I take it. The 2.5 out of 3 is okay.
How do you assess your chances? Obviously, after day one, it's a bit early, but how do you assess your chances to win the event?
Yeah, I think if I continue playing like this, I have good chances, but there are little things that I should improve. But if I manage to continue like this way, I have good chances, I think, to win the tournament.
Do you feel like you're in shape right now? Are you seeing the things that you should be seeing?
Yeah, I think, okay, the last round maybe I was a bit tired, but the previous games, I was very fresh, so I'm happy, yeah.
Reza, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Congratulations too.
Yeah, absolutely.
Alireza.
Well played.
I love that e7 check.
Yeah, that is.
And then you queen
yeah.
the pawn. You don't play d8 immediately, Peter.
No. I think many of these things in that endgame are just completely unfindable in practical terms, in particular on a minute, and both of them are playing.
But no, that is really. I can imagine losing on a puzzle rush. You know, like getting a strike by playing d8 immediately.
Yeah, you get to that position and you just assume that
you've got to promote the pawn to queen. And of course, we've got more interviews coming your way, including Cristian with MVL.
We are with Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Maxime, quite a solid start. +1 after 3 rounds. How do you feel?
Yeah, I obviously didn't like my drawing of lots for today because I started with 2 blacks, 3 very tough opponents. So I knew I should expect a tough day. First 2 games were kind of difficult. Like
Speaking of that, you started with the QG8 and you switched to your Grunfeld. How did you make that decision?
No, I planned to play Grunfeld, but against knight f3 I decided to go for QG8.
Avoid the anti-Grunfeld in that one?
Yes, and you avoid so many lines in the QGA when white goes knight f3 that I thought it was worth it.
Absolutely. And then in the last round, you played against Mamedyarov. How did you approach this game?
I mean, I knew that this open Spanish could happen, so I decided to play solid because I had two long games.
Mm-hmm.
But then Sharp played queen d7. I thought he would go castle, and this is more solid for black. And I don't know, I felt like I had the advantage, but then I waited a bit too long. Like
it did feel like you were
from this position, I felt like I was, bishop b1. I mean, this is so passive. Yeah, king h2, of course. Bishop b1 is slow, and
maybe queen d3 create some more problems on this side.
Okay, queen d3, g6 I didn't actually want. Queen d3, king g7, because very often I want knight h2, f4, f5. So I actually didn't want him to play g6. But bishop b1, was a bit slow, and then...
When did you feel like you were taking over, or when did you feel like you made the last mistake?
Yeah, so later on, because my position was actually not that great. I thought a4 was quite a mistake, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So then I took, because he cannot really take any piece because of bishop b5. So after...
So if he takes on a2, bishop to b5.
For instance,
Yeah.
And here, A5 I assume was a good move, but at the same time I wasn't completely sure because then my pawn goes to A6, his pawn goes to B3, and
It's a race.
yeah, like knight.
A6, queen to E4 seems to be the best move, but
Yeah,
it becomes a bit wild.
it is better for me. But I thought bishop b5 was safer, and then we actually went more or less by force. Yeah, I wanted to go e6. Yeah, instead of
Here?
yeah,
Bishop takes E4.
yeah.
Is that what you calculated?
Yeah, bishop takes e4. I thought bishop f3 and draw. So yeah, rook d7.
Just draw.
So rook takes d4. There was some crazy line. Wait. Yes, here I think rook c4 was a bit crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Like queen b5,
Mm-hmm.
rook d7, rook d7, rook c8, king h7. If I take with the pawn, it should be a draw. So queen
What if
f5,
you
g6, queen f6, queen f1.
Oof. That's beautiful. That's beautiful. King h2, queen takes g2,
Yeah.
queen takes f1, rook to d1. Oh, that's a shot.
That's nasty.
So I was calculating all this because I thought after rook c4 I would be pressing, but then I had to settle for rook d7, which I assume was a draw because we get by force to this position. At least I'm not running any danger, but I assumed it would be a draw somehow. But then g5 felt very wrong, I must say. G5 felt like I thought after king g6, for instance.
Perhaps your king is
I
still in
was
danger,
going
right?
to try
Of course.
play rook f3, a3, rook b4, but I assume I never can manage to create something. And then when suddenly I get my rook to f3 and I'm winning the f7 pawn by force, might still be a draw, but it looks already very scary.
Yeah, queen to d1 is maybe.
Yeah, I thought g5 just helped me tremendously because there's never perpetual.
MVL, congratulations. A good start for you. Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you, Cristian.
Thank you, Cristian, and indeed, nice day for MVL.
Yeah.
He had good feelings at the board. He-
Yeah, and to spot a line like that,
Queen
with Queen f1 in the end, it shows that the cobwebs are well and truly cleared by that point. If you
Exactly.
see that live in game, so to speak. But, yeah.
Exactly. Very, very,
He's always
very
been a
impressive.
very sharp calculator, of course.
Truth be told, I'm still recovering from E7 check and
Yeah,
D8.
E7, D8, yeah, that's completely illegal.
That was amazing today. And let's return to Cristian as we have a new guest, Jeffrey Xiong with Cristian.
Jeffrey, congratulations. A very good start for you, especially that game, that victory against Fabiano. You were blitzing out through the opening moves. How much did you know?
Yeah, I think I definitely knew this idea with knight d4 and rook d1, and I think I remember it's still fine for him, but he has to find some very difficult move. Yeah,
Bishop to h3.
So it does work. Yeah, bishop h3 and.
So you knew about this move. You've analyzed this.
Well, I knew that the engine still showed it's equal. I didn't delve into the lines, but yeah, this makes sense. And I guess besides bishop h3, maybe. Instead of bishop h3 for black, he doesn't have another way to equalize.
No, knight to c6, but allowing this is not very happy.
Yeah, when I can get the two bishops open, yeah, it should be quite pleasant.
And after that, there was another critical moment, all the way until the end. Mm-hmm. You played this move, not even here, all the way, I think it was. Let's keep going. Bishop to c3. Yes, you got your pawn all the way to h6. Bishop to c2, king to g7, and now rook to d3.
Yeah. I definitely blundered this idea.
Did you spot this move?
No. I didn't see his idea in the game either. Yeah, he did mention this to me, and it was, kind of a careless
f7
moment.
doesn't work because of rook to d7, h7 the same. And after bishop to b2, just check. You go to h8, check, or bishop to d3. And if you do go rook to g8, just simply rook to d7. Wild stuff in this one. He did not find it. Big victory for you against Fabiano, a customer you know so well, because you guys also had a huge battle at the American Cup. How did that victory feel for you?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think any win in this tournament is very nice. But yeah, I guess the slight revenge from that match was a bonus.
And then in the last one against Dominguez, it felt like you were building up quite a serious advantage. Did you feel that way as well?
Yeah, I think especially when he was getting really low on time and I got in e4, I felt like looked extremely promising for me, but somewhere I think maybe I got too fancy with bishop c1.
And you had this moment to go queen to d3 followed by e3.
Yeah, I didn't notice this. I forgot. Okay, I forgot I have a rook f5. Okay.
Yeah, it's just
wins. This was a big miss, I guess.
And after bishop to c1, he managed to find this move rook to f7, which actually just equalizes the game on the spot. Jeffrey, still a very good result for you. How do you feel about your chances in this tournament? What is the goal for this tournament?
I wouldn't say that I'm thinking about that. I think it's still very early, so just trying to play as well as I can and see what results I get.
Congratulations, Jeffrey. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, well played, Jeffrey.
Well played indeed, absolutely. And for Jeffrey, these wild card players, I'm waiting for him to become a Grand Chess Tour participant. Yeah. I want to see him in the St.
I think every time he plays, Jeffrey has a very, very solid showing, and you know, we all know how strong he is. So.
Exactly. And once again, for those who are joining us very late, here are our standings after 3 rounds of play, Peter.
Alireza at the top there, winning the first 2 and then drawing that absolutely wild game against Sam Shankland in round 3. 3 people on 4 out of 6, MBL, Rainier and Jeffrey. Then Jan and Sam Shankland on 3 out of 3 draws.
Right.
And 4 people below 50%, including Fabi Levon, surprisingly. And
Hikaru.
Hikaru.
Starting with 2 losses was my pick.
Not bad, not bad.
And the Firouzja fans are going cheering themselves wild.
Yeah, well, it's, you know, plenty of action to come. We still have.
Let's talk about that tomorrow. Yeah. Same time, same channel.
Absolutely.
Right? Rounds 4 through 6, 4, 5, 6. Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. 3 more rounds of Rapid tomorrow. 3 more rounds of Rapid day after tomorrow, and then 2 full round robins of Blitz on Monday and Tuesday. Plenty of action to come. So yes, continue. We'll be here. Continue watching, please.
Exactly. And Cristian, final thoughts on a very eventful start to the St. Louis Rapid Blitz.
Well, I have to say, guys, if we would have watched only one game in the first 3 rounds, I would have been happy with that Firouzja Shankland game. Forget about all the others. But we had so much content in all the others as well. It was just a fantastic, wild game of rapid chess, and this is exactly what we signed up for. So I'm very excited to what the future holds in the next few days.
Couldn't say it better myself. And thank you, everyone, for joining us. We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you then.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.